Spain, the Madrid Open is the only high-profile European day tournament that Swiatek is yet to emerge victorious in. And from the world of entertainment then, Met Gala is just around the corner and so are the Tony Awards. With nomination lists out, however, more updates have come on the sexual assault case that involves French actor Gerald, where criminal charges have been pressed against him. All that and more in a quick entertainment wrap this morning. French actor Gerald, known for his iconic roles as on screen, is set to face a criminal trial this October over alleged sexual assaults that reportedly occurred on the sets of a film way back in 2021. Now, despite maintaining his innocence, the 75-year-old actor was detained for questioning by the Parisian police earlier this week, which also marked a significant development in the ongoing legal saga. The lawyer of the actor refrained from providing further commentary to press following his client's release from custody. Also note that according to the Paris Public Prosecutor's Office, the trial will center on accusations of sexual assault purportedly committed against the two women during the filming of The Green Shutters. The most awaited Met Gala now is all set to take place on 6th of May, with just a week left until the event. Anticipation is now reaching fever pitch across the internet. The most asked question being, will Blake Lively, hailed as the reigning queen of the gala, manage to surpass her own legendary fashion moments? This year's theme, the Garden of Time, promises to inspire a breathtaking array of celebrity interpretations with an esteemed guest list, which also includes luminaries like Zendaya, Jennifer Lopez and Christian Hemsworth, among others. The theatrical world is also abuzz with excitement following the recent unveiling of the Tony Awards 2024 nominations. Leading the pack are two groundbreaking Broadway productions, which are Hell's Kitchen and Stereophonic, each earning an impressive 13 nominations. Also important to note here that this year's nominations also reflect a historic surge in recognition for female talent, with a record number of women nominated for the coveted title of the Best Director. Meanwhile, in a heartening development for the royal family, King Charles III has now embarked on a triumphant return to public duties following a challenging period that was marked by his battle against cancer. The monarch, whose absence from official engagements was necessitated by his ongoing treatment, made poignant comeback this week, and this with a visit to a cancer treatment charity. Now, note this marks his first formal public appearance since the month of February, when Buckingham Palace announced his temporary withdrawal from public life owing to his ill health. The fashion enthusiasts were treated to a captivating showcase as iconic designer Ralph Lauren unveiled his Fall Holiday 2024 collection in a uniquely intimate setting. Lauren opted to debut his latest creations in cozy confines of his New York City design studio, drawing inspiration from his seminal 1972 presentation, where he famously showcased his women wear line in his own office. The designer embraced a minimalistic aesthetic that captivated attendees who were present. Among the star-studded audience included luminaries such as Glenn Close, Jessica Chastain and Kerry Washington, among others, each adorned in Ralph Lauren's timeless designs. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition, but do not go anywhere as news and updates to continue from the nation and across the world on the other side of this very short break. Also tracking on the other side the latest from across the nation and specifically from the world of sports and entertainment.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Samiksha Srivastava and welcome back to Republic TV, where we are tracking the latest news and updates from across the nation and around the world. It's indeed a big day today in the country, with Prime Minister Modi hitting the campaign trail in Gujarat. Home Minister Amit Shah set to visit Hubli, where he's expected to meet the family of Neha Hiramat. Will come to all that in just a bit, but we will also take a look at major updates on the ongoing US students' protest in support of Palestine. Viewers, the story is now getting bigger as reports of students taking over campus buildings in universities like Columbia are pouring in. In fact, the Biden administration has finally broken its silence on the matter. All that and lot more from the world of business, sports and entertainment in a quick morning bulletin. As always, let's start with Nation First this quick morning. And we start first up with the latest on the Lok Sabha elections. Prime Minister Modi is set to kick off on a two-day visit to his hometown, Gujarat. The Prime Minister will address 6 public meetings covering 11 Lok Sabha constituencies in Gujarat. In fact, note that 1st of May marks the foundation day of Gujarat as well. The Prime Minister will address 2 public meetings in Desa of Banak Santha and Himatnagar of Sarbakantha districts today. 25 of the 26 Lok Sabha constituencies in Gujarat are going to vote in the third phase that is slated to take place on the 7th of May. Now, following Prime Minister's visit to the state on 30th of April, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is now slated to visit Telangana today. The Union Home Minister will also participate in election campaigns in Hyderabad in support of party candidate K. Madhvi Lata. And in the latest, in Neha Hiramat's case, as the country still awaits justice, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is all set. Is expected to meet Neha's family today itself. The Union Home Minister will visit Hubli at around 6:30 p.m. this evening. Apart from paying a visit to Hiramat's family, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to hold an election meeting in the city. Note, the Hubali Police Commissioner has announced route diversions for vehicular movement near the Nehru Stadium in the city. Meanwhile, in the state of Maharashtra, Shiv Sena, led by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, has named Baikula MLA Yamini Jadhav as candidate from Mumbai South seat. Yamini Jadhav will take on sitting Sena UBT MP Arvind Sawant. Now, Jadhav was chosen after discussions within the party took place, which also involved evaluating different candidates, including Milind Deora, who was also in the race. Eknath. All right, in other news that we are tracking, this on The hearings that will come up in the top court today, the Supreme Court will review the validity of central government's 2019 decision to abrogate Article 370 of the Constitution. Now note that the Apex Court decision granted special status to J&K in December of last year. The court confirmed the revocation of Article 370 in J&K region was constitutionally valid. The top court had also directed the Election Commission to hold elections in Kashmir by 30th September this year. And in more news that we are tracking this morning, President Draupadi Murmu is slated to visit Ayodhya today for a darshan at the Ram Mandir. Also note, this will be President Draupadi Murmu's first visit to the newly built temple, the consecration ceremony the Pran Pratishtha that was held on 22nd of January this year. In fact, during a visit to Ayodhya, the President will also make darshan and aarti at Hanuman Gadi Temple, Prabhu Shri Ram Temple and Kuber Tila. And moving on to news that we are tracking from the world of business, while India has experienced some substantial infrastructure growth in recent years, the recent government data has now revealed a promising trend. We will tell you all about that, but talking about infrastructure first, another big update that's now coming in from the cement industry that we are tracking for you in our quick business segment this morning. The Adani family has increased its stake in Ambuja Cements. Adani family has further invested in Ambuja Cements, increasing their stake to 70.3% now. The infusion of 20,000 crore rupees will help Ambuja double its capacity to 140 million tons per annum by 2028. The Adani company has also stated that this investment will further strengthen its financial position and allow it to pursue ambitious growth plans. Ambuja Cements is the flagship cement and building materials company under Adani Portfolio Group. And the central bank, the Reserve Bank of India, has announced the expansion of its operational risk management guidelines to encompass non-banking financial companies, which includes housing financing companies as well. The Central Bank of India has stressed on the need for operational resilience for regulated entities, saying that disruptions can not only jeopardize the viability of these entities but also impact customers, market participants and overall financial stability. In fact, experts also say that such disruptions may stem from various factors such as IT threats, business disruptions and frauds and natural disasters as well. On the other hand, the top court has declined to entertain a petition that was filed by L&T, an engineering and construction company, which challenged the short-term tender issued for the construction of Karnataka's Sharavati pumped storage project. In fact, a bench led by the Chief Justice upheld the Karnataka High Court's decision that was passed on 25th of April this year that dismissed L&T's plea against the tender that was floated by the Karnataka Power Corporation Limited. In its verdict, the High Court had also underlined the electromechanical and hydromechanical works are integral to the 8,000 crore rupees project and that L&T lacked the eligibility to execute these aspects without the involvement of specialized agencies. Recently released government data, on the other hand, revealed a 5.2% year-on-year increase in infrastructure output for the month of March this year, this following a revised 7.1% growth that was registered in the month of February. Now note that infrastructure output that constitutes 40% of industrial production accounts for activities across 8 sectors, which includes refinery, products and electricity. Cement production has also emerged as a front-runner, experiencing a notable surge of 10.6% in March compared to 9.1% growth that was recorded in the preceding month. In fact, second in line was coal production, which expanded by 8.7%, with electricity generation witnessing an uptick of 8% year-on-year basis. Meanwhile, a recent report by AG Funder and Omnivore has revealed a significant downturn in funding for agri-food technology startups. The decrease in overall funding, marked by 6%, has, however, not affected the number of deals. The report even denoted a substantial decline in median deal sizes across various stages, with early stage deals experiencing a 50% drop, growth stages a 39% decrease, and late stage deals by 89%. In fact, as far as the front runners are concerned, grocery segments seem to be leading the pack, with investments totaling up to $420 million, followed by agribusiness marketplaces at $162 million, and other online restaurants and meal markets at $109 million. Godrej Industries, a high-profile conglomerate, has undergone a split amicably after families signed a settlement agreement. Now note that the agreement undertaken between the family expects to ensure that the stake between the two factions in each of the brothers, Adi and Nadir Godrej's companies, are divested so that the companies under the umbrella industry are in complete control. And with that, let's track the international news from across the globe, where a lot of updates are now coming in from the US and the Middle East. Now note that tensions in the Middle East remain high as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu remains adamant on an offensive on southern Gaza city of Rafah. Meanwhile, thousands have taken to streets in Georgia over the recently passed controversial media laws. All that and more in a quick international segment. The US State Department has joined the White House to express concerns over Israel's potential invasion of Rafah. The State Department has warned Israel against the invasion, saying Rafah continues to be an important conduit for humanitarian aid as well as safe departure for foreign nationals. State Department spokesperson Vedant Patel said that the US will oppose any kind of operation that does not address some of these key concerns. Also important to note here that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu had earlier said that he would move on Rafah regardless of whether a deal with Hamas to release remaining hostages is completed or not.
Continues to be the case that we have not seen a credible plan that would address the varying areas of concerns that you've heard me talk about a number of times from up here and others, primarily the ability to address the serious humanitarian concerns surrounding, again, Rafah is a region with more than 1 million people seeking refuge.
Now, Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu has come out with a stern warning, saying that any attempt to by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrant for the IDF commanders would amount to a scandal on a historical scale. Netanyahu also warned of an unprecedented anti-Semitic hate crime. The Israeli Prime Minister alleged that the international bodies are considering denying the Jewish state its right to defend itself. These statements also come a day after the State Department alleged 5 Israeli military units of committing gross human rights violations. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has emphasized on the ongoing commitment to Palestinians and getting aid into the Gaza region. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken reaffirmed that the US remains the largest provider of humanitarian assistance and assistance in general to the Palestinian people. He also stressed on the importance of securing a ceasefire deal and release of hostages that are still held by the Hamas group. In fact, note that Israel has already made a ceasefire proposal and Hamas is yet to respond to it. Meanwhile, the US has consistently urged the Hamas to accept the ceasefire proposal by the Israeli government.
The United States remains the largest provider of humanitarian assistance and assistance in general to the Palestinian people, but we're determined that people get the assistance that they need. And we're doing that in parallel with seeking to secure a ceasefire and the release of hostages.
Now, amid the ongoing case against former US President Donald Trump in connection with the hush money trial, note that the former president was held in contempt of court and was fined $9,000 for repeatedly violating a gag order that was imposed. Now, the gag order barred Trump from making public statements about witnesses, jurors, and some others connected to his New York hush money trial. The prosecutors, in fact, had alleged that the judge had made scathing observations. The court had also warned Trump that he could also be jailed in the coming days. On the other hand, Trump had called the gag order unconstitutional and called the hush money trial as Biden trial.
Okay, thank you very much. This gag order is not only unique, it's totally unconstitutional. I'm the Republican candidate for President of the United States. I received this honor in record time. Nobody's ever gone faster. It's never happened. Nobody's ever got the numbers that we got. And I'm sitting in a courthouse all day long listening to this stuff.
Meanwhile, thousands of protesters blocked Georgia in the front of the Parliament building, expressing their anger towards a proposed law on foreign influence. The police note have broken up a demonstration in front of Georgia's Parliament using tear gas and water cannons on the protesters. The opposition have labelled the proposal as a Russian law due to its similarities to the Russian legislation. The law note would require media houses and non-commercial organizations to register as being under foreign influence if they receive more than 20% of their funding from abroad. Haiti's newly formed Transitional Council has elected former Sports Minister Fritz Belezere as the country's Prime Minister. Now note he's replaced Michel Patrick, the former Minister of Economy and Finance, who was the current interim Prime Minister in the country. Haitians, on the other hand, are still struggling to establish a stable new government amid the stifling violence that's been rampant in the country. In fact, since the gang violence hit Haiti, more than 90,000 people have fled the region in a span of just 1 month, and overall more than 3 lakh people have been left homeless in recent past. Meanwhile, deadly floods have triggered the Kemuchera village in Kenya has rather claimed more than 45 lives. As per the government, dozens of people are still reportedly missing. Flash floods and landslides have swept through houses and cut off a major road in Kenya as well. Local authorities say that heavy rains caused a dam to rupture, leading to major flash floods in the region. The president of the country has addressed survivors of the floods and assured proper evacuation for them. The rains which have been incessant have displaced more than 1 lakh people and damaged roads and other infrastructure in the region. Meanwhile, the rescue operation is still set to be underway and efforts are still on to retrieve the corpses. And with that, we are heading into a short break, but do not go anywhere. On the other side, we are tracking the latest from across the world, and particularly from the segments from our sports and entertainment segments. Also tracking the latest on the IPL and the world of glamour. We will be right back after a very short break.
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर. ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन. ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस.
चल हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुमा केसरी.
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुमा केसरी
Welcome back. Let's quickly shift our focus to some sports news. Well, the festival of IPL is now reaching Chennai today for a clash of the Kings. However, we will also take a look at the latest news from the Olympics, where a controversy has erupted in connection with Israel's participation. All that and more in a quick sports wrap this morning. And today's IPL match, Chennai Super Kings is all set to lock horns with the Punjab Kings at the Chidambaram Stadium in Chennai. We will also take a look at previous matches. Chennai Super Kings has won 5 out of 9 matches and are at number 3 on the points table. Whereas when we look at Punjab's performance, they have won 3 out of 9 matches and are sitting at number 8 on the points table. Also, when we look at head-to-head records between Chennai and Punjab, they have played a total of 29 IPL matches against each other so far, whereas CSK has won 15 and Punjab Kings has won 13 in total. Lucknow Super Giants clinched a much needed winning in the IPL match against Mumbai Indians. Lucknow Super Giants defeated Mumbai Indians by 4 wickets at the Ekna Cricket Stadium in Lucknow. The Lucknow Super Giants note chased down the 145-run modest target in just 19.2 overs. Mumbai Indians have been fighting hard to stay in contention for the playoffs as they have won just 3 wins in 9 matches. And as we all know, that pro-Palestine protests across several countries have only been escalating in recent past. Over hundreds of protesters gathered outside the Paris 2024 Olympics headquarters demanding Israel to be banned from the upcoming Olympic Games. Protesters said that Israeli delegation should compete under a neutral banner, as in the case for Russian athletes. The protesters even waved Palestine flags outside the Olympic headquarters and chanted boycott Israel during Olympic Games. A few protesters even criticized the Olympic organizing committee, saying that they did not need more than 4 days to ban Russia following its invasion of Ukraine, but they are also prepared to welcome the Israeli delegation. Now, as the Thomas Cup, the match is being played in China. The latter topped Group A of the game in the thrilling match. China defeated South Korea in the match. In fact, China had a tough battle but overcame South Korea's Jeon Jin in the opening encounter. The next 2 matches were on a piece, and it was up to Lu Guangzhou to bring China over the line as he defeated Seong Hoo-woo in straight sets. Iga Swiatek won the quarterfinals of the Madrid Open by defeating Beatriz Haddad Neha. The top-ranked Swiatek was up 4-1 in the first set, but the 14th-ranked Brazilian rallied. Swiatek regained control in the final 2 sets to defeat Haddad Neha. Also note that Swiatek is now in the semi-finals and will face 8th-seeded Ons Jabeur, who's a former champion. The Madrid Open is the only high-profile European day tournament that Swiatek is yet to emerge victorious in. And from the world of entertainment then, Met Gala is just around the corner, and so are the Tony Awards, with nomination lists out. However, more updates have come on the sexual assault case that involves French actor Gerald, where criminal charges have been pressed against him. All that and more in a quick entertainment wrap this morning. French actor Gala, known for his iconic roles as on screen, is set to face a criminal trial this October over alleged sexual assaults that reportedly occurred on the sets of a film way back in 2021. Now, despite maintaining his innocence, the 75-year-old actor was detained for questioning by the Parisian police earlier this week, which also marked a significant development in the ongoing legal saga. The lawyer of the actor refrained from providing further commentary to press following his client's release from custody. Also note that according to the Paris Public Prosecutor's Office, the trial will center on accusations of sexual assault purportedly committed against the two women during the filming of The Green Shutters. The most awaited Met Gala now is all set to take place on 6th of May, with just a week left until the event. Anticipation is now reaching fever pitch across the internet. The most asked question being, will Blake Lively, hailed as the reigning queen of the gala, manage to surpass her own legendary fashion moments? This year's theme, the Garden of Time, promises to inspire a breathtaking array of celebrity interpretations with an esteemed guest list, which also includes luminaries like Zendaya, Jennifer Lopez and Christian Hemsworth, among others. The theatrical world is also abuzz with excitement following the recent unveiling of the Tony Awards 2024 nominations. Leading the pack are two groundbreaking Broadway productions, which are Hell's Kitchen and Stereophonic, each earning an impressive 13 nominations. Also important to note here that this year's nominations also reflect a historic surge in recognition for female talent, with a record number of women nominated for the coveted title of the Best Director. Meanwhile, in a heartening development for the royal family, King Charles III has now embarked on a triumphant return to public duties. Following a challenging period that was marked by his battle against cancer, the monarch, whose absence from official engagements was necessitated by his ongoing treatment, made poignant comeback this week, and this with a visit to a cancer treatment charity. Now, note this marks his first formal public appearance since the month of February, when Buckingham Palace announced his temporary withdrawal from public life owing to his ill health. The fashion enthusiasts were treated to a captivating showcase as iconic designer Ralph Lauren unveiled his Fall Holiday 2024 collection in a uniquely intimate setting. Lauren opted to debut his latest creations in cozy confines of his New York City design studio, drawing inspiration from his seminal 1972 presentation, where he famously showcased his women wear line in his own office. The designer embraced a minimalistic aesthetic that captivated attendees who were present. Among the star-studded audience included luminaries such as Glenn Close, Jessica Chastain and Kerry Washington, among others, each adorned in Ralph Lauren's timeless designs. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition, but do not go anywhere, as news and updates to continue from the nation and across the world on the other side of this very short break. Also tracking on the other side the latest from across the nation and specifically from the world of sports and entertainment.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर. ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड, जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन. ओरिएंट PLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस.
चल हो जा शुरू.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जब आज़ादी हासिल हुई थी तो उसमें महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था कि आज़ादी के लिए कांग्रेस के झंडों के तले हमने संघर्ष किया है। अब भारत को आज़ादी मिल गई है, लोकतंत्र की बहाली हो गई है, इसलिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को भंग कर देना चाहिए, इसको समाप्त कर देना चाहिए। लेकिन कांग्रेस के लोगों ने महात्मा गांधी की इस बात को नहीं माना। अब हमारे देश की जनता कांग्रेस को समाप्त कर देने पर पूरी तरह से आमादा है, मेरा ऐसा पक्का विश्वास है।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV. I am Suesha Sawant.
इनकम टैक्स को लेकर हमारी शुगर मिल 90 के दशक से परेशान थी और ये कद्दावर नेता दिल्ली में बैठे थे। मैं गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री था, चिट्ठियां लिख रखता था, मिलकर के बताता था, लेकिन 2014 से पहले ये कद्दावर नेता का डिपार्टमेंट होने के बावजूद भी शुगर मिल की इनकम टैक्स की समस्या का समाधान नहीं किया। जब मोदी को सेवा करने का मौका मिला तो हमने उसका समाधान कर दिया।
जब आज़ादी हासिल हुई थी तो उसमें महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था कि आज़ादी के लिए कांग्रेस के झंडों के तले हमने संघर्ष किया है। अब भारत को आज़ादी मिल गई है, लोकतंत्र की बहाली हो गई है, इसलिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को भंग कर देना चाहिए, इसको समाप्त कर देना चाहिए। लेकिन कांग्रेस के लोगों ने महात्मा गांधी की इस बात को नहीं माना। अब हमारे देश की जनता कांग्रेस को समाप्त कर देने पर पूरी तरह से आमादा है, मेरा ऐसा पक्का विश्वास है।
Hello and good morning. I'm Ginny Narula and this is Shivangi Shukla. Welcome back to Republic TV, where we have been tracking the latest news and updates from across the nation and around the world. It's Big News Day with Prime Minister Modi raising the temperature on battleground with a mega home state campaign, while Union Home Minister Shah will visit Hubballi to meet Neha Hiremat's family.
Well, that is right, Guinea. I'm Shivangi Shukla. We will look into the major updates coming in on the ongoing U.S. students' protest in support of Palestine. The story is getting bigger and bigger, Guinea, as reports of students taking over campus buildings in universities like Columbia are pouring in, and the Biden administration has finally broken its silence on the matter. All that and much more from the world of business, sports, entertainment. But first up, as usual, Guinea, the headlines we are tracking.
Yes, of course. Congress takes a Sanatan route ahead of elections. Digvijay Singh says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma.
As India demands justice for Neha Hiremat, Home Minister Shah to meet family in Hubballi.
President to visit Ram Mandir. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence, rallies, caste theory now.
Article 370 hearing in top court. All eyes on the big hearing.
Pakistan plays its most dangerous game in Afghanistan, sends Lashkar preachers to radicalize Kabul residents.
And despite crackdown on pro-Palestinians, showdown continues across campuses in the U.S. Viewers, let's go to the top story tracking this morning. In Karnataka, widespread protest and massive backlash over the sex scandal allegation forced the JDS to suspend Prajwal Revanna from the party. But he continues to be on the run with little to no information about his whereabouts. And Republic has now accessed exclusive details in the case. Guinea.
Yes, absolutely, Shivangi. While investigation is underway by the SIT, even as allegations and counter-allegations continue, scathing claims have now come to light. BJP leader G. Devaraja Gowda and Karthik, the former driver of Prajwal Revanna, has now accused each other of leaking the sex scandal videos. SIT has also served notice to HD Revanna and Prajwal Revanna, asking them to appear before the SIT. While one team is collecting statements of the victims, the other is trying to locate the source of the leak. Joining us is my colleague Prajwal from Hubballi. A very good morning to you, Prajwal. Now, we of course know that Prajwal Revanna is on the run, and do we know anything about the source of the leak and his whereabouts?
Driver of Prajwal Revanna and HD Revanna, whose name is Karthik. And in fact, even Republic also spoke exclusively to Devaraja Gowda, the BJP leader also, who is now being accused of the leak. Because so far it is being stated that this particular videos, all these videos came in from Karthik, and he handed over a pen drive as well as other digital documents to Devaraja Gowda, who is also a lawyer as well. And this was the very same Devaraja Gowda who had raised this issue on the 8th of December in 2023, asking the BJP High Command not to give a ticket to Prajwal Revanna because they were already in an alliance with the JDS for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. So therefore now both of them are blaming each other, stating that this particular video has been leaked by each other. And also Devaraja Gowda calls this a political conspiracy and states that Karthik had not only approached him, but also he had gone on to approach other Congress leaders, and it was the Congress government which was in power, and therefore the Congress government waited for the elections to to be announced, and are basically using this as a tool to tarnish the image. But whatsoever the allegations mentioned are absolutely true is what Devraj Gowda is stating. And now more of when it comes to the investigation, yes, there is already a notice which has been served to HD Revanna and Prajwal Revanna. Prajwal Revanna has not been able to collect the notice in person because he is in Frankfurt in Germany as well, and therefore the SIT has asked both HD Revanna and Prajwal Revanna to appear before them for investigations too. And basically the investigation is going on in three terms, because first and foremost,
well, we seem to have lost contact with Prajwal, but of course the SIT team is investigating, and they're also questioning the women who have accused Prajwal Revanna of sexual exploitation. Meanwhile, he is on the run, and the team is also trying to locate as to where is Prajwal Revanna. Now, the investigation is underway by the SIT, and the allegations and counter-allegations continue. Scathing claims have also come to light. BJP leader G. Devraj Gowda and Kartik, the former driver of Prajwal Revanna, have accused each other of leaking the sex scandal. Some are even calling it politically motivated right ahead of the polls. Now, SIT has served notice to HD Revanna and Prajwal Revanna, asking them to appear before the SIT.
Right. And Guinea, we see that both the father and the son have been booked under IPC sections 354A, sexual abuse, 354D, stalking, 506, threat, 509, insult caused to the modesty of a woman, and the FIR was referred to the SIT led by B.K. Singh, the Additional Director General of Police, Criminal Investigation Department. They have formed the probe that they will be probing this alleged sex scandal involving Prajwal Revanna after many explicit videos were in circulation.
Well, we'll get you Bharat a 2-minute report. Viewers, let's have a look at that.
Delhi police has asked Telangana CM ready to join the probe in the doctored video case of Home Minister Amit Shah. According to sources, the police has served notices to 5 people, including Reddy. Reddy, who's also the Telangana Congress chief, has been asked to appear with his mobile phone, which was allegedly used for posting the fake video on X.
Well, days after brutal killing of college student Neha Hiramat by her former classmate Fayaz, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to meet the family of Neha. Neha Hiramat is the daughter of Congress collector Niranjan Hiramat.
President Draupadi Murmu will visit Ayodhya today to pay the respects and obeisance to the Ram Mandir. This will be the first visit to the temple. During her stay in Ayodhya, she will make darshan and aarti at the Sri Hanuman Gadi temple, Prabhu Sri Ram temple and other temples, and perform Saryu Puja.
General Secretary of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Champat Rai called Rahul Gandhi's claims baseless after he claimed that President Draupadi Murmu was not invited to Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Lalla because she is an Adivasi. Champat Rai said that both President Murmu and former President Ramnath Kovind were invited to the Pran Pratishtha, and so were people from SC, ST and other backward class groups.
Former Maharashtra CM and Shiv Sena UBT chief Uddhav Thackeray, along with party MLA Aditya Thackeray and other party leaders, paid tribute to those who sacrificed their lives for the Samyukta Maharashtra movement. Uddhav Thackeray said that it's their duty to pay courtesy to those who have laid down their lives for Mumbai.
The Supreme Court would today review the validity of abrogation of Article 370 of the Constitution, which granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. The Apex Court had upheld the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir constituency, valid in December last year. In the national capital, the Supreme Court of India is set to review the validity of central government's 2019 decision to abrogate Article 370 of the Constitution, which granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir.
That was right, Guinea, and the Apex Court in December last year had upheld the abrogation of 370 in Jammu and Kashmir constitutionally valid. A top court has directed the Election Commission to hold elections in Kashmir by 30th September 2024. Let's cut across to Aravat joining us live from Lal Chowk in Srinagar to know more about the situation on the ground. I'm coming across to you, Aravat. The reconsideration petition has been filed in the Supreme Court of India concerning the revocation of Article 370. Let's take us through what we can expect today, as all eyes and the focus will be on the Supreme Court hearing.
Important day today, the Supreme Court of India is set to review the validity of central government's 2019 decision to abrogate the Article 370 Constitution, which granted a special status to Jammu and Kashmir. Please seeking the review of the judgment where the court upheld the validity of the decision is scheduled to her today. So it's going to be an important day today. That decision, which has came some 4 months ago. After that, some Kashmir-based politicians have filed a petition. If we'll talk about the Kashmir-based politicians or some advocates, the Apex Court in December last year had upheld the abrogation of Article 370 in J&K constitutionally valid. The top court has also directed to Election Commission of India to do the elections in the Kashmir before the 30th September. After that, it's going to be an important day today. In fact, all eyes on hearing today what it's gonna come. All politicians have from the yesterday has starting doing the tweets and all about today's decision. So it's gonna an important day today. All eyes to be on the Supreme Court's hearing. Yes.
All right. Aravat is getting us top details. Remember, viewers, that when the Indian government led by Home Minister Amit Shah introduced Jammu and Kashmir Organization Bill in the Rajya Sabha on August 5th, 2019, the bill, which was promptly passed by both houses of parliament, received the president's assent by August 9th, led to the bifurcation of the state into two union territories, Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. Thank you so much for joining us with all the details, Aravat. We will be keeping a very close eye on the story, viewers. In more news from Jammu and Kashmir, a mega anti-terror operation is underway for the fourth day straight. Joint operation by Northern Command and Western Command of Indian Army along with Jammu and Kashmir Police is on the ground as Udhampur operation has now entered day 4.
Right, Shivangi, and special forces from Northern Command and Western Command of Indian Army inducted in the operation. Furthermore, UAVs, drones inducted into operation. Let's cut across live to Gursimran. Well, actually, we are trying to connect to Gursimran, but viewers, just to tell you that special forces from the Northern Command and Western Command of the Indian Army have been inducted in the mega anti-terror operation, which is underway for the fourth straight day. Now, remember, viewers, one official had lost his life a couple of days back, and the anti-terror operation is underway. Joint operation by Northern Command and Western Command of the Indian Army, along with Jammu and Kashmir Police, is on ground.
Right, Guinea. And we know that a massive search operation is also underway to flush out the terrorists who are believed to have recently infiltrated from Pakistan. Of course, we'll be joined by our colleagues very soon on the ground, because our colleague Gursimran Guinea has been on the ground getting us all the top details. But right now, we're tracking this story coming in where there has been a mega crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir, viewers. And let's go, in fact, to Gursimran Guinea. Gursimran has joined us live from the ground.
Gursimran, now it's the fourth straight day, and we know that one official had lost his life. How is the operation progressing? We know that the weather is also bad there. So how is the operation progressing? Is there any headway in the operation?
Yeah, good morning, Guinea. And if you speak of the operation has now entered the day 4, but the operation has shifted. The operation started from the Basantgarh area of the Udhampur district, but now it has shifted to the Daggar area, which is a far-flung area in the Bani Tehsil of the Kathua district. The senior officials are camping on the ground, and the terrain of this area is very much similar, because these hills, which I'll request Sarjeevan to show you, that these hills connect with the Udhampur districts, and that's why this is really very challenging. unique. This is one of the rarest operations where the Northern Command of the Indian Army as well as the Western Command of the Indian Army, both the commands of the Indian Army are operating in collaboration with each other, and also the Jammu and Kashmir police has been deployed in large numbers. The special operations group, the top officials are camping on the ground. So this is going to be a mega operation because the terrorists have infiltrated from Pakistan. The terrorists are highly trained terrorists. They have their sophisticated weapons with them, be it the M4 carbines or the AK-47 automatic rifles. Now the searches have been extended in the area, and what we are picking up from the sources that more and more special forces are being inducted in the operation. In next couple of hours, the forces will also be encircling the upper reaches of the Daggar and the Kindli area where the terrorists movement was traced last evening, because the terrorists are moving from within this area only. They are not moving towards the Doda side. However, the operations in the Doda too have been intensified. The DIG of the Doda Kishtwad Ramban region, he himself is monitoring the operations. This operation is typically a challenging one for the security forces because they have to operate in the area which is really a dense forested area, and operating in the dense forest with the terrorists that are trained for the jungle warfare is a major challenge. Now the UAVs, the drones, along with the sniper dogs, everyone has been pressed into the action by the security forces so that the terrorist can be traced at an earliest.
Right. And Gursimran, as the operation is on, this is a mega operation, of course. We know that many terrorists, now if you could take us through how many number of terrorists are there that are still hiding in the forest areas. Now, that area is quite difficult terrain-wise. They are thick jungles, big slopes, and they are giving cover to these hiding terrorists. So that is also a big factor when it comes to this operation, Gursimran.
Yes, if to speak of the numbers, there are two groups of terrorists that are active. The terrorists are 3 to 4 because for what was traced at earliest, it was the number 4. One might be some local guide that is traveling with these terrorists, so probably 3 terrorists for the Pakistani terrorists. Now the security forces are looking into forward and backward linkages, because what has happened that there are 2 groups active in the area. Activity of 2 groups in the same area means that if the operation is to be launched, both the groups location have to be with the agencies, because if you miss a single group, then there will be damage to on side, and that's why the operation is taking long. We are already into the 4th day of the operation, and it is expected that in next 24 to 48 hours there will be a click. The officials are really hopeful that in the Kathua district only right now, where we are reporting from, this side only, there will be a click in the operation, as the terrorists have changed their destination. Earlier they were heading towards Shajla in the Doda district, but now they are heading back towards Machedi, Kindli and the area of Daggar. That's why the operations are being intensified, and we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero right after this short break.
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी
Today is an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement.
Welcome back. You're watching This Morning. I'm Shivangi with my colleague Ginny. Lok Sabha elections progress through different phases, and both the BJP and the Congress are leveling allegations of polarization and vote bank politics. In the latest, it's the Congress leader Digvijay Singh who has raised eyebrows through his latest election. In fact, as of course we see that we keep covering this story very closely. Ginny, go ahead and take us through, what the latest is.
Right, Shivangi, not just this, in an election letter, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister has said that he was always followed the principles he has rather been following the principles of Sanatan. He further goes on to list all the pilgrimages he has held over the years in a bid to dismiss BJP's charge of him being anti-Hindu.
And remember, Digvijay Singh in the past has been pulled up by the BJP over his stance of things like saffron terror with the Congress leader, now boasting of his Sanatan traditions. BJP says this is nothing but Congress's Chunavi Hindu tactics. Take a look at this report for more.
Congress has done it again. In the latest election controversy is former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and Congress leader Digvijay Singh. Amidst the Lok Sabha elections, in an election letter in Rajgarh, from where he is set to contest, Digvijay Singh has claimed that the BJP is targeting him on religious issues without a basis, further claiming that he has always followed the principles of Sanatan Dharma and has fearlessly raised his voice for the truth. In an attempt to wrap the BJP over their stand for Sanatan, the Congress leader wrote in his election letter that he has never used his idols for votes. However, the BJP has once again alleged that this is nothing but Congress's Chunavi Hindu tactics. Digvijay Singh's letter just comes a few days after Prime Minister Modi, during his poll rally, questioned the Congress for not attending the Ram Temple's Pran Pratishtha ceremony.
वो अपने आप को राम से भी बड़ा मानते हैं, प्रभु राम से भी बड़ा मानते हैं, और उन्होंने प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के कार्यक्रम का निमंत्रण ठुकरा दिया.
Questions are being raised as to why the Congress leader has had a change of heart on Sanatan.
देखिए, मैं सनातन धर्म का पालन करने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ, अच्छा हिंदू हूँ. राम हमारे इष्ट देव हैं, सनातन धर्म का हम पालन करते हैं.
Is this another desperate attempt by the Congress leader amidst the Lok Sabha elections? Or will his appeal to be able to convince the voters in Rajgarh be successful?
So, Ginny, we are getting our viewers all the top updates coming in, especially when it comes to elections. Phase 3, which are just a few days away. Taking a very short break right now, Ginny, here. Much more coming up on the other side.
US warns Israel of Rafah invasion. Netanyahu says Israel will invade Rafah as Gaza ceasefire talks continue.
And Chinese President Xi on a 6-day visit to Europe amid trade tensions with EU, amid concerns over Russian support.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विथ रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन। ओरिएंट PLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
Hello and welcome viewers. I'm Gini Narula and this is Shivangi Shukla. You're watching The World This Morning. Now let's head straight to some international news where a lot of updates have poured in from around the world. Tensions in the Middle East remain high as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu remains adamant on an offensive in southern Gaza city of Rafah.
Meanwhile, thousands have taken to the streets in Georgia over the recently passed controversial media laws. All that and much more in a quick international segment, Guinea.
Yes, absolutely, Shivangi. But first, let's take a look at our headlines. US warns Israel of Rafah invasion. Netanyahu says Israel will invade Rafah as Gaza ceasefire talks continue.
Chinese President Xi on 6-day visit to Europe amid trade tensions with EU amid concerns over Russian support.
US reiterates commitment to raising concerns with Indian government over alleged plots to kill Khalistani terrorist Panoon, seeking accountability.
Protesters blocked Columbia University's Manhattan campus, echoing 1968 civil rights protests. Students face expulsion and suspension.
Godrej family announces ownership realignment. Group splits into two. Now, viewers, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has come out with a stern warning, saying that any attempts by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for the IDF commanders would amount to a scandal on a historical scale. Not only this, but Netanyahu also warned of an unprecedented anti-Semitic hate crime.
That is right, Agini. The Israeli PM alleged that the international bodies are considering denying the Jewish state its right to defend itself. He also urged world leaders to stand firmly against the ICC outrageous assault on Israel's inherent right of self-defense.
Yes, Shivangi. Now, remember, viewers, just a day ago, the State Department also alleged that 5 Israeli military units of committing gross human rights violations. However, the issue at hand is whether the US will refrain from providing assistance to the Israeli military unit. Let's listen in to the Israeli Prime Minister's stern warning to the International Criminal Court.
Amid speculations of crackdown on Israel over war crimes, the International Criminal Court may issue arrest warrants to the leaders of the Israeli military. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressed concerns over the arrest warrants and alleged attempts of Holocaust against Jewish people.
The International Criminal Court in The Hague is contemplating issuing arrest warrants against senior Israeli government and military officials as war criminals. This would be an outrage of historic proportions. International bodies like the ICC arose in the wake of the Holocaust committed against the Jewish people. They were set up to prevent such horrors, to prevent future genocides.
Upon the ICC arrest warrants, Netanyahu has come out with a stern warning, saying that the warrants would amount to a scandal on a historical scale.
זאת תהיה הפעם הראשונה שמאשימים בפשעי מלחמה מדינה דמוקרטית שנלחמת על חייה לפי כל כללי הדין הבינלאומי. יש הרבה כוחות שמנסים למנוע מאיתנו לעשות זאת. ולאחרונה הצטרף אליהם כוח נוסף. בית הדין הבינלאומי הפלילי בהאג. לבית הדין הזה אין לו שום סמכות על מדינת ישראל. האפשרות שהוא יוציא צווי מעצר על פשעי מלחמה נגד מפקדי צה"ל ומנהיגי המדינה, האפשרות הזאת היא שערורייה בקנה מידה היסטורי.
Netanyahu also urged the world leaders to stand firmly against the ICC's outrageous assault on Israel's inherent right to self-defense.
Israel expects the leaders of the free world to stand firmly against the ICC outrageous assault on Israel's inherent right of self-defense. We expect them to use all the means at their disposal to stop this dangerous move.
While Israel is not a member of the court and does not recognize its jurisdiction, the Palestinian territories were admitted with the status of a member state in 2015. The International Court of Justice is still investigating whether Israel has committed acts of genocide in the ongoing war in Gaza.
The Trump hush money trial takes center stage as testimony resumes and a prosecution witness sheds light on the alleged Stormy Daniels payments.
That's right. Meanwhile, Trump's blaming Biden for campus protests, but he faces his own legal troubles. He's been held in contempt and fined for violating a gag order. Here's a quick report.
In a dramatic turn of events, former President Donald Trump finds himself embroiled in legal turmoil as his hush money trial resumes in New York. The latest developments include a contempt ruling and a stern warning from the judge. The trial has seen testimony from Gary Farrow, a banker involved in opening accounts for Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, who used to facilitate payments to adult star Stormy Daniels. The charges revolve around $130,000 in payments made by Trump's company to Cohen, allegedly to bury negative stories during the 2016 presidential campaign. Prior to the trial, Trump shifted blame for campus protests calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas conflict onto President Joe Biden.
This whole country is up in arms, breaking into colleges, knocking the hell out of Columbia University. I mean, they took over. I know the building very well. They took over a building. That is a big deal. And I wonder if what's going to happen to them will be anything comparable to what happened to J6. Because they're doing a lot of destruction, a lot of damages, a lot of people getting hurt very badly. I wonder if that's going to be the same kind of treatment they gave J6.
The contempt ruling raises the specter of Trump potentially becoming the first US president to face jail time. Despite his claims of exercising free speech, the judge emphasized that willful violations of court orders will not be tolerated. As the trial enters its second week of testimony, Manhattan prosecutors continue to argue that Trump and his associates engaged in an illegal scheme to influence the 2016 election. Trump maintains his innocence.
So we're here. This is a hoax. This is a judge who's conflicted. Badly conflicted. I've never seen a judge so conflicted. And giving us virtually no rulings. I hear I'm not even allowed to say advice of counsel. This is a new one to me. Advice of counsel. When you have a lawyer and the lawyer does something or advises you on something, you say advice of counsel. He said you're not allowed to say that.
With the contempt charges looming over him, Trump faces heightened scrutiny as he navigates the complexities of a legal battle that could have far-reaching implications for his political future.
The last week has seen a massive spree of protests grip the campuses of America. The agitation that comes in the backdrop of the Israel-Hamas conflict has students taking charge in support of Palestine. Guinea.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Now, with over 200 people arrested till now, Republicans have joined the movement calling for the resignation of Columbia University president. More on this in this report.
In the latest developments, House Republicans have demanded the immediate resignation of Columbia University President Dr. Minouche Shafik, citing collapse of law and order on campus. Republic Conference Chair Representative Elise Stefanik emphasized the severity of the situation, declaring it a disgrace and vowed to hold university leadership accountable. The call for resignation comes in the wake of protesters seizing a building at Columbia University, barricading entrances and displaying a Palestinian flag. Universities across the nation are grappling with similar challenges facing encampments. Negotiations, force, and ultimatums have become strategies employed by administrators.
We desperately need, the country needs, clear moral authority. We need the President of the United States to speak to the issue and say, this is wrong. What's happening on college campuses right now is wrong. It is un-American. It is not who we are. The President seems unable or unwilling to do that.
The controversy surrounding the protests extends to accusations of anti-Semitism.
The crowd in Columbia was chanting for Hamas. They're waving Hezbollah flags, Hamas flags. Hamas endorsed the crowd in the protest within an hour before we began to speak there on Wednesday. This thing is out of control. And the administrators who are allowing this need to be removed, and we've got to get control of these campuses. End of story. And we're going to continue to call this out. We're going to continue to call it for what it is.
Critics, however, argue that these allegations are used to stifle dissent. While some protesters have been recorded making anti-Semitic remarks, organizations maintain that the movement is peaceful and aims to advocate for Palestinian rights. National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby voiced the administration's disapproval of forcibly taking over campus buildings.
The president believes that forcibly taking over a building on campus is absolutely the wrong approach. That is not an example of peaceful protest. And of course, as you rightly noted, hate speech and hate symbols also have no place in this country. A small percentage of students shouldn't be able to disrupt the academic experience, the legitimate study for the rest of the student body.
As tensions continue to mount on campuses nationwide, the situation remains fluid. Ceasefire negotiations in the Israel-Hamas conflict may impact the trajectory of the protests, but the outcome remains uncertain.
Well, New York City Mayor Eric Adams claimed Columbia University protests were co-opted by professionals outside agitators, but does not provide evidence. Students and faculty dispute this, stating that the protests were mostly student-led. Columbia has been restricting access to the building, and students occupying it could face expulsion or even suspension.
Argentine legislators approved a bill and tax package for economic and state reforms, including a regime for regularizing assets not declared to the Treasury. The basis law also included an emergency in administrative, economic, financial, and energy matters, a state reform, labor reform measures, and an incentive regime.
Columbia University's Manhattan campus had seen protesters lock arms and blockade Hamilton Hall, a building occupied during the 1968 civil rights protest. Students occupying the building faced expulsion and suspension, with some students learning they have been suspended and not allowed back on campus.
Bosnia-Herzegovina's representatives, including Serbian President and the High Representative Christian Schmidt, have clashed over interference in internal democratic processes affecting political consensus and progress towards EU membership. The meeting aimed to address ethnic division and the need for economic, judicial, and political reforms. European Union leaders agreed to open membership negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Haiti's Transitional Council had chosen former sports minister Fritz as the country's prime minister amidst stifling violence. The council, led by former presidential candidate Edgar Leblanc, has been tasked with establishing a stable new government amidst a country plagued by gang violence. The transitional government faces a significant challenge.
Metro train and University of Southern California shuttle bus collided in Los Angeles, causing at least 55 injuries, 2 critical conditions, 16 others to be transported in fair condition. The bus crossed into the train's path, resulting in such a devastation. Let's move ahead, Guinea, right now to the other story we're tracking. This is a big and a dangerous game that Pakistan is playing in Afghanistan, where in this story, in a video, Axis Lashkar preachers can be seen radicalizing residents in Kabul, Guinea.
Yes, Shivangi, and Pakistan is indeed playing its most dangerous game. The Lashkar terrorists are teaching Urdu and preaching terror to the residents in Kabul. Our Islamabad correspondent Kaswar is joining us from Islamabad. A very good morning to you, Kaswar. Now, Lashkar terrorists, a video has been accessed that Lashkar preachers are seen radicalizing the residents in Kabul. They are actually teaching them Urdu. And could you take us, what more have you picked up on this?
Well, thank you very much for having me. Very good morning to both of you. Well, according to our sources, a number of people have been reported from Islamabad to Kabul and there is no denying that these people are actually radicalizing the residents of Kabul as well. Remember that Pakistan have been having very close relationship with Taliban as well, and whether Pakistan accept it or deny it, but this is reality. And if you keep in your mind the events during last 3-4 months, there has been reports that Pakistan has lost grip over the Taliban as well, and there has been protest against Pakistan by the residents of Kabul as well. So in the background of it, there has been reports that a mission have been sent over there to radicalize the people of the Kabul as well. But the thing is, Pakistan on the official forum has not accept or denied. But the visuals are there. We are getting reports from over there that Pakistan is desperately trying to move the residents of the Kabul in its favor as well. Remember that during the last couple of months, there have been tussles there have been exchange of firing between the armies of Taliban and Pakistan armed forces of the border as well. Even border have been closed for a couple of weeks as well. This all led to Pakistan thinking that this is the right time to radicalize the people of Afghanistan over there. But on the other hand, what we are getting from our official sources is that the Pakistan has not denied or accepted, and definitely Pakistan cannot accept it, and they will never ever accept that the mission have been sent from Pakistan to Kabul. It's really a big story. We are closing in on it as well. But according to preliminary reports, Pakistan is really worried about what's happening in Kabul, and the residents of Kabul have actually turned against Pakistan's stance as well. So it could be an attempt by the Pakistani side to pacify the people of Kabul, as we have seen that they are preaching Urdu. Pashto is being spoken over there. That's common. But when it's come to Urdu, it is new thing as well. But officials in Pakistan have not accepted that any mission have been sent or any group have been sent from Islamabad to Kabul.
Okay, Kaswar, thank you for joining us with all the details coming in. This is very, very shocking because these so-called preachers, which are affiliated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, they're radicalizing residents and especially school children of Kabul. So that is one of the top stories we are focusing on right now. Let's move ahead right now to other stories we're tracking, especially after a short break, Guinea. We have much more coming up, especially what is happening in the world of business.
Absolutely, Shivangi, but just stay tuned as we give you a quick check as to what's coming up next. Chinese President Xi on 6-day visit to Europe amid trade tensions with EU amid concerns over Russian support.
And US reiterates commitment to raising concerns with Indian government over alleged plot to kill Khalistani terrorist Pannu, seeking accountability.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Welcome to World This Morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla and I have Guinea. And as we promised to our viewers, Guinea, we will tell our viewers what is happening in the world of business. The US Federal Reserve's meeting entered its second day with anticipation centered on how it will address persistent inflationary pressures.
That's right, Shivangi. And now US stocks ended lower on Tuesday's markets, weighed economic data showing rising labor costs and deteriorating consumer confidence in the day of a key Federal Reserve policy meeting to decide the direction of interest rates. Now we have Rajat joining us on this from the business desk. Let's cut across live. Over to you, Rajat. Rajat, also take us through the key takeaways from this meeting.
So Guinea, as we know, that Federal Open Market Committee meeting of the US Federal Reserve started yesterday, and the takeaways of the meeting will be declared soon when the Jerome Powell will address a press gathering after the Fed meeting that will conclude today. So what is likely to happen in this meeting? Obviously, there are no chances of any rate cut to be announced this time, but there are 2-3 things that are being washed out by the global economy. One is a change in stance by the Jerome Powell, US Fed chair, because earlier the stance taken by the US Fed chairman Jerome Powell was a dovish. That means he was in favor and inclined towards lowering interest rate and key benchmark interest rates in US. And remember, the benchmark interest rate and Fed fund rate currently at 5.25% to 5.50% is highest in last 23 years in American history. So that is one. So earlier the stance was to reduce the rates. That was a dovish stance. But in this meeting, the entire world, global economy is watching out for the change in stance from dovish to hawkish. So when we say hawkish, that means that the US Fed this time will give some indication at that there are no chances of rate cut anytime soon. And when we are saying that no chances of rate cut anytime soon, that is driven by two important factors. One is that a US growth which is slowing down, and the recently came data in the Q1 shows that US economy grew at 1.6%, which was lowest, which is lower than the estimated by the analyst and the street. Also, the second thing that is driving the postponing and the pushing back of the rate cut is the inflation. Stubbornly high inflation above 2% of the US Fed target. And just to give you the context, US inflation, which is personal consumption expenditure, the key gauge of US Fed to cut rate, was somewhere around 2.7%. So again, higher than 2%. And also the core inflation, which strips out volatile products like food and fuel, was at 2.8%. So again, the number is above 2%. And when we talk about the CPI in the month of March, that was 3.5%. So if you will look at all these numbers, they are above the 2% target of the US Fed. So obviously this gives reason to Jerome Powell not to cut the rates. And the last time when the US Fed meeting happened in the March, the Jerome Powell came out, like the US Fed in its dot plot, which show the intention of the US Fed to cut the rates, said that this year they may cut thrice. The rate cut may continue for 3 times in this year, but because of a stubbornly high inflation, the possibility of cutting rates have been pushed somewhere around September. Earlier it was expected the US Fed will start cutting rates from June or May this year, but now that possibility has been pushed to September or October, and in some analysts and experts are going to the extent and saying that there will be no rate cuts this time because the US economy is slowing down. The inflation is persistently above the target of 2%. So obviously, this meeting is not about the rate cuts. This meeting is about the word-to-word scrutinization of what Mr. Jerome Powell is going to speak and all the future indication and forward guidance the US Fed Chair Jerome Powell is going to provide in the press briefing, Guinea.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us there. Rajat, getting us top updates coming in from the world of business. At this point of our Guinea, let's go ahead and take our viewers through all the other stories we're tracking when it comes to what's happening in the worlds of economics, business. This is our business wrap.
Absolutely, Shivangi. Now, Adani family increases stake in Ambuja Cements. Adani family has further invested in Ambuja Cements, increasing their stake to 70.3%. This infusion of 20,000 crore rupees will help Ambuja double its capacity to 140 million tons per annum by 2028. The company says this investment will strengthen its financial position and allow it to pursue ambitious growth plans. Ambuja Cements is the flagship cement and building materials company under the Adani portfolio.
Reserve Bank of India has announced the expansion of its operational risk management guidelines to encompass non-banking financial companies, including house financing companies. Central Bank of India has stressed the need for operational resilience for regulated entities, saying that disruptions can not only jeopardize the viability of these entities, but also impact customers, market participants, and overall financial stability. Experts say that such disruptions may stem from various factors such as IT threats, business disruptions, frauds, and natural disasters. Well, Guinea, that's what we had right now, but we have many more updates coming up. We have the Morning Express with our colleagues, and we will go into live and breaking later on in the day. So let's give our viewers a quick look at what to expect next.
Absolutely, Shivangi. As India demands justice for Neha Hiramat, Home Minister Shah to meet family in Hubballi.
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन। ओरिएंट PLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
यूँ समझ लो कि ये गांव बसा है जब से, मतलब ये आज तक समस्या दूर ही नहीं हो रही है खारी पानी की।
कोई भी पार्टी आती है वोट मांगने सब चले आते हैं भाई साहब, जिससे कहते हैं आश्वासन दे जाते हैं। आज तक किसी ने पानी की कोई समस्या सॉल्व ही नहीं की है।
हाँ, आश्वासन दे के चले जाते हैं कि हम आएंगे, अगली बार कराएंगे, ये कराएंगे, आपके विकास करा देंगे। यहाँ कुछ भी विकास नहीं होता, यहाँ काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत है बहुत।
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage.
A very good morning to all our viewers. I'm Suesha Sawant. Joining me is Samiksha Srivastava. Welcome back to Republic TV as we get you updates that we've been tracking this morning from across the nation and around the world. It's a big news day with Prime Minister Narendra Modi raising the temperatures in battleground with a mega home state campaign, while Union Home Minister Amit Shah will visit Hubballi to meet with Neha Hiremat's family, and all eyes will be on what happens in that meeting. Samiksha.
Well, absolutely, Suesha. And we will also be looking at updates that we are tracking on the ongoing US students' protest in support of Palestine. In fact, note, the story has only been getting bigger by the day with reports of students taking over campus buildings in universities like Columbia are pouring in, and the Biden administration, in fact, has finally broken its silence. All that and more from the world of business, sports and entertainment. But first, as always, with the headlines.
Yes. Congress takes the Sanatan route ahead of the elections. Digvijay Singh says that he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma.
As India demands justice for Neha Hiremat, Home Minister Amit Shah to meet family in Hubballi.
President to visit Ram Mandir. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence. Rallies caste theory now.
Top court set to review a validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing in the top court.
Pakistan plays its most dangerous game in Afghanistan. Sends Lashkar preachers to radicalize Kabul residents.
Despite crackdown on pro-Palestinians, showdown continues across campuses in the US.
first up, Samiksha, this morning we cut across to the biggest story we are tracking because in the national capital, the Supreme Court of India is all set to review the validity of central government's 2019 decision to abrogate Article 370 of the Constitution, which granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, that's right, Suesha. And also to note that the Supreme Court last time around, in fact, in the last hearing, which happened in December last year, had upheld the abrogation of Article 370 in J&K constitutionally valid. In fact, the top court had even directed the Election Commission to hold elections in Kashmir by 30th of September this year. So expecting those elections to take place in J&K. In fact, Suesha, on that note, let's also cut across to Arawat as well as Simran, who've been tracking the latest on that. First to Simran, who's joining us live from outside the top court. Simran, of course, a lot of arguments to be made in top court today. But first up, give us a lowdown of what the Supreme Court had said in the last hearing, making it amply clear that J&K was and will always remain an integral part of India.
Well, definitely, as rightly said, the Supreme Court in December last year had upheld the constitutional validity of scrapping the Article 370 of Jammu and Kashmir, which actually conferred the special status. But right now, what is important to track as the day progresses from today is that review petitions had been filed last year which challenged the decision of the apex court, and out of the 23 review petitions that were filed, 16 were also heard. And it is also today that out of the prestigious and eminent personalities that had actually filed the review petitions, which also included the Jammu and Kashmir High Court Bar Association, PDP, and also several other leaders, including the Jammu and Kashmir People's Movement. The review petition hearing will be taking place in the Supreme Court, and the arguments definitely were raised in restoring the Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. It was in December last year that the court had said that the Jammu and Kashmir, the status of the Article 370 will be revoked, and it was divided into two UTs. It also, as you also said, pointed out that elections will be held in Jammu and Kashmir by September this year. So very important to track that what actually goes into the hearing. But let me also give you a very important point that the hearing will take place in closed chambers, and the order will be coming by noon or evening in the very case of the constitutional validity of the Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely. And Simran, do stay on with us as we also bring in Arawat into this conversation. Arawat, lots has been said vis-a-vis whether violence will occur in the valley given the abrogation of Article 370. There will be disturbances, and that narrative has always been pushed. But fact is that the naysayers have been proven wrong, and barring a couple of incidents, by and large the security situation has been largely under control. To come to you to get a sense ahead of this hearing of what the mood is like on the ground and how the security apparatus is planned.
Yeah, absolutely. If we'll talk before the abrogation of Article 370, there used to be the violence in the Kashmir Valley. If we will talk about stone pelting and many terror operations in the Kashmir Valley. After the abrogation of Article 370, there is no stone pelting in the Kashmir Valley and no hartal. After that, the ground situation is absolutely calm right now, and preparations is going on for the elections, and youth is ready to cast their vote for the development of the Kashmir Valley. But we have seen many times that how some agencies from the Pakistan bases who try to create disturbance in Kashmir Valley, but things are very calm after the abrogation of Article 370 coming to point. As Simran was pointing out, today is gonna be a big day, and the Supreme Court hearing will be in the afternoon, or the decision will come by the evening. So all eyes will be on the decision of the Supreme Court. All security arrangements in the Kashmir Valley are absolutely calm. Things have taken place, and election preparations are going very smooth. So there is no reaction from the Kashmir-based politicians as of now regarding today's hearing, which is take place in the Delhi today. Yes.
Oh yes, absolutely. Aravat and Simran, we want to thank you for speaking to us this morning and getting us these important details ahead of the hearing. Of course, we wait and watch what the top court has to say. In the meanwhile, we shift our focus to the other top stories we are tracking this morning, Samiksha, as the focus is also on Jammu and Kashmir, where a mega anti-terror operation is underway. This is for the 4th straight day that the operation continues, and this joint operation by the Northern Command and Western Command of the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police on the ground, as this Udhampur operation is now been going on for 4 straight days despite the challenges that our forces face.
Well, that's right, Suyesh. And talking specifically about this operation, which has been happening for 4 straight days, special forces from the Northern Command and Western Command of the Indian Army have been inducted in this operation. In fact, not just this, Suyesh, we understand that UAVs and drones have also been are also part of this operation. So UAVs and drones also being used. On that note, Suyesha, let's go across to Gursimran, who's been tracking the anti-terror operations across J&K for that matter all these days. Gursimran, if you can once again talk us through how this special operation is very significant, given that this comes at a crucial time when infiltrations have been on the rise, at a time when Lok Sabha polls are underway in the country.
Yeah, good morning, Suesha. And right now we are on to the day 4th of the operation. We are reporting from the Daggar area where the operation is underway. And now this operation is being intensified, not only in the Udhampur from where it started in the Basantgarh area, but it has now panned to the Daggar area of the Kathua district. If I'll request Sarjeevan, he can show you the terrain of the area, then you will get an idea that how tough this terrain is to operate. This operation, if we speak, is being jointly carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and probably for the first time it has happened that the 2 commands of the Indian Army, the Western Command and the Northern Command, both are operating for a single operation. If we speak of this operation, the special forces have already been inducted, and how these areas, they are acting as a natural hideout for these terrorists, that Sarjeevan is showing you, because these kind of natural rocks that are here, they simply give cover for the terrorists to hide in the area, and that makes it really very challenging for the security forces, because this entire stretch is of these big boulders lying there, and also the tough terrain. On the other side, if Sarjeevan can show you a 360-degree view, then we will be able to show you that the mountains in the upper reaches, they have received heavy snowfall last night, and also day before yesterday there was heavy snowfall in the upper reaches. That is making the operation really very challenging. What we are picking up from the sources that a hideout where the terrorists were staying has been busted. However, the details are emerging, and in next couple of minutes we will be in a position to share more details about this operation that is underway. But yes, a mega operation is underway as we speak, as the Northern Command, the Western Command and the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the CRPF is carrying out this massive operation on the ground zero, so as to eliminate those group of terrorists. 2 groups of terrorists are active in the area. Each group is having 3 to 4 terrorists. That is what we are getting to know. And also what we are picking up from the sources, that these terrorists have recently infiltrated in the 3rd week of the April and still roaming in the area. Their main target was the Shajla area of the Doda. However, after getting intercepted, they have changed their routes, and now they are moving from the Machedi to Rinda and to the Daggar area.
Oh yes, absolutely, good Simran, and we do understand that this operation entails a lot of challenges, Samiksha. Having said that, we will wait for until you can share further information on this operation. For the moment, thank you for joining us. And Samiksha, as we shift our focus to what is happening in Karnataka, where it is a huge political day with Home Minister Amit Shah, who is all set to lead the campaign blitz of the Saffron Party in the state. Home Minister who will visit Hubballi and Dharwad to campaign for this party amid rising tensions in the state over the law and order situation. And do tell us, Samiksha, what is lined up in Hubballi for the Home Minister?
Well, absolutely, Suyesha. And this visit of Union Home Minister will be significant in more than one ways, given that the Union Home Minister will also be meeting the family of Neera Hiramat, whose murder note has stirred quite an outrage among the masses in Karnataka, given that there's been a lack of action on part of the state police. Suyesha.
Oh yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at this report.
The battle for Karnataka is heating up as the remaining 14 of the 28 seats in the state gear up for polling in the 3rd phase of the Lok Sabha elections on May 7th. After visits from top BJP leaders including Prime Minister Modi, all eyes are set on Home Minister Amit Shah, who is set to hold a mega poll rally in Hubli today. The Home Minister's visit comes at a critical juncture. 2 weeks have passed since the murder of Neha Hiremat, daughter of Congress councillor who was brutally murdered on her college campus by a former classmate in an alleged case of love jihad.
आपने कहा है कि जो फयाज के पेरेंट्स हैं, आपने कहा है कि उनकी भी अरेस्ट होनी चाहिए क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा था कि आपकी बेटी को इस्लाम में कन्वर्ट करने को या तो कन्वर्ट करे या फिर मार डाले। ये बात आप क्यों कह रहे हैं? क्या सच है? क्या ये बात आपने कही है और आपको ये खबर कहाँ से मिली है निरंजन जी?
ये घटनाएं होने के लिए अपने बेटे के ऊपर प्रेशर आया है और वो डिप्रेशन में चली गई। अभी मैंने तहकीकात किया अपना पर्सनल लिंक के ऊपर, तो मेरे को सभी लोग इन्वॉल्व है। रिलीजन का दबाव से ज़्यादा वो पहला प्यार करने के लिए दबाव था, उसको प्रेशर कर रही थी। प्रेशर क्यों कर रही थी?
The BJP in the state has been on the offensive on the case against the ruling Congress for its inaction in the case, calling it appeasement politics.
हुबली में एक बेटी को एक के बाद एक चाकू के घाव मार दिए जाए, वो दृश्य देखकर हर किसी का दिल दहल गया। लेकिन यहां की पूरी सरकार वोट बैंक को बचाने के बेटी के सम्मान पर ही हमला करने में जुट गई। तुष्टीकरण के लिए कांग्रेस किसी भी हद को पार कर सकती है।
Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to meet the family of Neha Hiremat during his visit to Hubli. The visit would be the second high-profile meet of a top BJP leader with the Hiremat family. After BJP's national president JP Nadda also visited the family during his visit last week. During his last visit to the state, Home Minister Amit Shah had launched a scathing attack on the Congress on its competency to maintain law and order in the state.
बेंगलुरु में धमाके हो रहे हैं और दूसरी ओर अभी मुझे खबर मिली कि कर्नाटक में एसडीपीआई ने कांग्रेस को समर्थन दिया है। अगर ये बात सही है तो कर्नाटक की जनता कांग्रेस की सरकार में सुरक्षित रह सकती है क्या?
All eyes are set on how the Home Minister's visit will impact the upcoming polling in Karnataka.
Oh yes, absolutely. So we'll continue to bring you up to speed with what happens in Karnataka today vis-a-vis Amit Shah's visit. Meanwhile, Samiksha, we also take a quick check of the other top stories we are tracking in brief this morning.
Well, absolutely. So the top stories this morning, Delhi police has asked Telangana Chief Minister ready to join probe in a doctored video case of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, according to sources, the police has served notices to 5 people, including Reddy, who is also Telangana Congress chief. He has been asked to appear with his mobile phone, which was allegedly used for posting the fake video on X.
Days after the brutal killing of college student Neha Hiremat by her former classmate Fayaz, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is all set to meet her family in Karnataka today. Neha Hiremat is the daughter of Congress collector Niranjan Hiremat.
President Draupadi Murmu will visit Ayodhya today to pay obeisance at the Ram Mandir. This will be not her first visit to the temple. During her stay in Ayodhya, the President will be making darshan and aarti at Hanuman Gadi Temple, Prabhu Sri Ram Temple and Kuber Tila among others, and also perform the Saryu Puja. Her visit comes at a time when Congress MP Rahul Gandhi claimed that she was not invited to the temple's Pran Pratishtha ceremony on 22nd of January.
General Secretary of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra, Champat Rai, said that Rahul Gandhi claims are absolutely baseless. This after he had said that President Draupadi Murmu was not invited to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Lalla because she is an Adivasi. Champat Rai said that both President Murmu and former President Ramnath Kovind were invited to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and so were people from SC, ST and OBC groups.
हमें श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट का महामंत्री होने के नाते, ट्रस्टी होने के नाते राहुल जी के इन वाक्यों पर गंभीर आपत्ति है। ये वाक्य नितांत असत्य हैं, निराधार हैं और भ्रामक हैं। हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, भारत सरकार और इनके पूर्व के राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी दोनों को प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के अवसर पर अयोध्या में पधारने का निमंत्रण दिया गया था।
And well, viewers, as the Lok Sabha elections progress through different phases, Samiksha, both the BJP and the Congress have been levelling allegations of polarization and vote bank politics. Now, we witnessed the war of words, but in the very latest, it is Congress leader Digvijay Singh who's raised eyebrows through his latest election letter in his constituency of Raigad. Samiksha, do tell us what that letter is about.
Well, that's right, Suyesha, and in this election letter, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, Congress stalwart, has said that he has always followed the principles of Sanatan. He further goes on to list all the pilgrimages he has held over the years in a bid to dismiss BJP's charge of him being anti-Hindu.
Oh yes, absolutely. And do remember, Digvijay Singh in the past has been pulled up by the BJP over his stance over issues of saffron terror with the Congress leader now boasting of his Sanatan traditions. BJP is saying that this is nothing but Congress's Chunavi Hindu tactics. Let's take a look at this report, Samiksha.
Congress has done it again. In the latest election controversy is former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister and Congress leader Digvijay Singh. Amidst the Lok Sabha elections, in an election letter in Rajgarh from where he is set to contest, Digvijay Singh has claimed that the BJP is targeting him on religious issues without a basis, further claiming that he has always followed the principles of Sanatan Dharma and has fearlessly raised his voice for the truth. In an attempt to wrap the BJP over their stand for Sanatan, the Congress leader wrote in his election letter that he has never used his idols for votes. However, the BJP has once again alleged that this is nothing but Congress's Chunavi Hindu tactics. Digvijay Singh's letter just comes a few days after Prime Minister Modi, during his poll rally, questioned the Congress for not attending the Ram Temple's Pran Pratishtha ceremony.
वो अपने आप को राम से भी बड़ा मानते हैं, प्रभु राम से भी बड़ा मानते हैं, और उन्होंने प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के कार्यक्रम का निमंत्रण ठुकरा दिया.
Questions are being raised as to why the Congress leader has had a change of heart on Sanatan.
देखिए, मैं सनातन धर्म का पालन करने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ, अच्छा हिंदू हूँ। राम हमारे इष्ट देव हैं, सनातन धर्म का हम पालन करते हैं।
Is this another desperate attempt by the Congress leader amidst the Lok Sabha elections? Or will his appeal to be able to convince the voters in Rajgarh be successful?
And on that note, Suyesha, we will head into a very, very short break. But on the other side, tracking all the updates and stories making headlines from across the country.
Oh yes, absolutely, Samiksha, as all eyes are on the President's visit to the Ram Mandir today. This amid the controversy where Congress questioned her absence in the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, rallying caste theory.
And Pakistan plays its most dangerous game in Afghanistan, sends Lashkar preachers to radicalize Kabul residents.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And a quick check of the headlines from across the globe. US has warned Israel of Rafah invasion. Netanyahu has said that Israel will invade Rafah as Gaza ceasefire talks continue. Chinese President Xi on 6-day visit to Europe amid trade tensions with EU amid concerns over Russian support. US reiterates commitment to raising concerns with Indian government over alleged plot to kill Khalistani terrorist Pannu, seeking accountability. Protesters block Columbia University's Manhattan campus, echoing 1968 civil rights protests. Students face expulsion and suspension. Godrej family announces ownership realignment group splits into two.
Very good morning, viewers. You're watching the Morning Express and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. With me is Suyesha Sawant. Suyesha, let's first begin with the latest that we are tracking on the Israel-Hamas war. In fact, this is a fresh warning that's now coming in from the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has come up with a stern warning of sorts. He says that any attempt by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants for the IDF commanders would amount to a scandal on historical scale. In fact, not only this, Suyesh, Netanyahu has also warned of an unprecedented anti-Semitic hate crime.
Oh yes, absolutely, Saviksha. As the matter escalates, we also see how international bodies are considering denying the issue, and in fact they are also going on to say that the Jewish state has its right to defend itself. He's also urged the world leaders to stand firmly against the outrageous assault on Israel's inherent right to self-defense.
Well, that's right. And Suyesh, also to note that just a day ago, in fact just yesterday, the State Department, US State Department, also alleged that 5 Israeli military units of committing gross human rights violations. However, the issue at hand is whether the US will refrain from providing that much needed assistance to the Israeli military or not. Let's listen in first up to Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's issued a warning to the International Criminal Court.
Amid speculations of crackdown on Israel over war crimes, the International Criminal Court may issue arrest warrants to the leaders of the Israeli military. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu expressed concerns over the arrest warrants and alleged attempts of Holocaust against Jewish people.
The International Criminal Court in The Hague is contemplating issuing arrest warrants against senior Israeli government and military officials as war criminals. This would be an outrage of historic proportions. International bodies like the ICC arose in the wake of the Holocaust committed against the Jewish people. They were set up to prevent such horrors, to prevent future genocides.
Upon the ICC arrest warrants, Netanyahu has come out with a stern warning, saying that the warrants would amount to a scandal on a historical scale.
זאת תהיה הפעם הראשונה שמאשימים בפשעי מלחמה מדינה דמוקרטית שנלחמת על חייה לפי כל כללי הדין הבינלאומי. יש הרבה כוחות שמנסים למנוע מאיתנו לעשות זאת. ולאחרונה הצטרף אליהם כוח נוסף. בית הדין הבינלאומי הפלילי בהאג. לבית הדין הזה אין לו שום סמכות על מדינת ישראל. האפשרות שהוא יוציא צווי מעצר על פשעי מלחמה נגד מפקדי צה"ל ומנהיגי המדינה, האפשרות הזאת היא שערורייה בקנה מידה היסטורי.
Netanyahu also urged the world leaders to stand firmly against the ICC's outrageous assault on Israel's inherent right to self-defense.
Israel expects the leaders of the free world to stand firmly against the ICC outrageous assault on Israel's inherent right of self-defense. We expect them to use all the means at their disposal to stop this dangerous move.
While Israel is not a member of the court and does not recognize its jurisdiction, the Palestinian territories were admitted with the status of a member state in 2015. The International Court of Justice is still investigating whether Israel has committed acts of genocide in the ongoing war in Gaza.
And moving on, as Trump hush money trial that has taken center stage, the testimony resumes and a prosecution witness shedding light on the alleged Stormy Daniels payments.
That's right, Suyesh. And just talking a little more about this case, Trump's blaming Biden for campus protests, but he still faces his own legal troubles. The hush money trial, for instance, he's been held in contempt and fined for violating a gag order. Here's a report with the details.
In a dramatic turn of events, former President Donald Trump finds himself embroiled in legal turmoil as his hush money trial resumes in New York. The latest developments include a contempt ruling and a stern warning from the judge. The trial has seen testimony from Gary Farrow, a banker involved in opening accounts for Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, who used to facilitate payments to adult star Stormy Daniels. The charges revolve around $130,000 in payments made by Trump's company to Cohen, allegedly to bury negative stories during the 2016 presidential campaign. Prior to the trial, Trump shifted blame for campus protests calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas conflict onto President Joe Biden.
This whole country is up in arms, breaking into colleges, knocking the hell out of Columbia University. I mean, they took over. I know the building very well. They took over a building. That is a big deal. And I wonder if what's going to happen to them will be anything comparable to what happened to J6. Because they're doing a lot of destruction, a lot of damages, a lot of people getting hurt very badly. I wonder if that's going to be the same kind of treatment they gave J6.
The contempt ruling raises the specter of Trump potentially becoming the first US president to face jail time. Despite his claims of exercising free speech, the judge emphasized that willful violations of court orders will not be tolerated. As the trial enters its second week of testimony, Manhattan prosecutors continue to argue that Trump and his associates engaged in an illegal scheme to influence the 2016 election. Trump maintains his innocence.
So we're here. This is a hoax. This is a judge who's conflicted. Badly conflicted. I've never seen a judge so conflicted. And giving us virtually no rulings. I hear I'm not even allowed to say advice of counsel. This is a new one to me. Advice of counsel. When you have a lawyer and the lawyer does something or advises you on something, you say advice of counsel. He said you're not allowed to say that.
With the contempt charges looming over him, Trump faces heightened scrutiny as he navigates the complexities of a legal battle that could have far-reaching implications for his political future.
All right, so in more news, Suesha, that we are tracking from the US, in fact, just last week, we saw massive spree of protests grip the campuses in the US. The agitation that comes in the backdrop of Israel-Hamas conflict has students taking charge in support of Palestine, Suesha.
Oh yes, and Samiksha, let's not forget how it's showing no signs of slowing down. Over 200 people who've been arrested, and that includes professors too. Republicans have joined the movement calling for the resignation of Columbia University president. Getting you all the details of what has happened so far.
In the latest developments, House Republicans have demanded the immediate resignation of Columbia University President Dr. Minouche Shafik, citing collapse of law and order on campus. Republic Conference Chair Representative Elise Stefanik emphasized the severity of the situation, declaring it a disgrace and vowed to hold university leadership accountable. The call for resignation comes in the wake of protesters seizing a building at Columbia University, barricading entrances and displaying a Palestinian flag. Universities across the nation are grappling with similar challenges facing encampments. Negotiations, force, and ultimatums have become strategies employed by administrators.
We desperately need, the country needs, clear moral authority. We need the President of the United States to speak to the issue and say, this is wrong. What's happening on college campuses right now is wrong. It is un-American. It is not who we are. The President seems unable or unwilling to do that.
The controversy surrounding the protests extends to accusations of anti-Semitism.
The crowd in Columbia was chanting for Hamas. They're waving Hezbollah flags, Hamas flags. Hamas endorsed the crowd in the protest within an hour before we began to speak there on Wednesday. This thing is out of control. And the administrators who are allowing this need to be removed, and we've got to get control of these campuses. End of story. And we're going to continue to call this out. We're going to continue to call it for what it is.
Critics, however, argue that these allegations are used to stifle dissent. While some protesters have been recorded making anti-Semitic remarks, organizations maintain that the movement is peaceful and aims to advocate for Palestinian rights. National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby voiced the administration's disapproval of forcibly taking over campus buildings.
The president believes that forcibly taking over a building on campus is absolutely the wrong approach. That is not an example of peaceful protest. And of course, as you rightly noted, hate speech and hate symbols also have no place in this country. A small percentage of students shouldn't be able to disrupt the academic experience, the legitimate study for the rest of the student body.
As tensions continue to mount on campuses nationwide, the situation remains fluid. Ceasefire negotiations in the Israel-Hamas conflict may impact the trajectory of the protests, but the outcome remains uncertain.
All right, so Suesha, that crackdown on protesters continues in these universities across the US. On that note, while we will be watching out for developments in relation to those updates that are coming in, we shift focus to a quick roundup of news from across the globe.
Absolutely, and let's quickly tell our viewers, Samiksha, that the Columbia University is certainly facing the heat as New York City Mayor Eric Adams claimed that Columbia University protests were co-opted by professionals who are outside agitators but does not provide evidence. Students and faculty dispute this, stating the protests were mostly student-led. Columbia has been restricting access to the building and students occupying it could face expulsion or suspension.
Meanwhile, Argentine legislators approved a bill and tax package for economic and state reforms, which includes a regime for regularizing assets not declared to the Treasury. The basis law also included an emergency in administrative, economic, financial and energy matters, a state reform, labor reform measures as well, and an incentive regime.
In fact, Columbia University's Manhattan campus that had seen protesters lock arms and blockade Hamilton Hall, a building that was occupied during a 1968 civil rights protest. Now, students occupying the building face expulsion and suspension, with some students learning that they have been suspended and not allowed to come back on campus.
Bosnia representatives, which included Serbian President and High Representative Christian Shamit, clashed over interference in internal democratic process affecting political consensus and progress towards EU membership. The meeting aimed to address ethnic divisions and the need for economic, judicial and political reforms. The European Union leaders agreed to open membership negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Haiti's Transitional Council has chosen former Sports Minister Fritz Belizaire as the country's Prime Minister amid stifling violence. The council, led by former presidential candidate Edgar Leblanc-Fils, has been tasked with establishing a stable new government amid a country plagued by gang violence. The transitional government faced a significant challenge.
A metro train and a University of Southern California shuttle bus collided in Los Angeles, causing at least 55 injuries. Two are said to be in a critical condition, and also 16 others are said to be in a stable condition. The bus crossed into the train's path, which resulted in such devastation.
And Samiksha, we shift our focus to the Kenya floods, where in Mai Mahiu area, tragedy struck as the old Kijabe Dam collapsed, unleashing a torrent of water that swept away so many homes and cut off a major road, unfortunately.
Well, absolutely, Suesha. The devastation continues across Kenya. The disaster, in fact, has claimed at least 45 lives, with ongoing rains exacerbating the whole situation. Let's take a look at this detailed report to understand what the ground situation across Kenya looks like.
Remember, the old Kijabe Dam collapsed yesterday in Kenya's Mai Mahiu, unleashing a torrent of water that swept through homes and cut off major roads. In the aftermath of the devastating flash floods and landslides in Kenya, the village of Kemuchida in Mai Mahiu finds itself grappling with tragedy and loss. Rescuers are working tirelessly as they navigate through the debris and mud in search for survivors amidst the wreckage.
Hiyo boma hizi propela zote ni zake. So kama aliletwa hapa, inaonekana hizi ni vitanda na ni za watu, na hawa watu wanaweza kuwa wamekwama kwa hizi mizizi na kwa hii miti. So kama tunaweza pata vifaa, equipments, kama saa hii unaona wenye wanatumwa hawana vifaa, tunatumia majembe kama haya kutafuta watu huku ndani.
Vehicles lie entangled in debris. A resident slammed the government over negligence and for lack of swift action.
Hiyo kitu ilifanyika on Wednesday, ndio ile tunnel ilianza kufunga na serikali walijua. So mi naona ilifanyika katika serikali kwa sababu inaonekana kama ingechukuliwa dharura ya haraka sana, hiyo demu ingekuwa na imetolewa na hii maafa haingepatikana hapa. So venye mimi naweza sema kama community mwenye ameadhiriwa juu relatives, brothers na watoto wetu wameenda na maji.
More than 2 lakh people across Kenya have been affected by the floods. The drone footage captures the aftermath of the dam burst, with people gathering on the main road surveying the devastation wrought by the flood.
With that, Samisha, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. But as we also get our viewers more international stories on the other side, Chinese President Xi is on a 6-day visit to Europe, and trade tensions with EU are the concerns while also incorporating its support to Russia.
Also tracking on the other side of this break, US reiterates commitment to raising concerns with Indian government over alleged plot to kill Khalistani terrorist Panu, seeking accountability from India.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
पता नहीं क्रिकेट का फ्यूचर कैसा होगा, पर सीलिंग फैंस का फ्यूचर पता है, बिकॉज इट्स ऑलरेडी हियर। ओरिएंट एरोस्लिम विद रिवर्स रोटेशन मोड जो इंप्रूव करे एयर सर्कुलेशन। ओरिएंट BLDC फैन, द फ्यूचर ऑफ फैंस।
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Porque me duele el alma, porque ya no tenemos para comer. Acá tengo todos los papeles de mi nietito y de mi hijo y no estamos por quedar en la calle porque...
Welcome back, viewers. Now, the U.S. Federal Reserve's meeting entered its second day, with anticipation centered on how it is going to address persistent inflationary pressures. So, Suyesha, important to note here that it's not just India, even the U.S. is struggling to meet its inflation target.
Oh yes, absolutely. And day two, as all eyes are on what will happen. U.S. stocks ended lower on Tuesday as the markets weighed economic data showing rising labor costs and deteriorating consumer confidence on the day of a key Federal Reserve policy meeting to decide in which direction the interest rates should now move. Rajat from the business desk joins us to give us more details on the same. Rajat, extremely crucial to what will be decided in this policy meet, and a lot of pressure indeed as US is tackling with inflation and multiple concerns that they need to address in order to come out in the right direction.
So yes, Suesha, you're right. So the US Fed meeting that started yesterday, and it's the second day of the meeting, or you can say the concluding day of the meeting, when the entire world will be watching out as to what Jerome Powell, the US Fed chair, is going to speak on inflation, what he's going to speak on growth, and what he's going to speak on the rate cut trajectory. As far as the takeaways are concerned, it's widely expected that there are not going to be any rate cuts announcement this time, but what markets are anticipating from this US Fed meeting is a forward guidance that are going to be provided by Jerome Powell. So that is the one thing. No rate cuts are going to be announced. That is something which there is a clarity of. So everyone is going to scrutinize word by word what Jerome Powell is going to speak in his press briefing after the meeting. As far as rate cuts are concerned, in the last meeting when the US Fed met in the March, the dot plot which summarizes the intention of the US Fed like about the rate cuts showed that there will be 3 rate cuts in this year, and the rate cuts will start by month of May or June. But since the inflation has consistently above the 2% inflation target of the US Fed, that is a roadblock for Jerome Powell to take any decision on the rate cut, and that is why the US Fed has made its intention very clear in some of the past comments as well, that US Fed is not going to cut rate anytime soon because inflation has not reached the expected targets. So obviously inflation is one of the primary driver that is putting the rate cuts on the back burner, and earlier anticipated the US Fed was starting the rate cut in May. Now the expectation is that the US Fed will start cutting the rates by the month of September, and some analysts and brokerages are saying that there will be no rate cut this year because the inflation is persistently above 2% target. If you look at the core inflation, which is a key gauge for the US Fed, that stands at 2.8%. So if you look at the consumer price index, that is again at 3.5% in March. So all the inflationary numbers are hovering above the target of 2%, which is driving the US Fed not to take any decision on the rate cut. And also remember, the US growth, which is at 1.6% in the Q1, is also show that US economy is slowing down. So that is one. And also one expectation is about the change in the stance from dovish stance to hawkish stance. So that is what is expected out of the US Fed meeting, but what remains to be seen as to what Jerome Powell comments on growth, on inflation, on the labor market and the economy, larger economy, and obviously this, whatever decision US Fed is going to take and whatever Jerome Powell is going to speak about is going to have a ripple effect on the global economy, Suesha.
All right. Rajat, so thank you for that. We will be keeping an eye, Suesha, also especially how it's going to impact the Indian markets, whether it's going to be a sea of red or green today. But that's all we have on this edition of our broadcast, tracking all the other updates on the other side on Live and Breaking. Stay tuned to Republic.
On the other side, we also get to details as Congress has taken the Sanatan route ahead of the elections. Godrej Singh has said that he was always pro-Sanatan Dharam.
And as India demands justice for Neha Hiramat, Home Minister Amit Shah to meet Neha's family in Hubli today.
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Porque me duele el alma, porque ya no tenemos para comer. Acá tengo todos los papeles de mi nietito y de mi hijo y no estamos por quedar en la calle porque alquilo.
फार्मिंग बहुत हो रही है और दिन और बढ़ती जाने वाली है क्योंकि इस ईल्ड में काफी प्रॉफिट है और काश्तकार इसमें पैसे भी बना रहे हैं, कमा रहे हैं और ये आज के तारीख में सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉफिट देने वाला कोकोनट फार्मिंग हो चुका है।
सर, जो यहाँ पर अगर हम कहें इस रीजन
बेल्ट में, यस,
बेल्ट में, तो इस बेल्ट में कितना होता है? इतना कुछ एक मोटा मोटी आइडिया दीजिए कि और कितनी कहाँ तक सप्लाई होती है इसकी?
ये पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में दिल्ली तक जाता है, उदयपुर राजस्थान में सब सिटीज में जाता है, हमारे बड़ौदा अहमदाबाद सिटीज में जाता है और मध्य प्रदेश तक नॉर्थ इंडिया में सब जगह हमारे यहाँ से रोज की 50-100 गाड़ियां निकलती है। फ्रॉम वेरावल से लेके मांगरोल तक रोज की मिनिमम 50 से 100 गाड़ियां कोकोनट की ट्रक्स भर भर के निकलती हैं।
इतने बड़े पैमाने पर यहाँ पर खेती होती है, इतने आप बता रहे हैं कि 50-100 ट्रक्स जो है हर रोज निकलते हैं डेली, इतने बड़े पैमाने पर हो रही है ये खेती। जो यहाँ का ग्रोवर है वो क्या उसको कुछ चैलेंजेस भी आते हैं कभी इस फार्मिंग में या कुछ इसकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस है गवर्नमेंट से?
ग्रोवर्स तो जैसे ही हमारा जो कोकोनट निकलते हैं वो हम तो मार्केट में दे देते हैं, लेकिन अगर एक चीज हो जाए जो मेरे हिसाब से मुझे लगता है कि सारा कुछ ज्योग्राफी ऐसा है हमारा कि हम तो यहाँ पे वेस्टर्न कोस्ट पे है, तो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट ही एक ऑप्शन है, लेकिन अगर हो सके तो आगे जाके रेलवे की लाइनें बढ़ रही हैं, ट्रैक्स बढ़ रहे हैं, तो थैंक्स टू द मोदी गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो कि उन्होंने रेलवे में जो काम किया है फास्ट, तो थैंक्स टू द गवर्नमेंट, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एज वेल एज स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, तो उसमें हम एक आशा देखते हैं कि ये जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का फ्रेट है वो ज्यादा रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ज्यादा लगता है। तो नजदीक का डेस्टिनेशन वेरावल है, केसोद है, हॉलीडे कैंप जो गड़ू में है, वहां पे रैक पॉइंट है और वहां से अगर रोज के वैगन मिले तो गवर्नमेंट को भी मुनाफा होगा, रेलवे भी कमाएगी और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन।
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country, only on Republic TV, and I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar.
Hello and welcome, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Gini Narula. Now, before we begin, let's take a quick check as to what are the top headlines we're tracking at this hour. Congress takes the Sanatan route ahead of elections. Digvijay Singh says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma. Fake news lobby left completely red-faced as Election Commission releases final voter turnout data. As India demands justice for Neha, Hiramat, Home Minister Shah to meet family in Hubballi. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leaders seen threatening voters during campaign trail. Supreme Court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing. President to visit Ram Mandir. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence. Rallies cast theory now. And free speech lectures get a big slap as Washington continues to crack down on pro-Palestine protesters. Now, viewers, New York City police have entered Columbia University and detained protesters. Massive protests are underway in U.S. university campuses, where students are seeking divestment from Israel, even as the U.S. House Speaker has said in clear words that the Congress will act if the university officials don't act. Now, what turn are these student protests in U.S. campuses going to take? Let's take a look at this report.
The showdown in US campuses continues. In University of North Carolina campus, demonstrators continue pro-Palestine protests. Students carry Justice for Palestine posters.
The Students for Justice in Palestine have been asking for transparency in how money is invested, and we understand that that as a state public institution that there are a lot of people involved in allocating funds in different places, but we do think that UNC has a responsibility to the students, staff, and faculty of this campus to let us know where it's putting its money.
In Columbia University, the pro-Palestinian demonstration and subsequent arrests have set off similar protests.
We are trying to build on history. We are trying to build on what we learned from 1968.
But Columbia University threatens to expel student protesters occupying an administration building. Meanwhile, a deal between Northwestern University and demonstrators largely ended campus protest.
I mean, for me personally, my steam is not dying down. I think yesterday was a very emotional day. I think that the way that the university worded its announcement perhaps makes it seem like the protesters out here were making some major concession and we were agreeing to stopping and we were satisfied, and that's not the truth.
In University of North Carolina, about 30 people were detained by campus police after the university said encampment protesters refused to leave.
In a way, it feels amazing and supportive and encouraging and inspiring. And in a way, it's disgusting that it takes the massacre of 30,000 plus Palestinians to get people out here yelling and screaming and trying to give this genocide some light to bring it to the public.
At Georgian Washington University too, students maintain their pro-Palestinian encampment.
Our demands are to protect pro-Palestinian speech on campus, to drop all charges against pro-Palestinian student organizers and organizations, for the university to immediately disclose all of its investments and endowments, and then to divest from all funds related to the Zionist entity of Israel, and also to end all academic partnerships with Israel.
Meanwhile, as protesters take over Columbia University building, NYC City Mayor said it must end.
This is to serve their own agenda. They're not here to promote peace or unity or allow a peaceful displaying of one's voice, but they're here to create discord and divisiveness. That is why I'm urging every student and every protester to walk away from this situation now and continue your advocacy through other means. We will always protect the right to protest, but we must balance that right with the right to keep students, the school, and our city safe.
House Speaker Johnson also said in clear words, the Congress will act if university officials won't crack down on campus protesters.
University officials waiting on? What do they need to see before they stand up to these terrorist sympathizers? And that is exactly what they are. What's worse, though, is that Columbia's choice to ignore the safety of their Jewish students and appease anti-Semites has inspired even more hate-filled protests to pop up across the country. And what we're seeing right now is people wave Hezbollah flags and Hamas flags, their homemade signs supporting what happened on October 7th. It's outrageous. Hamas endorsed the protest at Columbia University just about 2 hours before we walked out on the steps to have our press event on Wednesday. They're proudly chanting things like death to America and profanity and hate-filled slogans, and this is utterly despicable, and it cannot be accepted in this country.
Will the students' demands that the school financially divest from Israel be met? The question on everyone's mind is what's next? Crack down or compromise? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now joining us is Ambassador Pradeep Kapoor from Washington, D.C. A very good morning to you, Mr. Kapoor. Now we know that hundreds of demonstrators have been arrested in the universities, and of course they've launched rallies, sit-ins, hunger strikes, and most recently encampments. And the students are demanding divestment. So could you take us through how will the schools go about it? And the Congress, of course, has issued a warning to the campuses to take action against them.
Thank you for inviting me to this discussion. It's a very important issue, and it's a very complicated issue. It's a very difficult issue. They are grappling with it because they don't know the solutions themselves, neither the Congress or the Senate or the universities. As a matter of historical record, Columbia University has been at the forefront of demonstrations against the government policies on issues like the Vietnam War. And those student demonstrations sparked a lot of unrest all over the country. Now, this time around, the difference is that there is a set of students who are supporting the cause of the Palestinians, whereas there are a set of Jewish students who are supporting the cause of Israel. So the clash between the two is making it even worse. And the numbers who are coming out in support of the Palestinian cause is very large. And the other aspect which makes it even more complicated is that the outsiders have penetrated into these encampments and demonstrations and protests, and they are giving it a different twist altogether. The other aspect is that it has, also agitated a lot of the congressmen and senators, because Hamas has been declared a terrorist organization a long while back in the US. Now, for a student body in any university to sort of support that sort of organization, which has been declared a terrorist organization by the government of the country, itself makes it very difficult. So while the students say that they have a right to protest, but what is debated all over is that they do not have a right to protest violently or by destruction of public property. And that is happening also in a significant manner this time around. So a lot of faculty is also confused, and some of them are supporting the students protesting for Palestine. Then the other aspect is in some other universities, for example, the Palestinian flag has been flown on top of the university buildings by taking down the American flag. Now that is also being seen as an affront to the US state. So lots of different ways that things are happening which are very different from the earlier protests that has agitated a lot of people outside the universities. So there is a lot of debate going on in the civic channels, in the strategic bodies, in the other areas of the academia, and the faculty itself divided, the alumni divided, the students divided, the university authorities divided, the house divided. So while the Democrats would generally support such demonstrations, this time a significant number of Democratic congressmen and senators are opposed to it. So, while people are saying that the university students have a right to peaceful protest, yet what is happening on the ground is not just peaceful protest.
Right.
It's also assault on the other students who are Jewish, or sort of molestation. So a lot of things are different. It's still evolving. The divestment of Israel is the divestment of investments in Israel is another demand which is being made, which will impact, because today most of the multinationals are global entities.
Right, Mr. Kapoor. Right, Mr. Kapoor. Mr. Kapoor, I have another question. We have just gotten news that the New York City police has entered Columbia University and they have arrested protesters there. Now, remember, these are students who have been arrested. What happens to them next? Because, of course, they have come to the campus to study and their career is at stake. If you could take us through as to what will happen to them now.
So that is another extremely difficult situation, because for the students who are international students, for example, there are students from India also who are taking part in the protest and the demonstrations. Now, if you get arrested and if the university decides to press charges against you, and if those charges are criminal charges for trespassing or for destruction of university property or for assault on others or for assaulting police officers, now if those sort of charges are pressed against you, then you have a record, criminal record in your personal file all your life in the US. The other aspect is that some policemen and other people are asking as to, if you are doing that in the US universities, what sort of status are you on here? And do you have a right to protest in US if you are not a legal resident of the US, if you are on a temporary student visa? And what are the grounds on which you should not be deported back to your country? So your entire university education, your academic sort of status, your academic achievements are in jeopardy, because you are getting agitated, you are participating in these protests, and what is going to be the outcome of all that protest, you are not really thinking through. So, the students have to understand that you cannot let the protest become non-peaceful or start destroying the university property or start sort of making it violent in any way. Now, if that was the case, then it would not have gone to this sort of in this direction. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Kapoor. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV and giving us your perspective on that, viewers. Now, of course, the big question is whether the students can legally protest in the US or not. And of course, their career is at stake here with a criminal record in their file now. Meanwhile, it's time to get you the latest news and updates from across the globe. New York City Mayor Eric Adams claimed Columbia University protests were co-opted by professional outside agitators, but does not provide evidence. Students and faculty dispute this, stating that the protests were mostly student-led. Columbia has been restricting access to the building, and students occupying it could face expulsion or suspension. Argentine legislators approved a bill and tax package for economic and state reforms, including a regime for regularizing assets not declared to the Treasury. The basis law also included emergency in administrative, economic, financial, and energy matters, a state reform, labor reform measures, and an incentive regime. Columbia University's Manhattan campus had seen protesters lock arms and blockade Hamilton Hall, a building occupied during a 1968 civil rights protest. Students occupying the building faced expulsion and suspension, with some students learning that they have been suspended and not allowed back on campus. Bosnia-Herzegovina's representatives, including Serbian President Zelcha and High Representative Christian, clashed over interference in internal democratic processes affecting political consensus and progress towards EU membership. The meeting aimed to address ethnic divisions and the need for economic, judicial, and political reforms. European Union leaders agreed to open membership negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina. Haiti's Transitional Council has chosen former Sports Minister Fritz as the country's Prime Minister amidst shifting violence. The council, led by former presidential candidate Edgar Leblanc, has been tasked with establishing a stable new government amidst a country plagued by gang violence. The transitional government faces a significant challenge. A metro train and a University of Southern California shuttle bus collided in Los Angeles, causing at least 55 injuries. Two are in critical condition, in fact, and causing 16 others to be transported in fair condition. The bus crossed into the train spots, resulting in such a devastation. Well, viewers, now we are just getting in news coming in from the national capital this time, where multiple schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka and Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar, received bomb threat calls triggering evacuations, and police initiated search operations across the premises. Well, it's big news coming in, which of course will have the parents worried, those who have their kids in school. Threats have been received by various schools, multiple schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka. Well, my colleague Simran is joining us to get us the latest details. Simran, a very good morning to you. In fact, it's very worrisome news for all the parents who have their kids who have gone to school. Several schools have received threats, and there have been evacuations as well. Do we know as to the threats have come from whom?
Well, the concerning part of the entire series of emails threatening the school administrations, targeting the children and the students, of bombing the school premises, is that it has actually sent from the same email to largely over a dozen of schools in the Delhi NCR region. In fact, from Delhi, there are more DPS schools that have received, the Delhi public schools. Apart from that, there is also a Sanskriti school and also Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar, the Amity School. In Noida and Greater Noida as well, there are schools which just had started, but at 6 a.m. in the morning, the school administration receives an email bomb threat targeting the students. And also it is very important to look at the contents which Republic TV has accessed of the emails, which says that there are many explosive devices in the school and also makes very threatening and dangerous and explosive remarks in terms of creating any kind of anarchy and some kind of extremism by threatening and creating panic within the school premises. As of now, the school administration, after being alerted in this very situation, also took the cognizance and wrote the messages to the parents saying that the schools have to be evacuated. The Delhi police dog squad and also all the emergency relief teams have been present on the ground at various spots in the school, and they immediately started the evacuation process and also started taking the students out of the school, not just one school of the DPS but also the Mother Mary school, as you have also said, and the Sanskriti school in the Delhi region, and in fact other schools in Greater Noida KP5. The students have been evacuated, students have been sent to home, and on an immediate basis, in the view of this concerning email that has now come and sent to many schools across Delhi NCR, raising the questions on the security of the school administration, safety of the children, and also the purpose of such dangerous and alarming emails regarding the security of the students. Back to you.
All right, Simran, stay with us. I believe Lomas is also there with us. He's outside Mother Mary School. Lomas, a very worrisome news. In fact, one of the schools had even to stop the exams midway. Now, do we know the source of the email? Of course, we know that multiple schools have received this email, but do we have any information as to, have we figured out from where have these emails come from? Seems like the phone has been disconnected. Viewers, we'll try and connect to Lomas once again, but I will just read out the mail that was sent to the parents. One of the DPS parent had shared this. This is to inform you that the school has received an email that threatens the safety and security of students. As a precautionary measure, we are sending the students back home immediately. This is the mail that one of the parents received from the DPS school, and evacuations have taken place from inside the school. One of the schools even had to stop an exam midway. The school premises were evacuated after local police was informed. Now, visuals of the schools showed parents rushing to the schools to pick up their children. Bomb detection team, viewers, and bomb disposal squad and officials of Delhi Fire Service, all of them have been rushed to the schools. But of course, it is going to create a lot of panic among parents as well as students. The search team, meanwhile, has not found anything suspicious yet. And viewers, just to remind you, in February, a similar threat at Delhi Police School in R.K. Puram had also turned out to be a hoax. Now, Lomas is once again connected with us. Now, Lomas, we know that multiple schools have received emails and various schools have been evacuated. Parents have been sent emails. Now, do we know the source of these emails? From where have these emails come? Have we been able to establish that?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि अभी मैं मयूर बिहार के मदर मैरी स्कूल के बाहर खड़ा हूं और साफ तौर पर इस तरह का जो बम का थ्रेट का जो मेल है वो दिल्ली एनसीआर के कई स्कूलों में मिला है और साफ तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो जवान हैं, जो अधिकारी हैं, वो अभी भी अंदर स्कूल के अंदर मौजूद है। और साफ तौर पे जब इस स्कूल को ये मालूम चला कि इस तरह का जो मेल आया है तो उसके बाद जो स्टूडेंट थे उनके अभिभावकों को कॉल करके मैसेज करके बुलाया गया और कहा गया कि हम इमरजेंसी छुट्टी का ऐलान करते हैं, आप अपने बच्चों को स्कूल से लेके जाए। कुछ अभिभावक भी यहाँ पे बात करने के लिए, उनसे भी हम जानने की कोशिश करते हैं। आपके भी यहाँ पे बच्चे पढ़ते हैं?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
क्या हुआ था?
ऐसा तो उन्होंने सुबह रीजन कुछ बताया नहीं था जब बच्चों को लेकर आए थे हम, तो बाद में उन्होंने मैसेज ड्रॉप किया था कि स्कूल में बॉम्ब का कोई मेल आया है, इस कारणवश इमरजेंसी छुट्टी कर दी गई है।
और कौन सी क्लास में बच्चे पढ़ते हैं?
मेरी दो बेटी हैं, एक प्री प्राइमरी में पढ़ती है और एक 3rd क्लास में पढ़ती है।
कितने बजे का ये वाकया है पूरा?
ये सुबह हमारा 7:50 का टाइमिंग रहता है स्कूल का, तो उसी टाइम की बात है।
बिल्कुल साफ तौर पे 7:50 का वो टाइमिंग था, जबकि अभिभावकों को कॉल करके मैसेज करके ये जानकारी दी गई और साथ में कुछ स्टूडेंट भी है, उनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं और जानने की कोशिश करते हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए, आप देख सकते हैं ये वही स्कूल है जिस स्कूल में जो बम थ्रेट का मेल आया है और कई अभिभावक हैं, उनसे हम जानने की कोशिश करते हैं। सर क्या हुआ था, मैं एक बार फिर पूछना चाहूँगा।
सर मैं 7:45 बजे के करीब अपनी बेटी को छोड़ने के लिए आया था, तो यहाँ पे बच्चों की छुट्टी कर दी गई थी, सभी टीचर्स वगैरह बाहर खड़े हुए थे, तो किसी ने ये नहीं बताया कि मतलब क्यों आज छुट्टी की गई है। फिर हमने अपनी सोर्सेज से पता किया तो पता चला कि एक मेल आया है जिसमें बम होने की सूचना है।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी भी पहुंच चुकी है, साफ तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं, और अंदर पुलिस के जो जवान हैं वो अंदर मौजूद हैं, और यहाँ पर जो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी भी एहतियात के तौर पर बुलाई गई है। और क्या बता रहे थे आप?
तो सर मैसेज जो आया है उसमें बम होने की एक सूचना दी गई है बच्चों को, और सभी की छुट्टी कर दी गई। देखिए अभी ये माँ बाप अभी लेके आए हैं बच्चे को, इसी स्कूल के बच्चे वो बाइक पे ना, अभी वो लेके आए हैं अपने बच्चों को। तो इसी तरीके से माँ बाप जब यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, जब पता चला कि आज स्कूल की छुट्टी है।
कुछ उस मैसेज में क्या लिखा हुआ था?
मैसेज में बताया गया है कि मेल के द्वारा बम होने की सूचना मिली है स्कूल में, इसलिए उसकी छुट्टी कर दी गई है स्कूल की। तो
स्टूडेंट भी है, उनसे भी हम जानने की कोशिश करते हैं। अगर 2 मिनट हो आपके पास, आप भी इसी स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं?
हाँ जी, 11th क्लास।
अच्छा, क्या हुआ था?
हेलो, एक सेकेंड। हेलो मम्मा।
बिल्कुल साफ तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं जिस तरह का ये थ्रेट दिया गया है, कोई सिरफिरा ही होगा जो कि स्कूल के बच्चों को प्रभावित करना चाहता है और साफ तौर पे दिल्ली का जो माहौल है वो खराब करना चाहता है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Thank you, Loma. Stay with us. But I'm told that Jatin is joining us from outside Sanskriti School. Jatin, what is happening there? Now, we know that Sanskriti School is one of the schools where upper middle class people go there. So are some specific kind of schools being targeted, or have government schools also received these threats?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी तक जो टॉप स्कूल हैं दिल्ली के, उन सभी स्कूलों पे इस तरीके से थ्रेट मेल जो है वो किया गया है, और एनसीआर के स्कूल यानी कि नोएडा के भी कुछ स्कूलों को इस तरीके से थ्रेट मेल किया गया है। अभी जो इनिशियल इन्वेस्टिगेशन बता रही है कि सुबह 4 बजे से ये मेल्स स्कूल में पहुंचना शुरू हुए। हर स्कूल का एक अलग टाइमिंग था, कुछ स्कूल पर 5:30 तो कुछ पर 6, 6:30, 7 इस तरीके से अलग अलग जो मेल्स है स्कूल से पहुंचे। सबसे पहले मैं आपको तस्वीर दिखा दूं, संस्कृति स्कूल के बाहर मौजूद है। पेरेंट्स जो सुबह यहाँ पर पहुंचे थे, उन सभी पेरेंट्स को उनके बच्चे जो हैंड ओवर कर दिए गए हैं। एक स्पेसिफिक पैसे बनाया गया था पेरेंट्स को यहां से निकलने के लिए, और उसके बाद पेरेंट्स यहां से जा चुके हैं। लेकिन अभी अंदर सैनिटाइज पूरे स्कूल को किया जा रहा है। दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम सीनियर्स ऑफिसर्स अंदर मौके पर मौजूद है। बम डिस्पोजल स्क्वाड यहां पर मौके पर मौजूद है, और स्कूल के हर एक चप्पे पर नजर रखी जा रही है, और उसको खंगालने की जो कवायद है वो यहां पर की जा रही है। दिल्ली में सबसे पहला जो थ्रेट मेल था वो द्वारका का एक स्कूल था, वहां पर किया गया था। सुबह 4 बजे वो मेल स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के पास पहुंचा था, जिसके बाद पुलिस को इस मामले में जानकारी दी गई। लेकिन जैसे जैसे स्कूल ओपन होना शुरू हुए, उनके सिस्टम्स ओपन होना शुरू हो, और उसके बाद से स्कूल की नॉलेज में वो मेल आने लगा और पुलिस को इस मामले में जानकारी दी गई। हालांकि कुछ ऐसे स्कूल भी हैं जहां पर सुबह बच्चे पहुंच गए थे, क्योंकि तब तक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को उस मेल के बारे में जानकारी नहीं थी। लेकिन जैसे ही मेल के बारे में जानकारी मिली, तुरंत जो स्कूल का ब्रॉडकास्ट है उस पर फ्लैश कर दिया गया कि आप बच्चों को स्कूल नहीं भेजेंगे। लेकिन अभी तस्वीरें अगर मैं आपको यहाँ पर दिखाऊं तो इसी तरीके से देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर आप पूरे तरीके से पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और हर चप्पे चप्पे को खंगालने की जो कोशिश है वो यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इस बड़ी खबर पर हमारी नजर जो है वो बनी रहेगी, हर अपडेट हम आप तक पहुंचाते रहेंगे। बने रहिए रिपब्लिक के साथ।
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity faculty have filed over 2100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for
Viewers, a very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in right now. We have a lot of breaking updates coming in for you at this point of time. Not just election news, but also news coming in from the world of business. We'll keep you ahead on that story. But first, the headlines we are tracking at this point. Congress takes the Sanatan route ahead of elections. Godrej Singh says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma. Fake news lobby left completely red-faced as Election Commission releases final voter turnout data. As India demands justice for Neha, Hiremat, Home Minister, shot to meet family in Hubballi. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leader seen threatening voters during campaign trail. Supreme Court set to review the validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing. President to visit Ram Mandir. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence. Rallies cast theory now. And free speech lecturers get a big slap as Washington continues to crack down on pro-Palestine protesters. Let's go to the top story we're tracking right now. What we are coming to know is that a big update is coming in from the world of business, where we are learning that the big business story making the headlines is Godrej. Now, what we see is that this huge conglomerate is to split into two factions. That is what we're learning of right now. We'll soon be joined by my colleague Rajat from a Republic Business Desk to help us understand what is really happening. But what we are coming to know that now this entire conglomerate has been split into two parts with Adi Godrej and his brother on one side and their cousins on the other side, viewers. So that's what we're learning of right now on Republic TV. And what we can see right now is that the Godrej Industries Group, which includes the listed companies Godrej Industries, Godrej Consumer Products, Godrej Properties, among others, will also have Nadir Godrej as chairperson, will now be controlled by Adi, Nadir and their immediate family. So that's a big update coming on Republic TV, viewers. And as we keep getting you more updates, and let's tell you exactly what is happening. What we see is that this is a realignment, and what we can tell you as well is a realignment has been arrived at in a respectful, mindful way to maintain harmony and to better align the ownership in acknowledgement of the differing visions of the Godrej family members. That is what the statement reads. It also says that this will maximize strategic direction, focus, agility, and will accelerate the process of creating long-term value for shareholders and all other stakeholders. Just going to go across to Rajat right now, Republic Business, joining us from Republic Business. Rajat, I'm coming across to you. We see that there has been a split. Take us through, the split. Who are the new owners? How has Godrej Industries been split?
Shivangi, this is one of the big news that we are tracking since yesterday, that how the Godrej, how Godrej Group has gone for the split, 127-year-old conglomerate, which was established in 1897 by Adishar Godrej, has went for a split between into two factions. One is Godrej Enterprises and one is Godrej Industries. So Godrej Enterprises is given to the cousin faction, like the Jamshed Godrej and the cousin sister of Adi Godrej, Smita Godrej. And the Godrej Industries has been given over to Adi Godrej and Nadir Godrej, who are the two brothers. So what the division looks like is that there are 5 listed companies of the Godrej Enterprises which have been given to Adi Godrej and Nadir Godrej. And when we talk about the unlisted companies of the Godrej Enterprises, who has a big company called Godrej and Boyce into the various sectors, from aviation to space and to other sectors, IT and all, that has been given to the Jamshed Godrej, who is the cousin brother of Adi Godrej. As far as land parcel is concerned, and you know, I want to tell my viewers that Godrej Group is one of the biggest, it is one of the largest landlords in Mumbai. They have the land around 3,400 acres in Vikhroli, which is has a development potential of 1 lakh crore. So that land parcel has gone to Godrej and Boyce. Basically, that means Godrej Enterprises, which has been given over to Jamshed Godrej. Also, we need to understand that Godrej feud was going on from very long time, and there are some new guardians of the Godrej as far as new generation is concerned. So one is the Smita Godrej's daughter Niharika Holkar is emerging as a new guardian of the Godrej, and also the son of Adi Godrej, Firoz Shah Godrej, is also the new he is seen as the new guardian of the Godrej Group on the industry side. Let me tell, Smita's daughter Niharika Holkar will be the executive director. Nadir Godrej is as a chairperson, and Firoz Shah Godrej will succeed him in August 2026. So basically, the big takeaways: the listed companies and the Godrej Industries has gone to Adi Godrej and Nadir Godrej, who are the brothers. Then the unlisted faction, which is the Godrej Enterprises, who has Godrej and Boyce, has gone to Jamshed Godrej and the cousin sister of Adi Godrej, Smita Godrej, and Niharika Holkar is one of the daughter of the Smita Godrej. So that is, and also the takeaway is the Niharika Holkar and Firoz Shah Godrej taking over as the new guardians of Godrej. And just to give the history of Godrej Group, established in 1897 as one of the important lock maker company, and that is how Godrej shot to fame, because of their locks. So that is the one thing. So the land parcel is going to the Godrej Enterprises, which is one of the key developments, Shivangi.
Right, Rajat, thank you for joining us with all the details coming in. What we see, the Godrej family has sealed the deal to amicably split the 127-year-old conglomerate that spans from production of soaps and home appliances to real estate. We'll move ahead right now to the other big story we're tracking on Republic TV. We stay with business news coming in, particularly the global oil prices, which have experienced a lot of stress amid the ongoing tensions in the Middle East following escalations in Israel-Hamas and Israel-Iran conflicts in recent weeks. As ceasefire talks picked up between Israel and Hamas, the oil prices have been normalizing in the last 2 days, with oil prices in the US down. But in the light of the World Bank's warning earlier last week, what does this mean for the global oil markets? Find out in our next report.
With the Federal Open Markets Committee key meeting underway following disappointing US data, oil prices in the United States dropped below the $82 per barrel mark as global oil prices normalized amid ceasefire talks between Hamas and Israel. The global benchmark for oil, Brent futures for June, traded at $87 a barrel, which was down by around 84 cents. However, traders are increasingly worried about the further monetary policy trajectory of the Federal Reserve in the US. While investors in the US until a few weeks ago anticipated a potential rate cut in June, after the US GDP numbers were out, they are now worried about cancellation of rate cuts or even a hike in them. This is because higher interest rates for a longer time would help the dollar get stronger amid high inflation. However, tensions in the Middle East continue to remain high. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has maintained that even if he reaches a deal for the release of hostages from Hamas, he will continue to attack the southern city of Rafah in Gaza. This comes after the World Bank had warned last week that if another conflict breaks out in the Middle East, oil prices can cross the $100 mark.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now, especially when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections. Moving on, it looks like Congress's saffron terror card has now failed. Congress leader Digvijay Singh has now said that he has always, I repeat, always been pro-Sanatan. Listen into what that comment was.
देखिए, मैं सनातन धर्म का पालन करने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ, अच्छा हिंदू हूँ। राम हमारे इष्ट देव हैं, सनातन धर्म का हम पालन करते हैं, लेकिन चुनाव में धर्म का उपयोग करना प्रतिबंधित है और राम मंदिर के निर्माण में शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने दान दिया 1 लाख, मैंने दिया 1,11,000 और वो चेक मैंने भेजा मोदी जी को कि जाके ट्रस्ट में जमा करा दीजिए। उन्होंने वापस भेज दिया कि आप ही जमा कराइए, मैंने वहां जमा करा दिया।
नीचे भाई
where we are seeing this is coming in ahead of assuming charge as a Chief Naval Staff. Those visuals on the screens where a short while back the Indian Navy had got its new Chief of Staff. Those visuals on the screen as we are seeing that the Guard of Honor is being conferred ahead of assuming charge as Chief Naval Staff. Those visuals coming in on our screens. The Indian Navy has got its new Chief of Staff as Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi assumed command as the 26th Chief of the Naval Staff. He is succeeding Admiral R. Hari Kumar, who retires upon superannuation after an illustrious career in the Indian Navy. Much more coming up as we keep getting you more updates. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I have to say that in meeting Madam Zelenska today, I know, and I've met her on many occasions now, what she has done to be very much on the front foot in organising centres for people to go to when they have suffered harm, to find support and a way forward and people who will care for them. Documenting the crimes are extremely important too. So this is where it's really, I was very pleased to see what the work has taken place here. And it is very much still in the early stages, but it's wonderful, and I'm pleased that the British government is supporting this humanitarian effort because it is really important further down the line.
Let's move ahead to more news coming in from the national capital, where we are learning in a fresh update, multiple schools including Delhi Public School in Dwarka and Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar received a bomb threat call triggering evacuations, and police has initiated a search operation across the premises. So that's what we're learning of right now. Those visuals coming in on your screen of multiple schools, you can see Sanskriti School, you can see Delhi Public School and Mother Mary School. Now this is coming in as multiple schools have received a bomb threat call, and we can see that evacuations have already begun in these schools. Those visuals coming in on your screens about what is really happening. We'll be soon joined by our reporters who are on ground. A couple of these schools have received bomb threat via email. The police officials are on the spot. You can see the visuals on your screen, and they're conducting through search operations. I'm being joined by my colleagues coming in. Lomas is joining us from Mother Mary's and Jatin from Sanskriti School. I just want to go across to my colleague Jatin first, who's at Sanskriti School. Take us through what is happening at the spot. What is the situation looking like? Evacuations have also started. How much of the evacuations are over?
आज बिल्कुल देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस की सबसे पहली प्रेफरेंस अभी यही है कि पूरे स्कूल को सैनिटाइज किया जाए और हर जो स्कूल का हर कॉर्नर को चेक किया जाए। और तस्वीरें भी आप देखेंगे कि बाहर आउटर जो स्कूल की सिक्योरिटी है वो मौजूद है, लेकिन अंदर दिल्ली पुलिस के तमाम आला अधिकारी मौके पर हैं, बम स्क्वाड अंदर मौके पर है और पूरे स्कूल को सैनिटाइज किया जा रहा है। हर जगह जो भी सस्पिशियस पाई जा रही है उसको चेक किया जा रहा है। और इस स्कूल में भी सुबह तकरीबन 7 बजे के आसपास जो मेल है वो पहुंचा था, जिसके बाद एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने लोकल पुलिस को इसकी जानकारी दी और उसके बाद पुलिस मौके पर पहुंची है। जैसे जैसे हम बात कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली में थ्रेट कॉल्स की जो संख्या है, जो नंबर्स है वो भी लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं। ये अभी जो जानकारी इनिशियली मिल रही है कि द्वारका के 3 और स्कूल है जहां पर इस तरीके से मेल के जरिए बम होने की जानकारी भी ली है। पुलिस वहां पर भी पहुंची है और सुबह तकरीबन सबसे पहली कॉल द्वारका डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ही हुई थी। सुबह 4 बजे जो मेल एक स्कूल में पहुंचा था, उसके बाद पुलिस वहां पर पहुंची है। अच्छी बात यह है कि जिस स्कूल की तलाशी द्वारका में पुलिस ने ली, वहां पर अभी तक कुछ भी सस्पिशियस नहीं मिला है। लेकिन पुलिस का कहना है कि मामला स्कूल से जुड़ा हुआ है, बच्चों की सिक्योरिटी से जुड़ा हुआ है, तो वो स्कूल को 2 बारी सैनिटाइज कर रहे हैं ताकि किसी भी तरीके की कोई भी चूक ना हो सके। साथ ही एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ये भी फैसला ले रहा है कि जिन जिन स्कूलों में अभी तक थ्रेट कॉल मिली है उन सभी स्कूलों को बंद कर दिया गया है। प्रिकॉशन के तौर पर दूसरे स्कूल्स को भी एडवाइस किया जा रहा है कि वो भी अपने मेल बॉक्स या जो भी उनका सोशल मीडिया का जरिया है जहां पर लोगों से वो बातचीत कर सकते हैं, तो वो उसको भी चेक करें ताकि दूसरे स्कूल्स किसी के पास इस तरीके से थ्रेट कॉल हो और वो उसको अभी तक पता ना लगाओ तो वो भी उसे वेरीफाई कर सके। तो हर चीज की कोशिश इस पे दिल्ली पुलिस कर रही है। हालांकि ये पूरा एक सीक्वेंस है, सुबह 4 बजे से शुरू हुआ और अभी तकरीबन 10 बज रहे हैं और कॉल्स का जो सिलसिला है वो लगातार बढ़ रहा है, मेल्स का सिलसिला लगातार बढ़ रहा है। सिर्फ दिल्ली में ही नहीं बल्कि एनसीआर के भी कुछ स्कूल्स अब जो थ्रेट कॉल है वो रिसीव कर रहे हैं, थ्रेट ईमेल रिसीव कर रहे हैं और उसके बाद पुलिस और लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इसकी जानकारी दी जा रही है। कौन ये शख्स है, क्या कोई एक है जो इस तरीके से पूरे स्कूल्स के अंदर थ्रेट ईमेल भेज रहा है, इसको लेकर अभी जांच जो है वो पुलिस की जा रही है। पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी इनिशियली वो कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं कि स्कूल्स को सैनिटाइज किया जा सके। साथ ही दिल्ली पुलिस की साइबर यूनिट को भी अलर्ट पर रखा गया है ताकि जो ईमेल मिल रहे हैं स्कूल को उसका सोर्स क्या है, वो कहां से ईमेल भेजे जा रहे हैं, ताकि उस शख्स को भी गिरफ्तार जो है वो किया जा सके। हालांकि प्रीवियस जो केसेस निकलकर सामने आए थे जिसमें डीपीएस स्कूल का भी जिक्र किया गया था और कई बार हमने उसको रिपोर्ट भी किया कि वहां पर इस तरीके से थ्रेट ईमेल मिलते हैं, उन स्कूल्स को भी अब टच में रखा जा रहा है। जो पुराने ईमेल थे उनका सोर्स क्या था, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आज पैनिक क्रिएट करने की कोशिश सुबह से की गई अलग अलग स्कूल्स में, उसको देखते हुए पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि वो उस शख्स तक पहुंचेंगे और जल्द पहुंचेंगे। लेकिन अभी कोशिश ये कि जिन स्कूल्स पर ईमेल पहुंच रहे हैं उनको सैनिटाइज किया जा सके, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं जो बात है वो बच्चों की सेफ्टी से जुड़ी हुई है। जी
Right. I just want to go across to Lomas as well, who's joining us live. Jatin, hold on. Lomas, I'm coming across to you. He is at Mother Mary School. So we see that the bomb detection squad, bomb disposal squads have already reached. Have these teams found anything suspicious so far? Go ahead, Lomas.
बिल्कुल साफ तौर पे आपको बता दूं कि मैं अभी मयूर विहार के मदर मैरी स्कूल के बाहर खड़ा हूं और यहाँ पर जो फायर की गाड़ी थी और जो अधिकारी थे उन्होंने क्लियर कर दिया कि एक फॉल्स कॉल थी, लेकिन एहतियात के तौर पे जो पुलिस के अधिकारी है वो भी अभी अंदर मौजूद है, कुछ अभिभावक भी यहाँ पे मौजूद है और साथ में ये जानकारी निकालने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि किसके द्वारा ये हरकत की गई, किसके द्वारा इस तरह का थ्रेड मैसेज मेल किया गया। वो पूरा तरीके से जो पैटर्न है, क्योंकि सेम पैटर्न है, तमाम जो स्कूलों को मेल किया गया वो अलग अलग मेल किया गया और एक ही पैटर्न का इस्तेमाल करके मेल किया गया, उसकी जानकारी दिल्ली पुलिस के द्वारा निकाली जा रही है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे अभिभावक वो भी मौजूद है, उन्हीं से हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप लोग यहाँ पे लगातार मौजूद हैं और आपकी बच्ची कौन से क्लास में पढ़ती है और कितने बजे आपको जानकारी मिली?
मेरी बेटी और 2 बेटी हैं मेरी, दोनों एक प्री प्राइमरी और एक 3rd क्लास में पढ़ती हैं यहाँ पर। और सुबह जब हम बच्चों को लेकर के आए हमें जानकारी तभी मिली, मतलब उस टाइम तो उन्होंने बॉम्ब की कोई जानकारी दी नहीं थी। उन्होंने कहा कि सडनली कोई इमरजेंसी कारणवश स्कूल बंद कर दिया गया है, अब बच्चों को घर ले जाइए। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने बाद में टेक्स्ट मैसेज किया था जो कि उसमें बताया गया कि स्कूल में कोई बॉम्ब का मेल आया।
साफ तौर पे इस बड़ी खबर में लगातार रिपब्लिक भारत की एक बड़ी टीम बनी हुई है। रुकते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए।
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुमा केसरी।
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुमा केसरी।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And viewers, getting news alert coming in. It's a big and a grand display of Maharashtra's vibrant culture and spirit, where the governor there led the Maharashtra Day celebrations parade in Mumbai, embodying the state's rich heritage and unity on this very significant occasion. Those visuals coming in. Maharashtra Day is also known as Maharashtra Divas, is celebrated every year on May 1st. The day celebrates the formation of the state in 1960. Grand celebrations happening, where we see the governor leading the Maharashtra Day celebrations parade in Mumbai, and a day where the entire state celebrates the rich heritage and unity on this occasion coming in. That is the top update coming here on Republic TV. Taking a short break. Much more coming up on the other side as we keep getting you top updates.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुमा केसरी।
Today is an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement. Today's an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement. Today we lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe. I'm going to try to go through a series of events of how this all occurred and played out, and then tell you a little bit more about the injuries and the things that we had to endure today as a profession and as a city. So about 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, the U.S.
हम इंस्टीट्यूशनल सर्वे करेंगे, ये पता लगाएंगे कि हिंदुस्तान का धन कौन से वर्ग के हाथ में है।
कांग्रेस के शाहजादे का कहना है कि ये देश के हर परिवार की संपत्ति का एक्सरे करेंगे।
मैं आज कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके घोषणा पत्र में सर्वे की बात है या नहीं है?
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV. And I am Rakshita Mishra.
जब आज़ादी हासिल हुई थी तो उसमें महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था कि आज़ादी के लिए कांग्रेस के झंडों के तले हमने संघर्ष किया है। अब भारत को आज़ादी मिल गई है, लोकतंत्र की बहाली हो गई है, इसलिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को भंग कर देना चाहिए, इसको समाप्त कर देना चाहिए। लेकिन कांग्रेस के लोगों ने महात्मा गांधी की इस बात को नहीं माना। अब हमारे देश की जनता कांग्रेस को समाप्त कर देने पर पूरी तरह से आमादा है, मेरा ऐसा पक्का विश्वास है।
साल पहले एक बहुत बड़े नेता यहाँ चुनाव लड़ने के लिए आए थे। तब उन्होंने डूबते सूरज की शपथ लेकर कहा था कि यहाँ सूखे से प्रभावित क्षेत्रों तक पानी पहुँचाएंगे। उन्होंने पानी पहुँचाया क्या? कांग्रेस को 60 साल तक देश ने राज करने का हक दिया। 60 साल में दुनिया के अनेक देश पूरी तरह से बदल गए, लेकिन कांग्रेस किसानों के खेत तक पानी भी नहीं पहुंचा पाई।
Hello and good morning. Welcome Republic viewers. This is Shashi Jha. Let's take a look at today's headlines. Congress takes this fake news lobby left completely red-faced as Election Commission releases final voter turnout data. As India demands justice for Neha, Home Minister Shah to meet family in Hubli. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leader seen threatening voters during campaign trail. Supreme Court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing. President Murmu to visit Ram Mandir. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence, rallies caste theory now. And free speech lecturers get a big slap as Washington continues their crackdown on pro-Palestine protesters. As India continues to fight for justice for Neha, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will meet her family today. Neha, a college student, was stabbed 14 times by her former classmate over turning down his advances. Let's cut across live to Prajwal Prasad from Hubli, tracking all the developments for Republic.
First and foremost, looking at this entire case, we are getting to learn that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be taking in a decision whether to visit her parents or not only after he lands in Hubballi. This is accordingly to what senior leaders have stated, and even former Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai, speaking to Republic exclusively, stated that he will be taking a decision only once he lands in Hubballi. The expected time of the arrival of the Union Home Minister is anywhere between 3 to 3:15 today, and after that he will be leaving by chopper to a place called as Rane Bennur, where he will be holding a roadshow with the Haveri candidate Baswaraj Bommai. And after that, the roadshow will be for a period of 45 minutes, and later he will be flying off to Hubballi. And in Hubballi, he will also be addressing a massive convention and will be going ahead and campaigning for their candidate, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, who is also the union minister. And after that, while he will leave from this particular convention to the airport, and on the very same way as Neha's residence as well. So this is one of the possibilities, is what senior leaders are stating. Or the other possibility is also Mr. Niranjan Hiremat, who is the father of Neha, who might go ahead and submit a memorandum to the Union Home Minister, and who might come himself to go on to meet the Union Home Minister, is what we are getting to understand. And in a few hours from now, the final details of when and where this particular meeting will happen will be known.
Mike.
Special forces have begun the airborne operations in the encounter that is going on in the Udhampur and the district of Kathua. The special aircrafts have been brought in, and the paratroopers are being inducted into the ground operations. This is a joint operation of the Indian Army's Western Command as well as the Northern Command along with the Indian Army. And now the helicopters have been pressed into this service. The special forces will be inducted from the air to the operation site, and that's why the helicopters are being pressed into the action. This operation is getting bigger with each passing minute, with the induction of the special forces from the Indian Army's Northern as well as the Western Command, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group, the CRPF being part of the operations. And now the operations are being taken to the next level, the aerial operation, the aerial surveillance of the area, and also the induction of the troops taking place via air. This shows that these terrorists are still active in the area, and the forces are leaving no stone unturned to wipe out these terrorists. The forces are being inducted in the forward area of Machedi and the nearby areas so that the terrorists can be neutralized at an earliest. Exclusive visuals that you are seeing, Republic Media Network, the only network on ground reporting on this mega operation, the first in the history where the special forces of the Northern Command as well as the Western Command are taking part and making sure that the perpetrators who carried out the killing of the village defense group and are trying to activate the peaceful regions of the Kathua, Udhampur and the Doda activated again are neutralized at an earliest. And now in the hilltops, the forces are being inducted via chopper. These are the special forces that are trained to carry out these kind of operations, and they are now being sent in the far-flung areas. This is to ensure that the terrorist locations can be reached at an earliest without collateral damage, and the terrorists can be neutralized well within the time. The forces here are determined to flush out the terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists that are still active in the area as the operation enters day 4. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Delhi police has asked Telangana CM Reddy to join probe in the doctored video case of Home Minister Amit Shah. According to sources, the police has served notices to 5 people, including Reddy. Reddy, who is also the Telangana Congress chief, has been asked to appear with his mobile phone, which was allegedly used for posting the fake video on X, formerly Twitter. Days after brutal killing of college student Neha by her former classmate Fayaz, Amit Shah is likely to meet the family of Neha. Neha is the daughter of Congress collector Niranjan Hiramat. President Draupadi Murmu will visit Ayodhya today to pay obeisance to Ram Mandir. This will be her first visit to the temple. During a stay in Ayodhya, she will make her darshan and aarti at the Sri Hanuman Garhi Temple, Prabhu Sri Ram Temple and Kuber Tila. And also will the President perform Saryu Puja. Her visit comes amid claims by Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's claims that she wasn't invited to the temple consecration ceremony on January 22. General Secretary of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra, Champat Rai, called Rahul Gandhi's claims baseless after he claimed that President Murmu was not invited to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Lalla because she is an Adivasi. Champat Rai said that both President Murmu and former President Ramnath Kovind were invited for the ceremony and some people and for the SC, ST and OBC categories.
हमें श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट का महामंत्री होने के नाते, ट्रस्टी होने के नाते राहुल जी के इन वाक्यों पर गंभीर आपत्ति है। ये वाक्य नितांत असत्य है, निराधार हैं और भ्रामक है। हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, भारत सरकार और इनके पूर्व के राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी दोनों को प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के अवसर पर अयोध्या में पधारने का निमंत्रण दिया गया था।
Former Maharashtra Chief Minister and Shiv Sena Uddhav faction chief Uddhav Thackeray, along with party MLA Aditya Thackeray and other party leaders, paid tribute to those who sacrificed their lives for the Samyukt Maharashtra movement. Uddhav Thackeray said that it's their duty to pay courtesy to those who laid down their lives for Mumbai. The Supreme Court will today review the validity of abrogation of Article 370 of the Constitution, which granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. The Apex Court had upheld the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir constitutionally valid in December last year. Moving on, viewers, to election segment, it seems like Congress saffron terror card has now failed. Congress leader Digvijay Singh has now said that he has always been pro-Sanatan. Listen in to his comments.
देखिए, मैं सनातन धर्म का पालन करने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ, अच्छा हिंदू हूँ। राम हमारे इष्ट देव हैं, सनातन धर्म का हम पालन करते हैं, लेकिन चुनाव में धर्म का उपयोग करना प्रतिबंधित है और राम मंदिर के निर्माण में शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने दान दिया 1 लाख, मैंने दिया 1,11,000 और वो चेक मैंने भेजा मोदी जी को कि जाके ट्रस्ट में जमा करा दीजिए। उन्होंने वापस भेज दिया कि आप ही जमा कराइए, मैंने वहां जमा करा दिया।
Moving on, amid much anticipation, speculation and little criticism, the Election Commission of India has released the official voter turnout numbers of the first 2 phases of the ongoing Lok Sabha elections. And the numbers, though a bit down from 2019, are not that far off, as were initially claimed by certain groups. However, the Election Commission and their political parties will indeed be alarmed and are now working towards improving the voter turnout turned in the upcoming phases of Lok Sabha. With the 3rd phase scheduled to begin on May 7th, let's take a look at the ECI data for the first 2 phases.
The Election Commission of India has released the official numbers of the voter turnout for the Phase 1 and Phase 2 of polling in the ongoing Lok Sabha elections. Amid rumours and speculations of lower voter turnouts in the 2 phases, The ECI's data has debunked the narrative as it shows that around 66% voters turned out in the polls in the first two phases. While phase 1 of the polls saw voter turnout of about 66.14%, in phase 2 the voting percent was marginally up to 66.71%. Most importantly, the ECI's data shows that the 2024 phase 1 polling was only down by 1.26% than the national average of the 2019 elections. During the 2019 elections, the first two phases of the elections saw a voter turnout of about 69%, showing a reduction of about 2% in comparison to the pollings that have happened this year so far. While it was Lakshadweep that saw the highest voter percentage in the phase 1 of the Lok Sabha elections, it was Bihar that recorded the lowest turnout in phase 1. In the second phase, Manipur recorded the highest voter turnout at about 84.85%, while it was Uttar Pradesh that had the lowest turnaround of around 55%.
Moving on, viewers, to Columba showdown and the US authorities' crackdown. This is our global segment, and we are talking about the New York City, where police arrested Columbia University and detained protesters. Massive protests are underway in several universities of the US on campuses, where students are seeking divestment for Israel, even as US House Speaker has said in clear words, the Congress will act if the university officials don't act. In the latest development, university spokesperson has now said, "We believe that the group that broke into and occupied the building is led by individuals who are not affiliated with the university." Sadly, this dangerous decision followed more than a week of what have been productive discussions with representatives of the West Lawn encampment.
I have no reported injuries. Right? No reported injuries. There was no use of tear gas. The NYPD, we're still monitoring different locations throughout the city. I have no reported injuries. Right? No reported injuries. There was no use of tear gas. The NYPD, we're still monitoring different locations throughout the city.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams claimed Columbia University protests were co-opted by professional outside agitators, but does not provide evidence. Students and faculty dispute this, stating the protests were mostly student-led. Columbia has been restricting access to the building, and students occupying it could face expulsion or other actions. Argentine legislators approved a bill and tax package for economic and state reforms, including a regime for regularizing assets not declared to the Treasury. The basis law also included an emergency in administrative, economic, financial and energy matters, a state reform, labor reform measures and incentive regime. Columbia University's Manhattan campus had seen protesters lock arms and blockade. Hamilton Hall building occupied during a 1968 civil rights protest. Students occupying the building faced expulsion and suspension, with some students learning they have been suspended and not allowed back on campus. In Bosnia-Herzegovina's representatives, including Serbian President Željko Šironik and High Representative Christian Schmid, clashed over interference in internal democratic process, affecting political consensus and progress towards EU membership. The meeting aimed to address ethnic divisions and the need for economic, judicial and political reforms. European Union leaders agreed to open membership negotiations with Bosnia-Herzegovina. Haiti's Transitional Council had chosen former sports minister Fritz Bezlizer as the country's prime minister. Amid stifling violence, the council, led by former presidential candidate Edgar Leblanc Fils, has been tasked with establishing a stable new government amid a country plagued with gang violence. The transitional government faced a significant challenge. A metro train and a University of Southern California shuttle bus collided in Los Angeles, causing at least 55 injuries, 2 critical, and causing 16 others to be transported in fair condition. The bus crossed into the train's path, resulting in such a devastation. Moving on, another shooting incident in the US. A neighbor's phone video captured moments of the intense shootout in North Carolina, where law enforcement officers executing an arrest warrant confronted a man, resulting in 4 fatalities. The incident, marking the deadliest on US law enforcement officers since 2016, leaves probers in Charlotte grappling with uncertainties, including possibility of a second shooter as they delve deeper into the unraveling of the events.
Shooting officer. God damn, in my backyard. Oh shit. Give me open the door. Right here, window. Window. Top window again. Move it.
Congress takes a Sanatan route ahead of elections. Digvijay says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leaders seen threatening voters during campaign trail.
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Union Minister Anurag Thakur arrives at Ram Janmabhoomi Temple in Ayodhya. Thakur offered prayers at Sri Ram Janmabhoomi.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Heavy rains in last 24 hours in different parts of the Jammu region have caused massive havoc, not only on the national highway but also in the remote areas. Right now we are in the Karol area of the Ramband, which is on the Jammu-Srinagar national highway, and here a large scale destruction has been done due to the heavy rains and the landslide that followed. This is the 3 houses that have been damaged, and a life of a minor has been lost in this.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV. And I am Rakshita Mishra.
जिस बंगाल ने कभी देश को राष्ट्रगान जनगण मन दिया था, वह बंगाल आज यहाँ से रोने की और कराहने की चित्कार क्यों उठ रही है? जिस बंगाल ने देश को दयामयी माँ दुर्गा की पूजा का अनुष्ठान करने का संदेश दिया था, उस बंगाल में संदेश खाली जैसी घटनाएं बंगाल के अंदर कैसे घटित हो रही हैं? यह प्रश्न आज मैं बंगाल की सरकार से प्रश्न में करने के लिए आया हूं।
Congress takes a Sanatan route ahead of elections. Party leader Digvijay Singh says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma. Fake news lobby left completely red-faced as Election Commission releases final voter turnout data for the 2 concluded phases. As India demands justice for Neha, Home Minister Shah to meet family in Karnataka's Hubli later today. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leader seen threatening voters during campaign trail. Supreme Court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing. President Murmu to visit Ram Mandir. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence. Rallies cast theory now. On international front, and free speech lecturers get a big slap as Washington continues to crack down on pro-Palestine protesters. Okay, we are getting in news from the national capital, viewers, where hundreds of students have now hit the streets against Congress wealth redistribution promise. We have a reporter from the ground. Harsha, can we have more details on the clashes in Delhi?
So right now we are reporting from National Capital, and behind me are the several students. These students are from different colleges and institutes as well. These are the UG and PG students with placards in their hand where they are protesting against Congress manifesto. And in Congress manifesto specifically, Congress, the inheritance tax and also the wealth distribution point which is mentioned in Congress manifesto, the students are protesting on this agenda and on this issue. Right now these are the visuals where we could clearly see the students who are staging protest and also marching towards Congress office, and only 500 meters away from the Taj Mansingh Road is the Congress office, Chobis Akbar Road, till where these students will go. And the sloganeering Youth for Viksit Bharat is being sloganed here outside Taj Mansingh Road. The students are marching right now. The placards which clearly states Mehnat Aapki Kamai Congress ki, and there are several placards which says Rahul ke paas maa hai aur mao bhi. So these are the slogans which has been mentioned in the placard, and they are clearly stating that it is the high time that the country has to save the inheritance tax of their own, because Congress agenda is to give the inheritance tax to public, of the individual to the public, and also how Congress planning to speaking about the wealth redistribution. All these students are right now staging protest. We'll try to take a word from these students as well. आप लोग का नाम और आप कौन से कॉलेज से हैं? Which college do you represent?
गलगोटिया यूनिवर्सिटी.
So what is the core agenda? Core issue क्या है?
हमारा एजेंडा यही है कि हम ये चाहते हैं कि हम जो संपत्ति, कांग्रेस की जो नीति है, जो संपत्ति को, जो जनता की संपत्ति को आधा करके लूट करके टैक्स को बढ़ा करके वो हमारे घर में घुसपैठी की तरह घुसना चाह रहे हैं, हम उस कांग्रेस को रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
एक और बात, कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो, ये जितने बच्चे यहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, वो कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो कितना समझ पा रहे हैं जिसमें कि आज यहाँ पर पहुंचे?
जी,
कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो में क्या समस्या है एग्जैक्टली? इनहेरिटेंस टैक्स में क्या
मैनिफेस्टो में सबसे बड़ी समस्या है कि कांग्रेस ने जो टैक्सेशन का अपनी एक नीति जो बना के रखी है, जिसमें आम इंसान जो गरीब गुरबे हैं, जो गरीब घर से आते हैं, जो आम इंसान है, जो मध्यम वर्ग परिवार से आते हैं, उनके लिए जो टैक्स की व्यवस्था, जो रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की व्यवस्था जो ला रहे हैं, उस रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की व्यवस्था से हमें प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि हम इस देश के, भारत के यशस्वी छात्र हैं और छात्रों का यही काम होता है कि छात्र देश की हित के लिए अपनी आवाज को उठाएं. और हम अपने
प्रदर्शन पॉलिटिकल है या नॉन पॉलिटिकल है?
ये नॉन पॉलिटिकल प्रदर्शन, ये छात्रों का प्रदर्शन है, ये छात्रों के हित की बात है, ये देश के हित की बात है, मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार के हित की बात है.
So right now what we are looking at is the students marching towards the Congress office, and as the student from one of the university in Delhi NCR clearly stated that is a high time that youth has to come on road and stage a protest because Congress mindset is clear from the manifesto. And right now the students are huge in number. There are more than 700 students who are marching towards the Congress office. We'll take word from other students as well. आप कौन से कोर्स में हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, यहाँ कैसे पहुँचे?
मैं बेसिकली स्टूडेंट हूँ और मुझे लगता है ये सब बताने से कि मैं कहाँ हूँ, कैसा हूँ, उससे अच्छा मैं ये कहूँ कि मैं भारत से हूँ, देश से हूँ, जो कि कांग्रेस खत्म करना चाह रही है कहीं ना कहीं अपनी नीतियों से, और जो कि हमेशा से दिखता आया है। ये आज की बात नहीं है, 70 सालों से देखना आया है। और अगर मुझे लगता है कि अगर ये सरकार बदली, इस समय ये जो बदली, तो ये बहुत ही एक मैं ये कहूँगा कि सिविल वॉर वाली सिचुएशन हो जाएगी, क्योंकि जो इस समय देश का माहौल हमेशा बनाए रखना, भले ही वो धारा 370 पे हमने देखा था कि कांग्रेस जो कह रही थी कि सब खत्म हो जाएगा, वो वैसा भी कुछ नहीं हुआ। और आज जो मैनिफेस्टो निकाला है कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ और सिर्फ तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति जो कांग्रेस ने पहले करी थी, जो कांग्रेस करती आई है, जो डिक्टेटरशिप का नारा आज कांग्रेस दे रही है, वो डिक्टेटरशिप का नारा दे रही है।
कांग्रेस कह रही है कि बीजेपी ट्विस्ट कर रही है, उनके मैनिफेस्टो को भ्रम फैला रही है। क्या ये प्रोटेस्ट पॉलिटिकल है या नॉन पॉलिटिकल है, ये बहुत सवाल उठाया जा रहा है।
सर मैम पॉलिटिकल अगर देश की बात है तो लोग कहते हैं राजनीति गंदी है। राजनीति गंदी क्यों है? लोग जानना नहीं चाहते। अगर पॉलिटिकल मैटर भी है ये, तो ये तो देश के लिए है ना। आप जो भी ये लोग ला रहे हैं, ये जो कहीं ना कहीं सर आज बीजेपी के खिलाफ अगर लोग कह रहे हैं कि नहीं है, मुस्लिम मेजोरिटी नहीं थी, तो क्यों कैसे जीत रही है? अगर देश के खिलाफ जा रही तो आप जनता को डिसाइड करने दीजिए ना, क्यों आप फोर्स कर रहे हैं?
यानी कि देश का युवा कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो से खुश नहीं है, उनको लगता है कि देश को तोड़ने का मैनिफेस्टो।
जी बिल्कुल, जी बिल्कुल।
यस मैम। आप लोग को इनहेरिटेंस टैक्स और जो वेल्थ रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की बात कही है कांग्रेस ने, वो कितनी समझ में आती है? आप युवा उससे क्या समझ पा रहे हैं?
देखिए जो वेल्थ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की बात है उसमें आपने मैनिफेस्टो में ठीक से रीड किया होगा। लाइक ये 2009 में मनमोहन सिंह का भी स्टेटमेंट आया था कि देश के संसाधनों पे सर्वप्रथम हक जो है अल्पसंख्यकों का है, और अभी मैनिफेस्टो में भी आपने पढ़ा होगा कि ज्यादा अल्पसंख्यकों को प्रायोरिटी दी जा रही है। तो मतलब बहुसंख्यक के लिए क्यों नहीं सोच रही है कांग्रेस?
और हमेशा से ये गलत रहा है। आपने जब 1953 में ये लागू हुआ था तो इन्हीं की सरकार ने ये टैक्स हटाया था, राजीव गांधी ने टैक्स हटाया था, जिससे रेवेन्यू शायद उस समय में ये रेवेन्यू परसेंटेज था 85% का रेवेन्यू वो था, और जो टोटल कमाई हुई थी सरकार के पास वो 20 करोड़ की हुई थी, लेकिन तब भी राजीव गांधी ने हटवाया था। तो अगर हटवाया था तो उसको दोबारा क्यों लाया जा रहा है?
बीजेपी कांग्रेस कह रही है कि सारे जो उचित मुद्दे हैं, जो एक्चुअल में मुद्दे हैं अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट के, जॉब प्रॉस्पेरिटी के, उन सब से डेविएट करने के लिए बीजेपी एजेंडा फैला रही है।
देखिए आप बेरोजगारी की बात कर रहे हैं, आप अभी भी गूगल खोल के चेक कर सकते हैं बेरोजगारी दर कांग्रेस के टाइम पे भी क्या था, और अभी इन्फ्लेशन को भी देख लेंगे या महंगाई या बाकी चीजें देख लेंगे, वो अंडर कंट्रोल में है। बेरोजगारी है या तब भी है, तभी आज देखिए ना भारत आज 5वीं अर्थव्यवस्था पे और अब भारत 5वीं से तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था की ओर बढ़ रहा है। तो कैसे बेरोजगारी का नया तोड़ भी निकाल रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, और हम खुश है काफी उससे।
So what we were actually what we are witnessing in national capital today this morning is that several youth, more than 700 youths in huge number, 700 plus, the UG and PG students majorly are here protesting and staging march against Congress manifesto. As we can see the placards here which clearly says 70 साल में ना दी नौकरी ना संपत्ति, हम छीनेंगे आधी संपत्ति। So the main issue of this protest is the inheritance tax and the wealth redistribution which has been mentioned in Congress manifesto. We'll take a word from him. आपका नाम?
प्रिंस।
तो प्रिंस ये एक बात बताइए, आप लोग ये समझ पा रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस के मैनिफेस्टो में क्या कहा गया है? युवा उससे क्या रिलेट कर रहा है? युवा अपनी बात यहाँ पे कैसे रख रहा है?
हम लोग जो शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं इस बात पे कि कोई भी मतलब कैसे मिडिल क्लास का पैसा किसी को ऐसे नहीं बांट सकते, क्योंकि वो जो है हमारा बाप दादाओं का कमाया हुआ है। और जैसे कि ये जो बोल रहे हैं माइनॉरिटी, ये सब जो है पूरा हम उनके खिलाफ हैं।
आप लोग को लग रहा है कि कांग्रेस का एजेंडा ये है कि आपके पैसे निकाल करके 50% पब्लिक डोमेन में रख?
यस, जो 50% पब्लिक डोमेन में रख दिए जाएंगे। एक बात बताइए, किसी भी मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार से कोई भी व्यक्ति जब आता है तो उस मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार में वो व्यक्ति एक पाई जोड़ करके वो अपना पैसा जमा करता है, अपनी संपत्ति जमा करता है, और उस जमा की हुई संपत्ति में से कांग्रेस चाहती है कि हम वो चीज दूसरों में बांट दे। ये अगर कांग्रेस ये कहती कि अमीरों से ला करके हम गरीबों में बांटते, ठीक है, जो पहले से अपने जिंदगी के लिए स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं.
That was my colleague Harsha getting us the latest from the protest site, where thousands of students have come forward to protest against redistribution of wealth, which was there in Congress's manifesto. Now, moving on to news coming in from the national capital, where multiple schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka and Mother Mary's School in Mayur Vihar, received bomb threats. Calls, in fact, emails as well, triggering evacuations, and police initiated search operations across the premises. Now, my colleague Simran is joining us. I believe, Simran, you are standing outside one of the schools now. The schools have received she's inside DPS school, and Simran, did you get to speak to the principal out there? I believe they have received an email threatening them, and evacuations have taken place. Take us through what's happening there.
Well, yes, the evacuation have taken place. Right now, I am at DPS Noida, and you can see the dog squad teams are present here, and they are inspecting the entire school premises of the DPS Noida, which is one of the school which have received a very threatening and panic-triggering email this morning. Right now, the dog squad teams are inspecting the entire school premises from every corner, with the Noida police officials being present inside the school. And as of now, parents are being seen also taking their children home after the school authorities alerted them that in the view of the email, they need to take their students home for their safety and security. Right now, DCP of Noida also is holding a meeting with all the concerned school administration officials and also the principal, in which a detailed plan of how, after the evacuation, a system needs to be in place for ensuring that the school officials and also the teachers and in fact the children will be ensured safely inside the school premises, and how the safety has to be looked into. At the present moment, the DCP is holding a meeting with the school authorities and the principal right now. But as I can tell you, the inspection of the dog squad teams in the DPS Noida school is being undertaken, and right now, just before we came also, the students were also evacuated just minutes after the message was sent to the school groups, where parents were alerted of this very movement. Back to you.
All right. Simran, stay with us. Joining us is Gopi, who's standing outside Mother Mary School. Gopi, of course, panic, it has created panic among several parents and students. But if we remember, DPS school had received a threat way back in February, which turned out to be a hoax, rather. So what is the situation outside Mother Mary School? Are they panicking, the parents and the students?
Right, Ginny. Currently I'm standing in the East Delhi's Mayur Vihar's Mother Mary School, and talking about what is happening here. Yes, police is still inside the school, though the fire tenders have come out and they have said that they have not found anything and that the call was hoax. There's also another update to this particular thing that we are following since morning. A Delhi special cell starts probe in the bomb threat case, where they've identified, police is trying to identify and track the IP address of the same sender who have sent the same mail in over 50 schools of Delhi NCR. While yesterday it was the hospitals, few of the hospitals of Delhi had received bomb threat. Today it is over 50 schools have received the bomb threat. Back to you, Ginny.
Right, Gopi. The most important question is the source of the email. Of course, it is very important to discover the source of the email address. Going back to you, Simran, once again, do we have any idea as to how much time will they take to discover from where was the email sent, what was the IP address? Simran, we are trying to connect to my colleague Simran, but viewers, on that note, let's get you all the latest news and updates from across the country. Delhi police has asked Telangana Chief Minister Reddy to join probe in the doctored video case of Home Minister Amit Shah. According to sources, the police has served notices to 5 people, including Reddy. Reddy, who is also the Telangana Congress chief, has been asked to appear with his mobile phone, which was allegedly used for positioning fake video on X. Days after brutal killing of college student Neha Hiremat by her former classmate Fayaz, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is likely to meet the family of Neha. Neha Hiremat is the daughter of Congress collector Niranjan Hiremat. President Draupadi Murmu will visit Ayodhya today to pay respect to Ram Mandir. This will be her first visit to the temple. During her stay in Ayodhya, she will make darshan and aarti at the Sri Hanuman Gari Temple, Prabhu Sri Ram Temple and Kuber Leela, and also perform Saryu Puja. Now, her visit comes amidst claims by Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's claims that she wasn't invited to the temple's consecration ceremony on January 22nd. General Secretary of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Champat Rai called Rahul Gandhi's claims baseless after he claimed that President Draupadi Murmu was not invited to Pran Pratishtha ceremony of Ram Lalla because she is an Adivasi. Champat Rai said that both President Murmu and former President Ramnath Kovind were invited to Pran Pratishtha, and so were people from scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and other backward classes groups.
हमें श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट का महामंत्री होने के नाते, ट्रस्टी होने के नाते राहुल जी के इन वाक्यों पर गंभीर आपत्ति है। ये वाक्य नितांत असत्य हैं, निराधार हैं और भ्रामक हैं। हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी, आदरणीय राष्ट्रपति महोदय, भारत सरकार और इनके पूर्व के राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद जी दोनों को प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के अवसर पर अयोध्या में पधारने का निमंत्रण दिया गया था।
Maharashtra Chief Minister and Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray, along with party MLA Aditya Thackeray and other party leaders, pay tribute to those who sacrificed their lives for the Samyukta Maharashtra movement. Uddhav Thackeray said that it's their duty to pay their courtesy to those who have laid down their lives for Mumbai. The Supreme Court will today review the validity of abrogation of Article 370 of the Constitution, which granted special status to Jammu and Kashmir. The Apex Court had upheld the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir constitutionally valid in December last year.
दफ्तर की तरफ बढ़ रहा है और कांग्रेस दफ्तर तक ये जितने छात्र हैं, युवा हैं, ये प्रदर्शन करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इसीलिए जो छात्र हैं वो लगातार ये बात भी कह रहे हैं कि आखिरकार कितना जरूरी है कि युवा खुल करके बोले। आप लोग यहाँ जब प्रदर्शन
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
यूँ समझ लो कि ये गांव बसा है जब से, मतलब ये आज तक समस्या दूर ही नहीं हो रही है खारी पानी की।
कोई भी पार्टी आती है वोट मांगने सब चले आते हैं भाई साहब, जिससे कहते हैं आश्वासन दे जाते हैं। आज तक किसी ने पानी की कोई समस्या सॉल्व ही नहीं की है।
हाँ, आश्वासन दे के चले जाते हैं कि हम आएंगे, अगली बार कराएंगे, ये कराएंगे, आपके विकास करा देंगे। यहाँ कुछ भी विकास नहीं होता, यहाँ काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत है बहुत।
थोड़ी बहुत आश्वासन दे जाते हैं, उसके बाद कोई लौट के नहीं आता आज तक। टंकी गांव में मतलब ये फिट करवा रखी है, आज तक पानी नहीं है उनमें, जगह घेर के रख दी। जैसे समस्या वही है कि अपना मतलब ये जैसे बाहर और भी क्षेत्र हैं उनमें बहुत मौज आ रही है, लेकिन यहाँ पे तो बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत है। यहाँ तो कोई ऐसा मैटर ही नहीं है, किसी नेता ने आज तक कही कि यहाँ गाँव मानवी कोई है। खाली वोट मांगने के चक्कर में अपने आ जाते हैं और हम दे देते हैं। भाई वोट तो देना ही है किसी न किसी को।
इस बार भी नेता आए होंगे वोट मांगने?
हाँ, बहुत आते हैं, हर पार्टी के आते हैं।
लोगों ने उनसे
हमने मना कर दी।
Welcome back, viewers, and thank you for staying with Republic TV. Now getting you all the latest news and updates from the world of business. The price of commercial liquefied petroleum gas has been slashed effective from today. The price of these cylinders has been reduced by rupees 19. With this, the retail sales price for a 19 kg commercial LPG cylinder now stands at rupees 1,745.50 in Delhi. The Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange will remain closed today on account of Maharashtra Day. In the last trading session, the market erased all the intraday gains and ended lower with sell-off seen in the IT, metal, media stocks in the highly volatile session. India has cut its windfall tax on petroleum crude to 8,400 rupees a metric from 9,600 rupees effective starting today. The tax, which is revised every fortnight, was left unchanged at zero for diesel and aviation turbine fuel. A windfall tax is imposed on domestically produced crude oil at a time when the rates of the global benchmark crude and NYMEX exceed $75 per barrel. Gold prices remain subdued as investors refrained from taking big positions ahead of U.S. federal policy decision. 10 grams of 24-karat gold is hovering around 74,200 rupees. South Korea's exports rose for a seventh straight month in April. This as strong demand for chips continued to lead growth while automobile sales and U.S. shipments rose to record highs. And we are shifting focus to some sports news. It's a battle of the Kings in Chennai tonight, with Chennai Super Kings set to face Punjab Kings on their home ground of Chepauk, while CSK will be eyeing a key win in tonight's contest to solidify their lead in this year's campaign to secure a playoff spot. It is Punjab Kings that will walk in as the underdogs in tonight's contest amidst a sea of. Well, can they pull an upset? Here are some key stats that can help you find out the answer.
In tonight's contest of the IPL, in match number 49, it's Chennai Super Kings versus Punjab Kings at the M.A. Chidambaram Stadium. While Chennai Super Kings will be eyeing for back-to-back wins after their sweep against SRH in their last game, It is Punjab Kings who will also land in Chennai after a recent high of beating KKR by 8 wickets in their last game. While CSK is on the third spot, having won 5 games of the 9 that they have played, another win on their home turf will cement their footing for the playoffs. Meanwhile, Punjab Kings, with only 3 wins in the tournament so far, are placed 8th on the points table and will be hoping to keep their chances for the playoffs alive. In the head-to-head stats, it is Chennai Super Kings who have a slight advantage with 16 wins in 29 games that they have played against Punjab. Surprisingly, in Chepauk, CSK leads Punjab by just 1 win. All eyes are set on the Battle of the Kings tonight in Chennai, with Punjab hoping to face the Super Kings in the middle of a sea of yellow.
It's time to slip into a very short break. A quick check as to what's coming up next. Supreme Court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand, brings you the latest breaking news updates from across the country only on Republic TV. I am Suesha Saab.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Hey, good morning. Let's start with the top headlines this morning. Congress takes a Sanatan route ahead of elections. Digvijay Singh says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma. Fake news lobby left completely red-faced as Election Commission now releases final voter turnout data. As India demands justice for Neha Hiramat, Home Minister Amit Shah to meet family in Hubali today. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leaders seen threatening voters during campaign trail. Top court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing in the Apex Court. And we start this edition first up with the latest on the bomb threats that have been received by at least 50 schools, in the national capital. In fact, we understand in the latest, the Delhi police has confirmed that nothing has been found till now in the searches that have been conducted in all these schools where threats have been received. As we speak, the IP address of that email where threats, through which threats were issued, is being tracked by the Delhi police officials. So, situation seems to have been brought under control as the Delhi police has now issued a statement making it amply clear that nothing has been found in the searches conducted in these schools where threats were issued. Meanwhile, evacuations have been done. The schools have been shut for the day as students have been sent home. So it's Delhi Police Special Cell that is tracking the details, specifically the IP address of that email through which that threat was issued. And situation, as we understand, has now been brought under control. And let's go across to Simran, who's there at one of the schools where that received the threat this morning. Simran, how's the situation looking like? We understand that a special cell of the police is probing the case. Meanwhile, the IP address of emails is being tracked by the Delhi police officials.
Well, yes, as you have also rightly said, the situation is definitely of panic and also fear among the school premises and the authorities, as well as the parents who have actually just taken their children out of the school premises after the mail and messages from the school administration went directly to the parents for alarming them that the situation right now is kind of fragile. They need to take their students back home. Right now we are at Noida, the Noida DCP school right now also, which is one of the schools where the mail has been received just a few minutes back. We have shown how the dog squad team of the Noida police actually came and started checking and inspecting all the premises in the corner of the school area. What you can see behind me is also in fact right now joining me is नोएडा डीसीपी सर जो अभी कार्यवाही हो रही है, डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम भी आई है और हम क्या देख सकते हैं अभी किस तरीके की सिचुएशन है. He'll just connect with us in just a bit right now, but also let me tell you that as of now the people and the parents of the children have started coming and taking their children back. सर कार्यवाही का कहाँ तक पहुँचा है? आपने मुकदमा भी लिया है, अभी क्या चल रहा है? स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से क्या बात हुई है?
देखिए हम निरंतर स्कूल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के संपर्क में हैं. सघनता से हमारे द्वारा जांच की जा रही है, हमारी सारी टीम जांच कर रही है और बच्चे स्कूल में नहीं है इस समय, आप देख रही हैं. बाकी प्रबंधन के हम संपर्क में है और सुरक्षा व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित की जा रही है.
सर नोएडा के टोटल कितने स्कूल में आया है ईमेल?
इस संबंध में भी जांच की जा रही है.
और ईमेल सोर्स का कुछ आइडिया मिला है?
जांच प्रचलित है.
The Noida DCP Vidya Sagar just spoke to us saying that the investigation for identifying the source of the email essentially is underway, and right now all the students from the school premises have been evacuated, and the school premises is being thoroughly checked and looked into by the relief and the supervision teams, including the dog squad team as well. The teams at the ground are checking from every corner inside the school premises to look into if there is any suspicious material that needs to be investigated thoroughly. The school authorities have also issued a message to the parents and also alerted them that they need to keep their children safe back home, and rest of the information will be given after it. Back to you.
All right, Simran, thank you for the moment. So, yet to be established whether it was a hoax call that was received by these 60 schools. But for now, you see those visuals on your screens where evacuations were ordered promptly following those threats were put out. In fact, note that the Delhi police top officials have also confirmed that in the searches that were carried out earlier today, there was nothing found. Meanwhile, the IP address is being tracked by the Delhi Police Special Cell. So, the latest that is coming in is that the Delhi Police has formed a special team that is probing this case. In fact, details coming in that the email, the IP address of that email through which the threat was issued is being tracked by the Delhi Police Special Cell. Meanwhile, note that at least 60 schools received threats earlier this morning. So on your screens are these visuals of these schools where evacuation was ordered. This is the Matthew Mary School, Amity School, Delhi Public School, the DPS, and the Sanskriti School, where the Delhi police conducted searches. For now, nothing has been found, and the police has appealed to the people to not panic. And shifting focus to the other story we are tracking from the national capital, where hundreds of students have now hit the streets against Congress wealth redistribution promise. So this is, note, the inheritance law pitch that was made by the Grand Old Party, to which we are seeing the massive showdown in the national capital, a peaceful protest of sorts being staged by these students who have hit the Delhi streets. And we will just go across to Harsha, who is at the location to get us the latest. But note, this is in the backdrop of the controversy surrounding the redistribution promise pitched by the Grand Old Party. So the conspiracy that refuses to die down after the inheritance law pitch was made by the Congress, a controversy that also saw Congress taking a U-turn as a whole. Meanwhile, anti-terror operation continues for fourth straight day in Udhampur-Kathua region of J&K. In fact, a search operation is underway to track down terrorists who have taken refuge in the forest area of the region. Also note, special forces are now being inducted by chopper and aerial surveillance is also being done by dropping troops at the upper reaches. That is taking place as we speak. Gursimran gets us this ground report.
Special forces have begun the airborne operations in the encounter that is going on in the Udhampur and the district of Kathua. The special aircrafts have been brought in and the paratroopers are being inducted into the ground operations. This is a joint operation of the Indian Army's Western Command as well as the Northern Command along with the Indian Army. And now the helicopters have been pressed into this service. The special forces will be inducted from the air to the operation site, and that's why the helicopters are being pressed into the action. This operation is getting bigger with each passing minute with the induction of the special forces from the Indian Army's Northern as well as the Western Command, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the Special Operations Group, the CRPF being part of the operations, and now the operations are being taken to the next level, the aerial operation, the aerial surveillance of the area, and also the induction of the troops taking place via air. This shows that these terrorists are still active in the area and the forces are leaving no stone unturned to wipe out these terrorists. The forces are being inducted in the forward area of Machedi and the nearby areas so that the terrorists can be neutralized at an earliest. Exclusive visuals that you are seeing, Republic Media Network, the only network on ground reporting on this mega operation, the first in the history where the special forces of the Northern Command as well as the Western Command are taking part and making sure that the perpetrators who carried out the killing of the village defense group and are trying to activate the peaceful regions of the Kathua, Udhampur and the Doda activated again are neutralized at an earliest. And now in the hilltops the forces are being inducted via chopper. These are the special forces that are trained to carry out these kind of operations and they are now being sent in the far-flung areas. This is to ensure that the terrorist locations can be reached at an earliest without collateral damage and the terrorists can be neutralized well within the time. The forces here are determined to flush out the terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists that are still active in the area as the operation enters day 4. With Sarjeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
And moving on to our election segment then, after the Election Commission revised the date of polling in Anantnag Rajouri Lok Sabha constituency from 7th of May earlier to 25th of May, the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah has now targeted the Election Commission, saying that an attempt is now being made to benefit the BJP and its allies. Otherwise, there was no reason to postpone elections in Anantnag Rajouri seat. So once again, Omar Abdullah casting aspersions on the EC decisions. Listen in to that soundbite of the NC leader.
जाहिर से बात है कि बीजेपी और उनके जो सहयोगी दल हैं ये उनको फ़ायदा पहुंचाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, नहीं तो कोई वजह नहीं है पोस्टपोन करने की। मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भी कहा था कि मुगल रोड सिर्फ एक रास्ता नहीं है, वहाँ पे पहुँचने का और भी तरीके हैं। इलेक्शन कमीशन का ये पहली बार नहीं है कि वो बीजेपी की मदद कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, कर दें, जितनी साजिश करें वो करें। बीजेपी और उनके जो सहयोगी दल हैं वो इस इलेक्शन में शिकस्त का सामना करेंगे।
All right, so there you heard Omar Abdullah questioning the Election Commission, calling it a conspiracy of sorts. This after the decision was made by the EC to change the election date in the constituency. For now, tracking more updates on the election front from across the country. Prime Minister Modi will be embarking on a two-day visit to his home turf Gujarat, coinciding with the state's foundation day today. During his visit, the Prime Minister will address public meetings in Desa targeting the Lok Sabha constituencies of Banakantha and Patan and in Himmatnagar of the district, underscoring his continued engagement with the region. Following Prime Minister Modi's visit to Telangana, Union Home Minister Amit Shah will also join election campaigns in the state. The Prime Minister recently participated in campaigns in the state, while Amit Shah is also set to rally support for various party candidates, starting with K. Madhvi Lata today and returning for others as well who are in fray in Telangana Lok Sabha seats. BJP's North East Delhi candidate Manoj Tiwari will file his nomination today, accompanied by senior BJP leaders such as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Delhi Lok Sabha election in charge Om Prakash Dhankar, Delhi BJP Chief Vijendra Sachdeva, among others. Shinde Sena declared MLA Yamini Jadhav as its candidate from Mumbai South, adding an unexpected twist to the political landscape after Shiv Sena's earlier announcement of Arvind Sawant as their candidate. Now, despite initial contenders like Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar and Minister Mangal Prabhat Lodha from the BJP, MP Milind Deora and former corporator Yashwant Jadhav from the Shiv Sena, Jadhav's nomination reflects the dynamic nature of Mumbai's political arena. In a letter to voters, Digvijay Singh declared himself as a devout Hindu, citing daily prayers at his ancestral home for 300 years, a lengthy Narmada Padyatra and regular visits to Pandharpur on Ashadhi Ekdashi, the declaration comes after previous controversies, notably being labelled for the Saffron Party. BJP workers returning from Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's rally in Bengal were reportedly attacked. BJP MP Dilip Ghosh downplayed the incident, stating that such acts of violence are not uncommon, suggesting that violence would subside after 4th of June. And on that note, we shift focus to our global segment. The New York City Police note entered Columbia University late last night and even detained the protesters. In fact, massive protests are underway in the university campus where students are now seeking divestment from Israel. Also note a statement that's now been released by the university, making it amply clear that those who are taking part in this protest are not students in this protest. So that's the statement where the university essentially says that not all the protesters are from the university campus. So essentially saying that there could be an outside involvement in these protests that have been taking place for days at a stretch at the Columbia University. So tracking those updates from the US, note that showdown still continues. Statement also that's now coming in from the police saying that situation has been brought under control. Take a look at the developments so far.
30,000 dead! Over 30,000 dead!
The showdown in US campuses continues. In University of North Carolina campus, demonstrators continue pro-Palestine protests. Students carry Justice for Palestine posters.
The Students for Justice in Palestine have been asking for transparency in how money is invested, and we understand that that as a state public institution that there are a lot of people involved in allocating funds in different places, but we do think that UNC has a responsibility to the students, staff, and faculty of this campus to let us know where it's putting its money.
In Columbia University, the pro-Palestine demonstration and subsequent arrests have set off similar protests.
We are trying to build on history. We are trying to build on what we learned from 1968.
But Columbia University threatens to expel student protesters occupying an administration building. Meanwhile, a deal between Northwestern University and demonstrators largely ended campus protest.
I mean, for me personally, my steam is not dying down. I think yesterday was a very emotional day. I think that the way that the university worded its announcement perhaps makes it seem like the protesters out here were making some major concession and we were agreeing to stopping and we were satisfied, and that's not the truth.
In University of North Carolina, about 30 people were detained by campus police after the university said encampment protesters refused to leave.
In a way, it feels amazing and supportive and encouraging and inspiring. And in a way, it's disgusting that it takes the massacre of 30,000 plus Palestinians to get people out here yelling and screaming and trying to give this genocide some light to bring it to the public.
At Georgian Washington University too, students maintain their pro-Palestinian encampment.
Our demands are to protect pro-Palestinian speech on campus, to drop all charges against pro-Palestinian student organizers and organizations, for the university to immediately disclose all of its investments and endowments, and then to divest from all funds related to the Zionist entity of Israel, and also to end all academic partnerships with Israel.
Meanwhile, as protesters take over Columbia University building, NYC City Mayor said it must end.
This is to serve their own agenda. They're not here to promote peace or unity or allow a peaceful displaying of one's voice, but they're here to create discord and divisiveness. That is why I'm urging every student and every protester to walk away from this situation now and continue your advocacy through other means. We will always protect the right to protest, but we must balance that right with the right to keep students, the school, and our city safe.
House Speaker Johnson also said in clear words, the Congress will act if university officials won't crack down on campus protesters.
University officials waiting on? What do they need to see before they stand up to these terrorist sympathizers? And that is exactly what they are. What's worse, though, is that Columbia's choice to ignore the safety of their Jewish students and appease anti-Semites has inspired even more hate-filled protests to pop up across the country. And what we're seeing right now is people wave Hezbollah flags and Hamas flags, their homemade signs supporting what happened on October 7th. It's outrageous. Hamas endorsed the protest at Columbia University just about 2 hours before we walked out on the steps to have our press event on Wednesday. They're proudly chanting things like death to America and profanity and hate-filled slogans, and this is utterly despicable, and it cannot be accepted in this country.
Will the students' demands that school financially divest from Israel be met? The question on everyone's mind is what's next? Crackdown or compromise? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, while the showdown still continues, a statement that's now been released by the university, and I quote, "We believe that the group that broke into and occupied the building is led by individuals who are not affiliated with the university." The statement further says, and I quote, "Sadly, this dangerous decision followed more than a week of what had been productive discussions with representatives of West Lawn encampment." So that's the statement that's coming from the university. Listen in to the statement that's also coming from the police officials.
I have no reported injuries. No reported injuries. There was no use of tear gas. The NYPD, but we're still monitoring different locations throughout the city.
Now, in more news that we are tracking from across the globe, it's the volcano that erupted on Tuesday that led to authorities escalating alert levels and mandated mass evacuations amid fears of potential tsunami that was triggered by debris cascading into the sea. Despite ongoing eruptions throughout the month, prompting the evacuations of more than 12,000 people, residents, the country's agency reiterated that the threat from the volcano still persists. So this is the volcano that erupted. Indonesia, a volcano that erupted on Tuesday, which led to authorities issuing alert warnings. Evacuation of more than 1,200 residents have already taken place while situation still remains active. And with that, we are heading to a very short break. On the other side, tracking the big court hearing today, as Article 370 abrogation hearing will take place in top court in just some time from now. Also tracking on the other side, President Draupadi Murmu to visit the Ram Mandir today. Congress questions Pran Pratishtha absence. Rallies cast theory now.
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story. deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Supreme's over 9,000 and more plumbing and drainage products and water tanks are made from high-quality raw materials and innovative designs. Supreme Total Piping Solutions, with you for a lifetime.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Today is an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement. Today's an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte and for the profession of law enforcement. Today we lost some heroes that are out to just simply trying to keep our community safe. I'm going to try to go through a series of events of how this all occurred and played out, and then tell you a little bit more about the injuries and the things that we had to endure today as a profession and as a city. So about 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force went to the 5,000 block of
breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and we are seeing a big breaking development coming in right now, viewers, where a big setback has come for the Congress in Delhi. That too, as we are in the middle of the election season. We'll get you up to date with all the stories. But first, the headlines we are tracking right now. Congress takes a Sanatan route ahead of elections. Godrej Singh says he was always pro-Sanatan Dharma. Fake news lobby left completely red-faced as Election Commission releases final voter turnout data. As India demands justice for Neha Hiremat, Home Minister Shah to meet family in Hubballi. Big election controversy in Karnataka. Congress leader seen threatening voters during campaign trail. Supreme Court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on that big hearing later on. Ram Mandir visit today, where Congress has questioned the Pran Pratishtha absence, rallies caste theory now. And free speech lectures get a big slap as Washington continues to crack down on pro-Palestine protesters. Let's move ahead to the top story tracking right now, where we are seeing that multiple schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka and Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar, received bomb threat calls, triggering evacuations. And also what we are seeing that the police have initiated a search operation across the premises. In the latest development, MHA has issued a statement saying there is no need to panic. It appears to be a hoax call, and Delhi police and security agencies are taking necessary steps as per protocol. So that's what we're learning right now on Republic TV, where many schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka, Mother's Mary in Mayur Vihar, they have received a bomb threat call. Now, evacuations have also been underway in this story. Evacuations have also been underway. The search teams are looking for suspicious items, and many schools have been evacuated after receiving this bomb threat via email. The police have also reached different schools, and they're conducting the search operations as we speak. We have those visuals coming in on our screens of what is really happening. Those visuals show you an overview of what's happening in these Delhi schools, where search operations are already underway. Now, remember that many Delhi NCR schools are already on high alert amid this bomb threat. We are seeing that several schools in the national capital, including Delhi Public School Dwarka, Mother's Mary in East Delhi, Mayur Vihar, Sanskriti School in New Delhi, receive a bomb threat information on just today, triggering panic among the authorities. Students and parents. So that's what we're seeing right now. Getting some more updates coming in. MHA says there is no need to panic. It appears to be a hoax call. Delhi police and security agencies are taking necessary steps as per protocol. So we're getting a reaction coming in from the MHA, where they are saying that the MHA is saying that there could be a hoax call. This absolutely could be a hoax call. That is what the MHA is saying, where the Delhi police and security agencies are taking necessary steps as per protocol. And viewers, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. So big setback coming in for the Congress. Former Congress Legislative Assembly Ministers Neeraj Basoya and Naseeb Singh have tendered their resignation from the primary membership of the party. In a letter addressed to Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, Naseeb Singh cited his dissatisfaction with the appointment of Devendra Yadav, a DPCC chief, expressing concern over Yadav's past criticism of Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party and his perceived shift in stance to support them now. Now, this is leading to Singh to resign in protest against the recent developments within the party. So that's what we are learning of right now on Republic TV. In fact, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us live right now. Harsha is joining us live at this point of time. I'm coming across to you, Harsha. Now, this is a story which once more shows that there seems to be a division in the Indie bloc, that once again, the leadership of the top brass is not being looked with a positive light with a lot of, when it comes to Congress leaders, they are not very happy with what is happening within the party. It's a big setback coming in. Take us through the details that we have learnt of.
So Shivangi, this is another huge jolt to the Congress party after the resignation of Arvinder Singh Lovely from the DPCC president post. Now this is another setback where Neeraj Basoya and Naseeb Singh, these both are the ex-Congress MLAs and a very important leaders in the Delhi Congress, both have resigned from the primary membership of the Congress party. They have tendered their resignation today morning only, and they stated the main reason behind the resignation is the appointment of the new interim president of the Delhi Congress unit, which is Devendra Yadav. To tell you precisely, Shivangi, after the resignation of Arvinder Lovely, this is the appointment of the new president of Delhi unit by Congress, Devendra Yadav. He is also the AICC Punjab in charge, and Neeraj Basoya and Naseeb Khan have categorically stated that how Devendra Yadav, who was lambasting and bashing at Arvind Kejriwal in Punjab, taking the side of Congress, he now being the Delhi unit president of Congress will be taking the side of Arvind Kejriwal, and this sort of attitude in Congress is very confusing for the party cadre, and this is the same reason what was earlier mentioned about the alliance by Arvinder Singh Lovely as well. So the two important leaders have now resigned from the Congress unit, and back to back this is the fourth resignation from Delhi Congress unit to the Congress. Before Arvinder Singh Lovely, Rajkumar Chauhan resigned, then Arvinder Singh Lovely, then two, Neeraj Basoya and Naseeb Singh also resigned today. So now for Congress, just before polling in Delhi, the Delhi will quote for polls on 25th of May, and before that, how Congress is now going to strategize their entire team for campaigning and nomination, this Congress will have to work out on, because there's a huge, because the leaders are upset, and the Congress couldn't maneuver the kind of promise and the faith which it had to inculcate in their own cadre, and this is the reason why the Congress is back-to-back facing the lambashment and the bashing from their own leaders. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you for getting us all the details for us here at Republic TV, where Neeraj Basoya, Naseeb Singh both have tendered the resignation from the primary membership of the party. Big setback for the Congress in Delhi as we are in the middle of the election season. Let's move ahead, viewers, to all the other news we are tracking here as we wait for the third phase of the Lok Sabha polls. Union Minister Anurag Thakur alleged that the Congress is spreading lies during elections. He accused Congress MP Rahul Gandhi of lying that President Draupadi Murmu was not invited to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony of the Ram Mandir, only for vote bank politics.
न्यास के अधिकारियों ने बोल दिया कि इनविटेशन निमंत्रण गया था पूर्व राष्ट्रपति जी को भी और वर्तमान राष्ट्रपति जी को भी, तो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होता है, विपक्ष का चेहरा बेनकाब होता है। श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी का झूठ एक बार फिर देश के सामने आता है। क्या वो अब भी राजनीति करने से बाज नहीं आएंगे?
And in other news we're tracking right now, ahead of the nomination filing, Harsh Malhotra, BJP candidate from East Delhi seat, expressed confidence in BJP sweeping a Lok Sabha poll. He said that the BJP will win all 7 seats of Delhi with the blessings of the people, and the NDA will cross 400.
जितनी भी जन कल्याण की योजनाएं हैं, इसके कारण से जनता का भरपूर समर्थन दिल्ली में, देश में मिल रहा है। मुझे लगता है दिल्ली की 7 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जनता के आशीर्वाद से जीत रही है और एनडीए 400 पार कर रही है।
BJP workers returning from the rally of Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi Adityanath in DVC More area were allegedly attacked. The BJP MP Dilip Ghosh said that the vehicle has been damaged and chants of "go back" are not new, and everything will cool down after June 4th. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar said that opposition parties got together with the sole purpose of defeating the Prime Minister Modi and the BJP, but the people are smart and will take the right decision. YSRCP General Secretary and candidate from Nellore Parliament constituency V. Vijay Reddy and YSRCP Nellore Rural Assembly constituency candidate Adala Prabhakara Reddy held a door-to-door campaign. YSRCP North Assembly constituency candidate KK Raju took a dig at the TDP party, saying that N. Chandrababu Naidu promised that the TIDCO houses and collected money from the people but deceived them. KK Raju said the people will not trust TDP's manifesto and show their trust to YSRCP in the elections. Moving on to more election-related news. It seems like Congress's saffron terror card has now failed. Remember, PM Modi also spoke about this a short while back. The Congress leader, Godrej Singh, has now said that he has always, I repeat, always been pro-Sanatan. Listen into that comment coming in.
बेहद मुश्किल है। ग्वालियर में
देखिए, मैं सनातन धर्म का पालन करने वाला व्यक्ति हूँ, अच्छा हिंदू हूँ। राम हमारे इष्ट देव हैं, सनातन धर्म का हम पालन करते हैं, लेकिन चुनाव में धर्म का उपयोग करना प्रतिबंधित है और राम मंदिर के निर्माण में शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने दान दिया 1 लाख, मैंने दिया 1,11,000 और वो चेक मैंने भेजा मोदी जी को कि जाके ट्रस्ट में जमा करा दीजिए। उन्होंने वापस भेज दिया कि आप ही जमा कराइए, मैंने वहां जमा करा दिया।
And let's move ahead right now to the other reactions that we're getting on Republica TV, where hitting out UP CM Yogi Adityanath has now said that even if Congress tries to change its stand on Sanatan, now the public will not forget the statements against Hindus made by the Grand Old Party.
देखिए, भारत की सभ्यता और संस्कृति को अपमानित करके भारत की सनातन परंपरा को अपमानित करने का एक कुत्सित प्रयास था और ये कांग्रेस की तुष्टीकरण की नीति, जो मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की कांग्रेस की राजनीति चले आ रही थी, जो देश के विभाजन का कारण बनी थी, ये दिखाता है कि कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व उस प्रकार के तत्वों की कठपुतली बन करके भारत की परंपरागत जो सनातन परंपरा और संस्कृति थी उसको अपमानित करके, उसको बदनाम करके, उसको कटघरे में खड़ा करके उन लोगों के हाथों की कठपुतली बनी हुई थी जो देश के विभाजन के कारक थे।
All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to other news we're tracking where Jammu and Kashmir's Srinagar, the PDP workers have hit the streets in protest after Election Commission revised the poll dates for Anantnag and Rajouri. So that is a big update coming on Republic TV. And what we see right now is that those visuals show PDP workers protesting after the Election Commission revised the poll dates for Anantnag and Rajouri. I'll be joined by my colleagues very soon. We'll be joined by Zeenat, who will get us all the top details who are coming in right now. Remember that the Election Commission has changed the date of voting in Anantnag-Rajouri constituency to May 25th. Let's go to Zeenat, who's joining us right now. Zeenat, I'm coming across to you and the PDP workers protesting against EC's decision. If you could take our viewers through what is happening, and number two, what are the points that the PDP workers bringing up? What are they saying about EC's decision?
So, finally, we are viewing the visuals from the PDP office here in the Srinagar, where the PDP leaders have come out and they are protesting against the Election Commission on the Tuesday yesterday, the scheduled polls for the Anantnag-Rajouri Lok Sabha seat, which was scheduled to happen on 7th of May, but due to the bad weather and the logistic issues ending the campaign, now it has been shifted to 21st of May. The poll panel has sought from the state administration a detailed report on accessibility to different regions in the constituency, but now we are seeing the PDP has already said that it's a gimmick to avoid the polls and to give the chance to the BJP-backed parties. That is why the Election Commission has taken a decision, although this decision had gone against the PDP and the National Conference, who are the main contenders in the seat. But obviously, we are seeing the triangular contest in Anantnag and Rajouri seat, where from the PDP's chief Mehbooba Mufti, then National Conference regional leader, Godrej leader Mia Altaf, and also Apni party leader Zafar Abalhas is going to contest. But we are seeing now that the poll panel has deferred the decision of the elections. The elections will be held on the 6th phase that will take place not on the 7th of May. So we are seeing the police is trying the best to take these leaders inside the PDP headquarters, but we are seeing that the PDP leaders have come out, and in fact they have burst the agency of the Election Commission of India in protest of the decision that has come yesterday, because the Election Commission has made the decision possible only after there has been a detailed report that was submitted by the state administration.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Zeenat, with all the details coming in. Zeenat getting the top updates from Srinagar, what is happening there. Okay, let's move ahead to the other story we're tracking. We have to shift our focus, viewers, to what is happening in the Delhi NCR area because many schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka and Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar, received a bomb threat call triggering evacuations, and police have initiated search operations across the premises in the latest development. MHA has issued a statement saying that there is no need to panic. It appears to be a hoax call. Delhi police and security agencies are taking necessary steps as per protocol. I believe I'm being joined by my colleagues. We have Simran, who's joining us, and Akil as well. I just want to go across to Simran, who's joining us live. Simran, take us through what is happening where you are. Which school are you at? What's the location? And we know Delhi police, along with the bomb disposal squad and fire tenders, have launched a response action. What is the latest update? Simran.
Well, Shivangi, one thing we need to keep in mind that this entire situation at most of the schools across the Delhi NCR, the number which we are comfortably going ahead is around 100 of the Delhi NCR region, has created definitely a sense of panic and fear. Right now, let me also show you the premises of the school where I am at. I am at Noida school right now, and this is the situation right now. All the students have been evacuated. The police team, the Noida police team was here. The school administration has taken complete cognizance of the entire series of the incidents that have unfolded, while also cautioning the parents of the students and making them aware of the situation at the ground. Right now, the Cyber Cell police and also the Delhi police officials, along with the fire brigade officials, were present. We actually also showed you the visuals of how the dog squad teams were present at here. Well, this is not just the one school in Noida. There are nearly 7 schools which have been given complete supervision and taken in cognizance of alert after the email had threatened of bombs inside the school premises. But as of now, the situation is gradually coming back to normal. The Noida DCP Vidya Sagar also spoke to us, saying that the entire matter is being investigated and it is being ascertained as of who actually is the sender and what was the motive and why essentially such emails pertaining to such danger and immediate trigger was sent to the school administration right in the morning itself. Back to you.
Right. Simran getting us top updates coming in, and if I can go back to my colleague Akil, I believe Akil is also with us. If we can go to Akil right now, if he's with us, let's go to Akil. And Akil, if you could take our viewers through what is happening where you are, take us through where you are, number one. Number two, in these different school campuses, have the security officials found anything suspicious so far? Akil, over to you.
Well, right now, I'm just standing outside Hillwoods Academy. This is a school located in Prithvihar, and this area comes under the East District of Delhi administration, because if you see, there are different district administration of police side. So we spoke to the DCP over here, who is Apurva Gupta, and she said that the entire sanitization of those schools which have received the email regarding a threat call, a bomb threat call inside the school premises. We have sanitized the entire area and nothing has been found. So this has been considered as a hoax call, but the Delhi police team is still investigating the matter. As you can see, the entire area has been sanitized. You cannot find any single...
जैसे ही इसकी खबर स्कूलों में आई है, इमीडिएटली पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया गया है स्कूल अथॉरिटीज़ ने, और दिल्ली पुलिस बहुत ही जल्दी वहाँ पर पहुँची और सारा कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है एरिया। सर्च ऑपरेशंस चल रहे हैं, यहाँ पर डॉग स्क्वाड्स भी हैं, बॉम्ब डिस्पोजल यूनिट्स भी काम कर रही हैं। हर तरीके से हम मुस्तैद हैं। मुझे भी 7:30 बजे इसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल गई थी और इस वक्त मैंने पुलिस कमिश्नर साहब को ये कहा था कि आप पूरी फोर्स लगाकर इस पर ध्यान दें और कोई इंसिडेंट नहीं होनी चाहिए। मैं इस बात को दिल्ली की जनता को एश्योर करना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरीके से मुस्तैद है और हमारी कोशिश होगी कि हम किसी भी अप्रिय घटना को नहीं होने दें। दिल्ली पुलिस ने अभी पता कर लिया है कि ये मेल्स कहां से आ रहे हैं, जांच चल रही है। मैं इतना ही सिर्फ कहना चाहूँगा कि जो कल्प्रिट्स हैं बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, उनको बहुत सख्त सजा मिलेगी, जिन्होंने भी दिल्ली में अमन चैन को तोड़ने की कोशिश की है।
थ्रेट ईमेल है, उसमें काफ़ी जो बातें लिखी गई हैं, काफ़ी डराने वाली बातें। अभिभावकों में एक तरह से भय का माहौल है, अफरा तफरी का माहौल है। अभिभावकों के लिए क्या कुछ आप कहना चाहिए?
वो ठीक है, कुछ फोर्सेज हैं जो इस तरीके की हरकतें कर रही हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि दिल्ली पुलिस उस पर काम कर रही है, हमको लीड्स मिल रहे हैं और उनको पकड़ लिया जाएगा और बहुत सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। और मैं एक बार फिर दिल्ली की जनता को एश्योर करना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली पुलिस हमारी पूरी तरीके से मुस्तैद है। हम हर बात का ध्यान रख रहे हैं कि कोई भी किसी तरीके की अपनी घटना न हो।
एमएचए की तरफ से जो जानकारी आ रही है, बताया जा रहा है कि हॉक्स कॉल्स हो सकते हैं,
उस बारे में मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता।
All right. Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has said that the culprits will not be spared. That's what he has said. He was just speaking a short while back. He was at DAV Model Town. He has clearly said that the culprits will not be spared. Taking a very short break, much more coming up on the other side as we keep getting our viewers top updates on India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
Porque me duele el alma, porque ya no tenemos para comer. Acá tengo todos los papeles de mi nietito y de mi hijo y no estamos por quedar en la calle porque alquilo.
Protestando por todas las medidas del gobierno que van en contra del pueblo. Van en contra del pueblo, nos sacan la dignidad para vivir en pos de defender a los grandes grupos económicos, a las multinacionales. Ellos son los que en este momento están gobernando la Argentina, no el presidente.
Unidad de los trabajadores, y al que no le gusta, se jode, se jode.
चल हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
know that the bench of Justice Sanjeev Khanna and Dipankar Datta today are going to continue hearing the arguments of Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is challenging the illegal arrest of the AAP Supremo. This is the ground on which he has been challenging since many days now. And further, the senior counsel had contended yesterday that the power to arrest is not an obligation to arrest under the PMLA Act. While talking about the other ground of on what deliberations are based on, the second point is where ED had filed an affidavit in the court where they are talking about how can a politician be arrested during elections for a free and fair election. To that, court had responded that it would be violation of Article 14 if we do not arrest politician just because he's a politician. We'll just have to wait and watch what kind of deliberations and discussions are going to happen in the court today, and we are waiting for the day to proceed.
तो कोई भी अगर पेरेंट अननोन आता है या कोई भी पर्सन आता है तो उसका पूरी सर्विलेंस से उसकी एंट्री होनी चाहिए।
मेल में क्या लिखा हुआ था?
मेल में कुछ अजीब से थ्रेटनिंग वर्ड्स थे जो कि मैं नहीं कह पाऊंगी। नहीं, हाँ, मतलब मैं अपनी ही बात करूंगी। जब मेरे मेल आए थे तो उसमें हमने पूरा जो प्रोटोकॉल्स होते हैं जहाँ पूछना था किया था, प्रॉम्प्ट एक्शन हुआ, इसलिए वी आर सेफ और हम इंटरव्यू दे पा रहे हैं आपको। थैंक यू सो मच।
That's the latest reaction coming in over the chaos after that bomb threat email was sent to various schools in the national capital. Now remember, Delhi Public School in Dwarka, Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar that received bomb threat calls, also including Sanskriti School in Chanakyapuri. Now this had triggered evacuations. The police initiated search operations across the premises of these schools. Meanwhile, the MHA has issued a statement saying there is no need to panic. It appears to be a hoax call. The Delhi police and security agencies are taking necessary steps as per protocol. This as I'm being joined by my colleagues Simran and Gopi. While Gopi is outside Mother Mary School, Simran is outside DPS Noida. Simran, if I can come to you first on the latest statement coming in from the Delhi LG, who's confirmed that the police has been able to identify the source of that bomb hoax email. What more do we know at this point?
Well, yes, it's very important to understand that even though the checking of the schools which have actually received in this morning itself the hoax call and of a very triggering email
एक तरह से डर नहीं, बट वो पेरेंट्स हमारे बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है, उनको पता है कि ये बच्चा सेफली हैंडल किया जाएगा, तो पैनिक का कोई फायदा नहीं है। इस टाइम पैनिक होने का कोई फायदा नहीं है। मेन है कि जो चीज है उसका एक्शन लिया जाए।
गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटी से कोई बातचीत हुई कल स्कूल खोलने को?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, वो बता देंगे जैसा कुछ होगा। बाकी बहुत इन्होंने एश्योरेंस दी है, जब भी हम करते हैं दे आर ऑलवेज विद अस और कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती हमें पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से और जो भी हमारे और डिपार्टमेंट्स है। थैंक यू।
के लिए स्थिति
बिल्कुल संभली हुई है, हर जगह से हमने उसको चेक
कल आप बच्चों को बुला रहे हैं क्लास?
हाँ, फिलहाल तो अभी है, जब तक कि हमको और डायरेक्शन मिल जाती है। थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
All right, so those are the reactions that continue to come in. This as the MHA has issued a statement saying that there is no need to panic. Remember, there has been a lot of panic among parents since this morning, ever since the news was released of that bomb threat email that was sent to a couple of schools in Delhi NCR. I believe Simran is getting us more information. I'm not too sure if her audio is connected, but Simran, if you can hear me, please tell us more on the statement given by Delhi LG. He's gone on to say that the police has been able to find out the source of that email. How far has the investigation reached? People are looking for answers.
Well, yes, if we talk about hello? Yes, if we talk about the level of investigation which has been going on by both the Noida and the Delhi police right now, the sender's address and essentially the source of that triggering email that has escalated panic and fear among the school staff and children, in fact among the parents as well, is being identified, is being monitored. Delhi LG has also said that by the efforts of the Delhi police right now, the IFSO team of the Delhi police, which essentially looks into tracking the cyber records of such triggering emails, is being checking that what has been essentially the purpose of sending such emails. As of now, as per sources, Russian language has been detected in those malicious, purposefully sent emails. As of now, I am at Noida's school, and right now one of the schools in Noida has underwent complete thorough checking by dog squad teams and also the teams of fire brigade to sense if there has been any kind of suspicious and malicious activity that could have also been missed. But at two other schools in Noida, checking is underway. Noida DCP Vidya Sagar has also confirmed to us that if we talk about Noida, there are nearly 7 schools which have, as of now, received that email which triggered panic at 6:50 a.m. and at the other schools as well, a precautionary measure of checking also is underway. So in fact, definitely, when we talk about the other facets of investigation, both the Noida and the Delhi police, in fact, the IFSO unit of the Delhi police is conducting thorough investigation to track the sender's address and the IP address, including the source of the email, to check what was actually the purpose of sending such a dangerous email to the schools right in the morning. Back to you.
Absolutely, Simran, do stay on with us. Let me also bring in Gopi into this conversation because, Gopi, we do understand that security has been heightened not just across these schools, but heavy security deployment that we also see on crucial roads, flyovers and vantage points in order to ensure that all is under control. Do give us a sense of how the national capital looks like, especially around these schools. Parents are worried. They are wondering if it was only for today and will they be able to send their children to school tomorrow, or whether, this is a matter of a few days. Now, we do understand that the MHA has released the statement where they're saying that there is no need to panic, and the Delhi Police Special Cell that is also deeply involved in this case, the LG also confirming that the police has identified the source of this email. But what can the parents really expect now?
Well, Suesha, as you correctly said, security is tightened because we also have elections coming in the coming days. I'm standing right outside the Mother Mary School. We have spoken to a few parents as well as the school authorities on what is going to happen next. School authorities as well as the special investigation team and the police team was here. They've said that no such element has been found, and probably schools might be open tomorrow if nothing will be found. Coming back to the report of Cyber Cell, they have investigated this entire matter. As my colleague said, that Russian language has been detected. It has been found that all the 50 emails have been sent from the same IP address. Back to you.
Okay, Gopi, do stay on with us. Simran, I want to come back to you because there are anxious parents at this point. They are wondering what is slated next in terms of the reactions that have been coming in from the school authorities so far, where they say that all is under control, and the investigative authorities, the Delhi Police Special Cell, all are looking into this case. The Delhi Police is on high alert. In that sense, These students have been evacuated for today. Today there's no school, but what may happen tomorrow, and when can we expect details of the investigation to be revealed in public domain?
Well, Suesha, let me clarify at this point of time that it is too soon to comment as to what will be the next course of investigation and by what time exactly we will be able to get any confirmation of the tracking of the sender's purpose to all these schools which have received such dangerous emails. But what we can confirm right now at this moment is that the school administrations across all the districts and at Delhi NCR region are conducting a meeting, and separately as well they are mulling over to what could be a safety option and in a safety net in complete guidelines with the Delhi police and administration to take in consideration the safety and security of all the children who have actually been very much in state of panic. That is going to be the next factor in deciding if the schools will be reopened tomorrow or not. This is in fact going to be unfolded in just some time from now, as most of the schools are also underway through scrutiny and through immense checking. Now sanitization has been done, as we have also seen. While the fire brigade officials were there, the dog squad teams were there, the entire team of all the officials which were present at the ground are maintaining that if any kind of loophole is missed from the ground in tracking any kind of suspicious activity, that needs to be tracked at first on priority, and that is why it is being monitored, that in cognizance of all these developments which the officials are undertaking right now, it will be decided in just some time shortly from now if the school actually decides to reopen tomorrow or not, or if they want to wait for some time and track about where the investigation of the Delhi police goes, and also what does in fact the entire official administration says about the safety and security of the children. Back to you.
Oh yes, absolutely, Simran. Gopi, if I quickly can come to you to also give our viewers across the country a better sense of how the story is panning out. 8 schools across Delhi NCR who received this email, to know whether it was the same source where the email was sent to all the 8 schools. Why were these particular schools handpicked? We understand that these are all reputed schools where children do go there to study. Whether it was particularly to target the parents, or was it also to spread a kind of threat, a sense of fear? Why these particular schools? And again, as I asked you previously, what is the ground situation in terms of security?
Well, Suyesha, to give the better picture to viewers, early in the morning today, few of the schools of Delhi NCR region had received a threat mail which had a strong malicious language, quoting things from Quran. And reading out that particular mail, obviously everybody around the school authorities, parents and everyone was shocked. Proper evacuation was done on time. Delhi police was on toes to investigate the entire matter. So previously it was Mother Mary School and DPS Noida who had first received the emails. After that, proper investigation, bomb disposal squad and the fire tenders did visit these schools. More than 50 schools had received these threat emails. As per the security is concerned, we have also spoken to DCP of East Delhi, Apurva Mehta. She said that nothing as such has been found till now, and the investigation is still underway. Talking about what the cyber crime cell has done, yes, they have successfully tracked the IP address of from where the email had come, and the language which has been detected is Russian language. So we just need to see further how this story pans out and which other things are going to be revealed in the coming ours.
All right.
Back to you.
Gopi, do stay on with us. I quickly want to take this same question to Harsha, as our reporters are spread on the ground to give our viewers a better picture of how the streets of the national capital look. Harsha, wasn't a very pleasant morning for parents. There was obviously a sense of fear and complete havoc as they were wondering whether to bring their children back or let them be. And then, of course, there was an announcement where the schools itself said that the parents should take their children back, and it had been declared as a holiday. But investigation that is on full throttle to find out who is responsible for these emails. Let's understand that this has happened in Delhi in the past, where such emails have been sent to schools, and there has been a sense of fear. This time around, what's the story? Why were these particular schools chosen? And what's the security situation on the ground? How far has the investigation reached?
So, if we talk about earlier also schools have received such hoax mail, but the gravity was not what it seems like this time. More than 60 schools this time have received the hoax mail, the bomb threat mail, and the entire morning was the havoc and the chaotic situation in school for the parents as well. Parents panicked in the morning, early in the morning, when at 7:30 a.m. the school first sent out the message to the parents to pick these students, as the bomb threat mail was received by the schools early in the morning. Right now, Suesha, I am outside DPS Vasant Kunj, and right now there's also one of the schools. The parents were informed at around 7:45 a.m. that there's a bomb threat call, and therefore the schools will be shut, and parents were asked to pick up their students from the school. Right now, the sanitization of the entire school has been done. The holiday has been given by the school to the students. The schools will not open for the entire day, and right now what we are getting to know is that a team of police is still inside. Now the investigation part, if we talk about Suesha, now the investigation will revolve around the main source, the IP address, the VPN address from which the mail was first generated, and which school first received the mail, because it is being said that the
ऐसे किसी को दे दूं? मैं वक्त आने पर उसका इस्तेमाल खुद करना चाहूँगी। मैं अपनी चीज़ किसी के साथ क्यों बांटूं, किसी एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ क्यों बांटूं जिससे ना मेरी जान ना मेरी पहचान? मैं कैसे?
All right, Harsha, we do cut into live reactions as and when they come, because we obviously want to put out voices of those parents and school authorities, most importantly, as the message that is being reiterated is do not panic. There is no panic situation. More than 50 schools reportedly have been threatened. Students have been sent back home, but the cops are appealing to parents across Delhi NCR that they have identified the source and that parents do not need to panic. Of course, the question mark that still remains to whether children will be able to go back to their respective schools tomorrow, and how exactly is the investigation progressing at this point. But it is about the children and the parents who would not want to risk it. Let's listen in to some of those voices.
वो काफ़ी स्कूल्स में आज ये ईमेल आया है और कल कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स में भी आया है, तो उस पर अलग से काम चल रहा है। बाकी जैसा अभी आपने देखा, एलजी साहब इस डीवी स्कूल में आए थे मॉडल टाउन में, तो इस प्रकार काफ़ी स्कूल्स में कॉल आई है। हमारे ऑफिसर सब जगह मुस्तैदी से चेक कर रहे हैं, इवैक्यूएट भी कर रहे हैं, और थॉरो चेकिंग चल रही है। बॉम्ब डिस्पोजल स्क्वाड, बीडीटी हैं, स्निफर डॉग्स हैं।
आज सुबह एक चेन ऑफ स्कूल्स में धमकी भरा मेल प्राप्त हुआ था। उसके आधार पर तत्काल पुलिस प्रशासन की जो टीमें थी उन्होंने रेस्पॉन्स किया। एएस चेक टीम, बीडीडीएस टीम के साथ साथ पुलिस के द्वारा थोरोली सारे स्कूलों को चेक कराया गया जिनको धमकी भरा मेल मिला था। चेकिंग के उपरांत उनको सैनिटाइज कर दिया गया है। कहीं पर भी कोई इस तरह की
All right, at the moment we cut across to more breaking news coming in. It is a record growth as the GST numbers are out. The revenue collection for April 2024 has been at its highest at 2.10 lakh crore rupees. That has breached the landmark milestone of 2 lakh crore rupees. So accordingly, the growth stands at 12.4%. This is on an annual basis to the 2.10 lakh crore rupees, which is the highest tax collection that has ever been recorded. And this rise that is fueled by a strong increase in domestic transactions, which are up by 13.4% reportedly. Now, following adjustments for refunds, the net GST revenue for April 2024 has totaled 1.92 lakh crore rupees, marking a 17.1% increase compared to the corresponding period last year. Let me straight away bring in Rajat from the business desk to take us through the numbers and the significant achievement of the finance ministry and the Modi government.
So, Suesha, so as we know that the GST number has come in just now, and it's a kind of a big news, as this is the highest ever GST collection that has been reported ever since the inception of GST in July 2017. So the GST collection for the month of April stood at highest ever at 2.10 lakh crore, registering the growth of 12.4% year on year. The last month in the month of April, the GST collection was at 1.78 lakh crore, which was the second highest ever since the inception of GST happened in 2017, and the growth registered in the last year was 11.45%. So this time, this is a big news because the GST collection has broken all the records, and the highest ever level at 2.10 lakh crore, registering the growth of 12.4%. So the point to note here is what is driving this massive jump in the GST collection. The first thing that is driving is the domestic transactions, where the domestic transactions are up by 13.4%, and imports, the things and the commodities that we are importing from the various countries is up 8.3%. Also accounting for the refund, the net GST collection after the refund stands at 1.92 lakh crore. So let me take you through the highest ever. So this is 2.1 lakh crore, which is the highest ever. The last time when the GST collection was highest ever was in April 2023 at 1.87 lakh crore. Also, the National Academic Council for Economic Research few days back pointed to the high frequency indicator of GST collection, which they said that GST collection shows the resilience of the economy, and obviously the highest ever GST collection certainly talks about the resilient economy that India is having now. So 2.10 lakh crore in April, highest ever tax collection ever since the GST is incepted, is something a big news and a big positive for the Indian economy. Suesha, over to you.
All right, Rajat, many thanks for breaking down those numbers for us, and of course the significant achievement it has been, as it is certainly a record high. All right, we now shift our focus as a CID team has arrived at Neha Hiremat's residence, where they're currently questioning Neha's parents, now the Deputy Superintendent of Police, and several other investigators who are a part of that team that is conducting the investigation. Now, let's understand that today is that day when Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also slated to meet Neha Hiremat's family. Remember, Neha was the daughter of Congress councillor Niranjan Hiremat. Let me cut across to Prajwal, who's joining us from Hubballi, to give us more details of the investigation that is underway and the questioning that is on to Neha's parents. Over to you, Prajwal.
Suesha, now there is already a CID team out here at Neha's residence where we are reporting from, and just to go ahead and give you a view, they are inside speaking to Neha's parents, and from what we get to understand during the course of the investigation, this will be the final statement. You know, this will be the final statements which will be collected by from the cops by Neha's parents before they go ahead and submit this to the government as well. And all that we can get to understand at this point of time is that it's been over 30 to 45 minutes since they have been questioning and collecting statements from Neha's parents as well. But what remains to be seen is that the government of Karnataka promised that within 12 days there will be a report which will be given as soon as the CID team was constituted to look into this particular murder case. But now the outcome is still to be seen. Secondly, Fayaz has also been handed over to the judicial custody in itself, and therefore he's again been put into the Dharwad sub-jail. Now, all said and done, and looking at the points and what the investigation has progressed so far, it is being stated that there was also a DNA collection of Fayaz. There was a blood sample test, a blood sample which was collected and sent for testing too. And also reports of the forensic science lab has also come into the CID at this point of time on that fateful day where the murder weapon was used to. So looking at all of these angles, the CID will shortly be submitting a report is what we get to understand, because a DYSP rank officer is collecting the statements at this point of time. And last but not the least, we expect that this report will also be mentioned by the Home Department of the state of Karnataka to go ahead and give more insights as to what exactly has happened as well. So all said and done, we will need to wait in. But at the same point of time, I also have a few of Niranjan Hiremat's well-wishers as well. Let's go across and speak to one of them. First and foremost, we are looking that you're standing in solidarity with Niranjan. Looking at the CID investigation and the probe, it is still underway currently now. Don't you think that it's been already 14 days and the government promised that a report will be out in 12 days, but that sort of action is actually not being seen on the ground?
Yeah, but the thing is, the investigation is, we are not happy with the investigations actually. Some of the politicians are making wrong statements, and this investigation is going in the wrong way. What we are thinking, what we are looking in your media and papers and all. That's what we urge, that the investigation should go in the proper way.
Should this be given to the CBI?
Yeah, definitely we urge it should be given to the CBI.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. As we continue this live and rolling coverage, there is again a demand for a CBI inquiry too. So we will need to see whether the case will be handed over, because the government has also not ruled out that possibility as well. On this note, we will also quickly slip into a short break as we continue this live and rolling coverage from Hubballi, where even Union Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to arrive to pay his condolences to the family members of Neha Hiremat.
Co-powered by Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
For a country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement, India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल, हो जा शुरू।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, पतवारा हुआ रे।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Amity faculty have filed over 21.
country taking bold strides in economic growth and scientific advancement. India's digital success story is a unique study in brilliance. Semiconductors, space tech, EVs, fintechs, health techs, and more. Entrepreneurs driving India's brand new success story deserve a salute. Republic Business is all set to host its first ever Emerging Technology Awards. If you think your work qualifies, if you think you could inspire hundreds at home and beyond, do apply or nominate. For more details, log on to www.rbeta.in.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Amity faculty have filed over 2,100 patents. Yet another reason why Amity has been ranked among the top for innovation achievements.
चल हो जा शुरू
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Delhi police in high alert as over 50 schools receive bomb threats. MHA says it's likely a hoax call.
मैं इस बात को दिल्ली की जनता को एश्योर करना चाहता हूं कि दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरीके से मुस्तैद है और हमारी कोशिश होगी कि हम किसी भी अप्रिय घटना को नहीं होने दें.
Delhi LG visits schools after bomb threat. Alert says that there's nothing to panic. Root source identified. But AAP continues to play politics, calls bomb threat absurd, demands central investigation.
भारत की सनातन परंपरा को अपमानित करने का एक कुत्सित प्रयास था और ये कांग्रेस की तुष्टीकरण की नीति, जो मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की कांग्रेस की राजनीति चला रही थी.
After Congress's U-turn on Sanatan Dharm, Yogi hits out, fires anti-Hindu party attack. Supreme Court set to review validity of Article 370 abrogation. All eyes on the big hearing. Highest ever GST revenue collection recorded for April 2024. Landmark milestone of 2 lakh crore breached. Well, viewers, moving on to news coming in from the national capital, where multiple schools, including Delhi Public School in Dwarka and Mother Mary School in Mayur Vihar, received bomb threat calls, triggering evacuations, and police initiated search operations across the premises. In the latest development, MHA has issued a statement saying that there is no need to panic. It appears to be most likely a hoax call. Delhi police and security agencies are taking necessary steps as per protocol. We have a couple of reactions coming in. Let's listen in to those first.
वो काफ़ी स्कूल्स में आज ये ईमेल आया है और कल कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स में भी आया है, तो उस पर अलग से काम चल रहा है। बाकी जैसा अभी आपने देखा, एलजी साहब इस डीवी स्कूल में आए थे मॉडल टाउन में, तो इस प्रकार काफ़ी स्कूल्स में कॉल आई है। हमारे ऑफिसर सब जगह मुस्तैदी से चेक कर रहे हैं, इवैक्यूएट भी कर रहे हैं और थॉरो चेकिंग चल रही है। बॉम्ब डिस्पोजल स्क्वाड, बीडीटी हैं, स्निफर डॉग्स हैं, फायर ब्रिगेड को भी स्टेशन किया हुआ है। तो किसी प्रकार का हम कोई चांस नहीं ले रहे हैं, पूरी तरह से उसको चेक करके और बच्चों की सेफ्टी को इंश्योर कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली के जैसे ईस्टर्न रेंज में ही करीब 15 स्कूल में आ चुकी थी, कुछ आपके यहाँ मेरे ख्याल 8 स्कूल इनके नॉर्थ वेस्ट में हैं, सेंट्रल में भी कुछ स्कूल्स हैं, मतलब पूरे दिल्ली में ही काफ़ी स्कूल्स हैं। तो मुझे लग रहा है हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ऑन एन एवरेज 5 to 10 स्कूल्स हैं, तो काफ़ी स्कूल्स में आ चुके हैं।
आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या हॉक्स कॉल ही है या किसी ने कोई डराने की कोशिश?
इवन इफ इट इज़ अ हॉक्स कॉल वी कैन नॉट टेक चांसेस, तो हमें तो पूरी अपनी कार्रवाई करनी है, वो तो बाद में पता चलेगा कि क्या है, लेकिन जो भी कॉल आती है हम उसको सीरियसली लेते हैं।
Joining us is my colleague Gopi, who's standing outside Mother Mary School. Now, Gopi, the LG has visited school and he has said that the root source has been identified, and the MHA is also saying that most likely it is a hoax threat.
Well, yes, Guinea.